Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 81. Sanjaya said, "Then those heroes, O king, who cherished feelings of hostility towards one another, retired to their tents, their persons covered with blood. Having rested for a while agreeably to rule, and praising one another for the feats of the day, they were again seen clad in mail, desirous of battle. Then thy son, O king, overwhelmed with anxiety and covered with blood trickling down from his wounds, asked the grandsire, saying, 'Our troops are fierce and terrible and carry innumerable standards. They are, again, arrayed properly. Yet the brave and mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, having penetrated into our array and afflicted and slaughtered our troops, escaped unhurt. Confounding us all, they have won great fame in battle. Bhima again, having penetrated into our Makara array, which was strong as the thunderbolt, afflicted me with his terrible shafts, each resembling the rod of death. Beholding him excited with wrath, O king, I was deprived of my senses. Even now I cannot regain my peace of mind. Through thy grace, O thou that art firm in truth, I desire to obtain victory and slay the sons of Pandu.' Thus addressed by him, the high-souled son of Ganga, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, endued with great mental energy, understanding that Duryodhana was possessed by grief, replied unto him, laughing the while though cheerless, saying, penetrating into their army with the utmost exertions and with my whole soul, O prince, I wish to give thee victory and joy. For thy sake I do not at all dissemble. They that have become the allies of the Pandavas in this battle are fierce and numerous. Mighty car warriors of great renown, they are exceedingly brave and accomplished in arms. Incapable of being fatigued, they vomit forth their wrath. Cherishing feelings of animosity towards thee, and swelling with prowess, they are not capable of being defeated easily. I will, however, O king, contend against those heroes with my whole soul and throwing away my very life. For thy sake, in battle, O thou of great glory, my life itself shall today be recklessly exposed. For thy sake I would consume all the worlds with the celestials and the Daityas, let alone thy foes here. I will, O king, fight with those Pandavas, and do all that is agreeable to thee.' Hearing these words, Duryodhana became inspired with great confidence, and his heart was filled with delight. And cheerfully he ordered all the troops and all the kings in his army, saying, 'Advance.' And at that command, O king, his army consisting of cars, steeds, foot soldiers, and elephants began to advance. And that large force, O king, armed with diverse kinds of weapons, was exceedingly cheerful. And that army of thine, O monarch, consisting of elephants, steeds, and foot soldiers, on the field of battle, looked exceedingly beautiful. And huge tuskers, stationed in large bodies, and skillfully urged, looked resplendent on the field all around. And many royal combatants accomplished in diverse weapons were seen in the midst of thy troops. And the dust, red as the morning sun, raised by those cars and foot soldiers and elephants and steeds in large bodies as they were duly moved over the field, looked beautiful, shrouding the rays of the sun. And the many-colored banners stationed on cars and elephants, waving in the air and moving along the welkin, looked beautiful like flashes of lightning amid the clouds. And loud and fierce was the uproar made by the twang of the bows stretched by the kings, resembling the roar of the ocean while churned in the Krita age by the gods and the great Asuras. And that army of thy sons, looking so proud, consisting of combatants of diverse hues and shapes, shouting so fiercely, and capable of slaying hostile warriors, then looked like those masses of clouds that appear at the end of the Yuga. Footnotes 199:1 The Bombay reading, which I adopt, is Visravat in the beginning of the second line. The Bengal reading is Visramvat, meaning from motives of affectionate inquiry. It may also mean from confidence, though not in this connection. 199:2 The last word of 4 is read differently in the Bengal texts viz. Rathangas, instead of, as in the Bombay edition, Maharathas. 199:3 Vimana The nominative singular of Vimanas refers to Gangasutas. The Burdwan Pundits wrongly translated with mind unmoved. I am not aware of any other reading. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 82. Sanjaya said, O chief of the Bharatas, Ganga's son, once more addressing thy son who was plunged in thought, told him these delightful words, myself and Drona and Salya and Kritavarman of Satwata's race, and Aswathaman and Vikarna and Bhagadatta and Suvala's son and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Valhika with the Valhikas, and the mighty king of the Trigartas and the invincible ruler of the Magadhas, Vrihadvala the king of the Kosalas, and Chitrasena and Vivingsati and many thousands of car warriors graced with tall standards, a large number of country-born steeds well-mounted with excellent horse soldiers, and many infuriate elephants of large size, with temporal juice issuing from their mouths and cheeks, and many brave foot soldiers armed with diverse weapons and born in diverse realms, are all prepared to do battle for thy sake. These, and many others ready for thy sake to lay down their lives, are, as I think, competent to vanquish the very gods in battle. I should, however, always tell thee, O king, what is for thy good. The Pandavas are incapable of being vanquished by the very gods with Vasva. They have Vasudeva for their ally and are equal to Mahendra himself in prowess. As regards myself, I shall, however, always do thy bidding. Either I shall vanquish the Pandavas in battle or they will vanquish me. Having said these words, the grandsire gave him an excellent herb of great efficacy for healing his wounds. And therewith thy son was cured of his wounds. Then at dawn, when the sky was clear, the valiant Bhishma, that foremost of men well versed in all kinds of array, himself disposed his troops in that array called mandala, bristling with weapons. And it abounded with foremost of warriors, and with tuskers and foot soldiers. And it was surrounded on all sides with many thousands of cars, and with large bodies of horsemen armed with swords and lances. Near unto every elephant were placed 7 cars, and near unto every car were placed 7 horsemen. And behind every horseman were placed 7 bowmen, and behind every bowman were 7 combatants with shields. And thus, O king, thy army, arrayed by mighty car warriors, stood for fierce battle, protected by Bhishma. And 10,000 horses, and as many elephants, and 10,000 cars, and thy sons, all equipped in mail, viz., the heroic Chitrasena and others, protected the grandsire. And it was seen that Bhishma was protected by those brave warriors, and those princes themselves of great strength, accoutred in mail, were, in their turn, protected by him. And Duryodhana, accoutred in mail, sat upon his car on the field, and possessed of every grace, looked resplendent like Sakra himself in heaven. Then, O Bharata, loud were the shouts uttered by thy sons, and deafening the clatter of cars, and the uproar of musical instruments. That mighty and impenetrable array of those slayer of foes, viz., the Dhartarashtras, in the form called Mandala, thus, arrayed by Bhishma, began to proceed, facing the west. Incapable of being defeated by enemies, it looked beautiful in every point. Beholding then the array called Mandala that was exceedingly fierce, King Yudhishthira himself disposed his troops in the array called Vajra. And when the divisions were thus arrayed, car warriors and horsemen, stationed in their proper places, uttered leonine shouts. Accompanied by their respective forces, the brave warriors of both armies, well versed in smiting, and longing for battle, proceeded, desirous of breaking each other's array. And Bharadvaja's son proceeded against the king of the Matsyas, and his son, Aswathaman, against Sikandin. And King Duryodhana himself rushed against the son of Prashada. And Nakula and Sadeva went forth against the king of the Madras. And Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti proceeded against Iravat. And many kings together battled with Dhananjaya. And Bhimasena, exerting himself well, opposed the son of Hridika in battle. And possessed of great prowess, Abhimanyu, the son of Arjuna, fought in battle, O king, against the sons Chitrasena and Vikarna, and Durmarshana. And Hidimva's son, that prince of the Rakshasas, rushed against that mighty bowman, the ruler of the Pragyatishas, like one infuriate elephant against another. And the Rakshasa Alamvasha, O king, excited with wrath, rushed in battle against the invincible Satyaki in the midst of his followers. And Burishravas, exerting himself greatly, fought against Drishtaketu. And Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, proceeded against King Shrutayesh. And Chekatana in that battle fought against Kripa. And others, among the Kuru warriors, exerting themselves powerfully, proceeded against that mighty Kar warrior Bhima. And thousands of other kings surrounded Dhananjaya with darts, lances, arrows, maces, and spiked clubs in their hands. Then Arjuna, excited with great wrath, addressing him of Vrishni's race, said, Behold, O Madhava, the Dhartarashtra troops in battle, arrayed by the high-souled son of Ganga, acquainted with every kind of array. Behold, O Madhava, those brave warriors, countless in number, and desirous of battle, with me. Behold, O Kesva, the ruler of the Trigartas with his brothers. This very day I shall slay them all, O Janardana, before thy eyes them, that is, O foremost of the Yadus, who, longing for battle, with me, are on the field. Having said these words, the son of Kunti, rubbing his bowstring, showered his arrows on that multitude of kings. And those great bowmen also poured on him thick showers of arrows, like clouds that fill a lake with torrents of rain in the rainy season. And loud shouts were heard in thy army, O monarch, when in that great battle the two Krishnas were seen covered with thick showers of arrows. And the gods, the celestial rishis, and the Gandharvas with the Uragas, beholding the two Krishnas in that state, were filled with great wonder. Then Arjuna, O king, excited with wrath, invoked the angel weapon. And then the prowess we beheld of Vijaya seemed to be highly wonderful, insomuch that those showers of weapons shot by his foes were checked by his myriads of arrows. And there among those thousands of kings and steeds and elephants was none, O king, that was not wounded. And others, O sire, the son of Pritha pierced, each with 2 or 3 arrows. And while being thus struck by Pritha, they sought the protection of Bhishma, the son of Santanu. But Bhishma then became the rescuer of those warriors who were like men sinking in the fathomless deep. And in consequence of those warriors thus flying away and mixing with thy troops, thy broken ranks, O king, were agitated like the vast deep with a tempest. Footnotes 200:1. The last verse is read variously. But the Bombay and the Bengal texts have faults of their own. The first word is Ugranadam, Bengal, and not Ugranagam, Bombay. The Vahuvarnarapam, Bombay, is correct, and not Vahuvarnarudam, Bengal. The last word of the first line is Samudanamevam, Bombay, and not Samudanavarnam, Bengal. 201:1 differently read in the Bengal texts, viz., Somadatta with the Saint Havas. 201:2 The Bengal reading Rathas in the first line of 6 is a mistake, should be, as in the Bombay text, Tatha. 202:1 The last word of the first line of 36 is Amitan in the Bengal texts. The Bombay reading is Varmatan. I prefer the Bengal reading. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 83. Sanjaya said, And when the battle was thus raging, and after Suserman had ceased fighting, and the other heroic warriors of the Kuru army had been routed by the high-souled son of Pandu, after, indeed, thy army, resembling the very ocean, had become quickly agitated, and the son of Ganga had speedily proceeded against the car of Vijaya, King Duryodhana, beholding the prowess of Partha in battle, quickly proceeded towards those kings, and addressing them as also the heroic and mighty Suserman, stationed in their van, said in their midst these words, gladdening them all, this Bhishma, the son of Santanu, this foremost one among the Kurus, reckless of his very life, is desirous of fighting with his whole soul against the Nanjaya. Exerting your best, ye all, united together, and accompanied by your troops, protect in battle the grandsire of Bharata's race, who is proceeding against the hostile army. Saying, yes, all those divisions, belonging to those kings, O monarch, proceeded, following the grandsire. Then the mighty Bhishma, the son of Santanu, thus rushing to battle, speedily came upon Arjuna of Bharata's race, who also had been coming towards him, on his exceedingly resplendent and large car, unto which were yoked white steeds, and upon which was set up his standard bearing the fierce ape, and whose rattle resembled the deep roll of the clouds. And thy entire army, beholding the diadem-decked Dhananjaya, thus coming to battle, uttered, from fear, many loud exclamations. And beholding Krishna, reins in hand, and looking like the midday sun in splendor, thy troops could not gaze at him. And so also the Pandavas were incapable of looking at Santanu's son Bhishma of white steeds and white bow, and resembling the planet Sukra risen in the firmament. And the latter was surrounded on all sides by the high-souled warriors of the Trigartas, headed by their king with his brothers and sons, and by many other mighty car warriors. Meanwhile, Bharadvaja's son pierced with his winged arrows the king of the Matsyas in battle. And in that combat he cut off the latter's standard with one shaft, and his bow also with another. Then Virata, the commander of a large division, leaving aside that bow thus cut off, quickly took up another that was strong and capable of bearing a great strain. And he also took up a number of blazing arrows that resembled snakes of virulent poison. And he pierced Drona in return with 3 of these, and his 4 steeds with 4. And then he pierced Drona's standard with 1 arrow, and his charioteer with 5. And he also pierced Drona's bow with 1 arrow, and, at all this, that bull among Brahmanas became highly angry. Then Drona slew Virata's steeds with 8 straight shafts, and then his charioteer, O chief of the Bharatas, with 1 shaft. His charioteer having been slain, Virata jumped down from his car, whose steeds also had been killed. And then that foremost of car warriors speedily mounted upon the car of his son, Sankha. Then sire and son, staying on the same car, began with great might to resist the son of Bharadvaja with a thick shower of arrows. Then the mighty son of Bharadvaja, excited with wrath, quickly shot at Sankha in that encounter, an arrow resembling a snake of virulent poison. And that arrow, piercing through Sankha's breast and drinking his blood, fell upon the earth, wet and smeared with gore. Struck with that arrow of Bharadvaja's son, Sankha speedily fell down from his car, his bow and arrows loosened from his grasp in the very presence of his sire. And beholding his son slain, Virata fled from fear, avoiding Drona in battle, who resembled death's self with gasping mouth. The son of Bharadvaja then, without losing a moment, checked the mighty host of the Pandavas resisting combatants by hundreds and thousands. Sikandin also, O king, getting at Drona's son in that battle, struck the latter between his brows with 3 swiftly coursing shafts. And that tiger among men, viz., a Swathaman, pierced with those shafts, looked beautiful like the mountain Meru with its 3 tall golden crests. Then, O king, a Swathaman excited with rage, and within half the time taken up by a wink of the eye, overthrew in that battle Sikandin's charioteer and standard and steeds and weapons, covering them with myriads of shafts. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., Sikandin, that scorcher of foes, jumping down from that car whose steeds had been slain, and taking up a sharp and polished scimitar and a shield, excited with rage, moved on the field with great activity like a hawk. And while moving with great activity, O king, on the field sword in hand, the son of Drona failed to find an opportunity for striking him. And all this seemed highly wonderful. And then, O bull of Bharata's race, the highly wrathful son of Drona sent after Sikandin in that battle many thousands of shafts. But Sikandin, that foremost of mighty men, with his sharp sword cut that fierce shower of arrows coming towards him. Then the son of Drona cut into pieces that resplendent and beautiful shield decked with 100 moons, and then that sword also of Sikandin. And he pierced the latter's person also, O king, with a large number of winged arrows. Then Sikandin, whirling the fragment in his hand of that sword of his which had been cut off by a Swathaman with his arrows, and which resembled a blazing snake, quickly hurled it at him. The son of Drona, however, displaying in that battle the lightness of his arms, cut off that broken blade, coming impetuously towards him and resembling in splendor the fire that blazeth forth at the end of the Yuga. And he pierced Sikandin himself with innumerable arrows made of iron. Then Sikandin, O king, exceedingly afflicted with those whetted arrows, speedily mounted on the car of Satyaki, that high-souled scion of Madhu's race. Then Satyaki, excited with rage, pierced in that battle, with his terrible shafts, the cruel Rakshasa Alamvasha on all sides. That prince of Rakshasas then, O Bharata, cut off in that combat Satyaki's bow with a crescent-shaped arrow, and pierced Satyaki also with many shafts. And creating by his Rakshasa powers an illusion, he covered Satyaki with showers of arrows. But wonderful was the prowess that we then beheld of the grandson of Seni, inasmuch as struck with those whetted shafts he betrayed no fear. On the other hand, O Bharata, that son of Vrishni's race supplied, with mantras, the angel weapon, which that illustrious hero of Madhu's race had obtained from Vijaya. That weapon, consuming into ashes that demoniac illusion, covered Alamvasha all over with terrible shafts, like a mass of clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain in the rainy season. Thereupon the Rakshasa, thus afflicted by that hero of Madhu's race, fled away in fear, avoiding Satyaki in battle. Then the grandson of Seni, having vanquished that prince of Rakshasas who was incapable of being vanquished by Maghavat himself, uttered a loud roar in the very sight of all thy troops. And Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, then began to slay thy troops with innumerable shafts, whereupon the latter fled away in fear. Meanwhile, O monarch, Drishtadyumna, the mighty son of Drupada, covered thy royal son in battle with innumerable straight shafts. While, however, O Bharata, Drishtadyumna was thus shrouding him with his shafts, thy royal son was neither agitated nor struck with fear. On the other hand, he speedily pierced Drishtadyumna in that battle, first with 60 and then with 30 shafts. And all these seemed highly wonderful. Then the commander of the Pandava army, O Bharata, excited with wrath, cut off his bow. And that mighty car warrior then slew in that combat the 4 steeds of thy son, and also pierced him with 7 shafts of the keenest points. Thereupon, thy son, that mighty armed warrior endued with great strength, jumping down from that car whose steeds had been slain, ran on foot, with an upraised saber, towards the son of Prashada. Then the mighty Sakuni, devoted to the king, quickly coming to that spot, caused thy royal son to mount on his own car in the very sight of all. Then that slayer of foes, the son of Prashada, having vanquished the king, began to slaughter thy troops like the wielder of the thunderbolt slaughtering the Asuras. Kritavarman, in that battle, covered with his arrows, that mighty car warrior Bhima. Indeed, he overwhelmed the latter entirely, like a mighty mass of clouds shrouding the sun. Then that chastiser of foes, viz., Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and laughing the while, sped some shafts at Kritavarman. Struck therewith, that Adaratha of the Satwata race, excelling all in might, trembled not, O king, but, instead, pierced Bhima, in return, with many sharp arrows. Then the mighty Bhimasena, slaying the 4 steeds of Kritavarman, felled the latter's charioteer, and then his beautiful standard. And that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Bhima, then pierced Kritavarman himself with many shafts of diverse kinds. And Kritavarman, pierced all over, seemed to be excessively mangled in every limb. Then from that car whose steeds had been slain, Kritavarman quickly went to the car of Vrishaka, in the very sight, O king, of both Salyat and thy son. And Bhimasena, excited with rage, began to afflict thy troops. Goaded to fury, he began to slay them, like the destroyer himself armed with his club. Footnotes 205:1 Satyaki was Arjuna's disciple in arms. Vijaya was another name of Arjuna. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 84. Dhritarashtra said, "Many and wonderful, O Sanjaya, were the single combats I hear thee speak of between the Pandavas and my warriors. Thou speakest not, however, O Sanjaya, of any one of my side having been cheerful on such occasions. Thou always speakest of the sons of Pandu as cheerful and never routed, O Sutta, and thou speakest of mine as cheerless, deprived of energy, and constantly vanquished in battle. All this, without doubt, is destiny." Sanjaya said, "Thy men, O bull of Bharata's race, exert themselves according to the measure of their might and courage, and display their valor to the utmost extent of their strength. As contact with the properties of the ocean make the sweet waters of the celestial stream Ganga brackish, so the valor, O king, of the illustrious warriors of thy army coming in contact with the heroic sons of Pandu in battle becometh futile. Exerting themselves according to their might, and achieving the most difficult feats, thou shouldst not, O chief of the Kurus, find fault with thy troops. O monarch, this great and awful destruction of the world, swelling the population of the domains of Yama, hath arisen from thy misconduct and that of thy sons. It behoveth thee not, O king, to grieve for what hath arisen from thy own fault. Kings do not always in this world protect their lives. These rulers of earth, desirous of winning by battle the regions of the righteous, daily fight, penetrating into hostile divisions, with heaven only for their aim. On the forenoon of that day, O king, great was the carnage that ensued, resembling what occurred in the battle between the gods and the Asuras of old. Listen to it, O monarch, with undivided attention. The 2 princes of Avanti, those great bowmen endued with exceeding might, those excellent warriors fierce in battle, beholding Iravat, advanced against him. The battle that took place between them was fierce, making the hair stand on end. Then Iravat, excited with rage, quickly pierced those 2 brothers of celestial forms with many sharp and straight shafts. Those 2, however, conversant with all modes of warfare, pierced him in return in that battle. Struggling their best to slaughter the foe, and desirous of counteracting each other's feats, no distinction, O king, could be observed between them as they fought. Airavat then, O monarch, with 4 shafts, dispatched the 4 steeds of Anuvinda to the abode of Yama. And with a couple of sharp, broad-headed shafts, O sire, he cut off the bow and standard also of Anuvinda. And this feat, O king, seemed highly wonderful. Then Anuvinda, leaving his own car, mounted on the car of Vinda. taking up an excellent and strong bow capable of bearing a great strain, and Yavinda, as also his brother Vinda, those foremost of car warriors hailing from Avanti, both stationed on the same car, quickly shot many shafts at the high-souled Iravat. Shot by them, those shafts of great impetuosity decked with gold, while coursing through the air, covered the welkin. Then Iravat, excited with rage, showered on those mighty car warriors, those two brothers, of Avanti, his arrowy downpours, and felled their charioteer. When the charioteer, deprived of life, fell down on the ground, the horses, no longer restrained, ran away with car. Having vanquished those two warriors, that daughter's son of the king of the Nagas, displaying his prowess, then began to consume with great activity thy ranks. Then that mighty Dhartarashtra host, while thus slaughtered in battle, began to reel in many directions like a person who hath drunk poison. That prince of Rakshasa, the mighty son of Hidimva, on his car of solar effulgence furnished with a standard, rushed against Bhagadatta. The ruler of the Praggyatishas was stationed on his prince of elephants like the wielder of the thunderbolt in days of old in the battle occasioned by the ravishment of Tarka. The gods, the Gandharvas, and the rishis had all come there. They could not, however, notice any distinction between Hidimva's son and Bhagadatta. As the chief of the celestials, excited with wrath, had inspired the Danavas with fear, so did Bhagadatta, O king, frighten the Pandava warriors. And the warriors of the Pandava army, frightened by him on all sides, failed, O Bharata, to find among their ranks any protector. We beheld, however, O Bharata, the son of Bhimasena there, on his car. The other mighty car warriors fled away with cheerless hearts. When, however, O Bharata, he troops of the Pandavas rallied, and the battle that then ensued an awful uproar arose among thy troops. Then Gatotkacha, O king, in that dreadful battle, covered Bhagadatta with his arrows like the clouds pouring rain on the breast of Meru. Baffling all those arrows shot from the Rakshas's bow, the king quickly struck the son of Bhimasena in all his vital limbs. That prince of the Rakshasa, however, though struck with innumerable straight shafts, wavered not at all, but stood still, like a mountain pierced with shafts. Then the ruler of the Praggyatishas, excited with wrath, hurled in that combat 14 lances, all of which, however, were cut off by the Rakshasa. Cutting off by means of his sharp shafts those lances, the mighty armed Rakshasa pierced Bhagadatta with 70 shafts, each resembling the thunderbolt in force. Then the ruler of the Praggyatishas, laughing the while, O Bharata, dispatched in that combat the 4 steeds of the Rakshasa to death's domain. The prince of the Rakshasas, however, of great valor, staying on that car whose steeds had been slain, hurled with great force a dart at the elephant of the ruler of the Praggyatishas. King Bhagadatta then cut off that swift dart furnished with a staff of gold and coursing impetuously towards him into 3 fragments, and thereupon it fell down on the ground. Beholding his dart cut off, the son of Hidimva fled from fear like Namuchi, that foremost of the Daityas, in days of old, from battle with Indra. Having vanquished in battle that hero of great valor and renowned prowess, who, O king, cannot be vanquished in battle by Yama himself or Varuna, King Bhagadatta with his elephant began to crush down the troops of the Pandavas like a wild elephant. O king, crushing as he treads the lotus stalks in a lake. The ruler of the Madras engaged in battle with his sister's sons, the twins. And they overwhelmed those sons of Pandu with clouds of arrows. Then Sadeva, beholding his maternal uncle, engaged in battle with him, covered him with arrows like the clouds covering the maker of day. Covered with those clouds of arrows, the ruler of the Madras wore a delighted expression, and the twins also felt great delight for the sake of their mother. Then Salya, that mighty car warrior, smiting effectively in that battle, dispatched with 4 excellent shafts, O king, the 4 steeds of Nakula to the abode of Yama. Nakula then, that mighty car warrior, quickly jumping down from that car whose steeds had been slain, mounted upon the vehicle of his renowned brother. Stationed then on the same car, those two heroes, both fierce in battle, and both excited with rage, began to shroud the car of the ruler of Madras, with their arrows, drawing their bows with great strength. But that tiger among men, though thus covered by his sister's sons with innumerable straight arrows, shook not in the least, but stood immovable, like a hill. Laughing the while, he smote them, in return, with showers of arrows. Then Sadeva of great prowess, O Bharata, excited with wrath, took up a powerful shaft, and rushing at the ruler of the Madras, shot it at him. That shaft, endued with the impetuosity of Garuda himself, shot by him, pierced the ruler of the Madras through, and fell on the earth. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, deeply pierced and greatly pained, sat down, O king, on the terrace of his car, and went into a swoon. Beholding him, thus, afflicted by the twins, deprived of consciousness, and prostrated, on his car, his charioteer bore him away on his vehicle over the field. Seeing the car of the ruler of the Madras retreating from battle, the Dhritarashtra's all became cheerless and thought it was all over with him. Then those mighty car warriors, viz., the two sons of Madri, having vanquished in battle their maternal uncle, cheerfully blew their conches and uttered leonine roars. And then they rushed joyfully, O king, towards thy forces like the gods Indra and Upendra, O monarch, towards the Daitya host. Footnotes 207:1 Davakaram Prapya, lit, reaching the path of the sun, i.e., while coursing through the sky. 208:1 The meaning seems to be that Salya was pleased in witnessing the skill of his sister's sons, while the twins themselves were pleased in displaying that skill before one who was related to them through their mother. 208:2 The Burdwan Pundits render this verse by carelessly taking Viryavat as an adjective of Saram. It qualifies Sadeva. The reading Viryavat occurs in no text. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 85. Sanjaya said, Then when the sun attained the meridian, King Yudhishthira, beholding Shrutayesh, urged on his steeds. And the king rushed at Shrutayesh, that chastiser of foes, striking him with 9 straight shafts of keen points. That great bowman, viz., King Shrutayesh then, checking in that battle those arrows shot by the son of Pandu, struck Yudhishthira with 7 shafts. These penetrating through his armor, drank his blood in that battle, as if sucking the very vital energies dwelling in the body of that high-souled one. The son of Pandu then, though deeply pierced by that high-souled king, pierced King Shrutayesh, in return, at the latter's heart, with an arrow shaped as the boar's ear. And that foremost of car warriors, viz., the son of Pritha, with another broad-headed arrow, quickly felled on the earth the standard of the high-souled Shrutayesh from his car. Beholding his standard overthrown, King Shrutayesh then, O monarch, pierced the son of Pandu with 7 sharp shafts. Thereupon Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, blazed up with wrath, like the fire that blazeth forth at the end of the yuga for consuming creatures. Beholding the son of Pandu excited with rage, the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Rakshasas trembled, O king, and the universe became agitated. And even this was the thought that arose in the minds of all creatures, viz., that king, excited with rage, would that day consume the 3 worlds. Indeed, when the son of Pandu was thus excited with wrath, the rishis and the celestials prayed for the peace of the world. Filled with wrath and frequently licking the corners of his mouth, Yudhishthira assumed a terrible expression looking like the sun that riseth at the end of the yuga. Then all thy warriors, O king, became hopeless of their lives, O Bharata. Checking, however, that wrath with patience, that great bowman endued with high renown then cut off Shrutayesh's bow at the grasp. And then, in the very sight of all the troops, the king in that battle pierced Shritesh, whose bow had been cut off, with a long arrow in the center of the chest. And the mighty Yudhishthira then, O king, speedily slew with his arrows the steeds of Shritesh, and then, without losing a moment, his charioteer. Beholding the prowess of the king, Shritesh, leaving the car whose steeds had been slain, quickly fled away from battle. After that great bowman had been vanquished in combat by the son of Dharma, all the troops of Duryodhana, O king, turned their faces. Having, O monarch, achieved this feat, Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, began to slay thy troops like death himself with wide-open mouth. Chekatana of the Vrishni race, in the very sight of all the troops, covered with his shafts Gautama, that foremost of car warriors. Baffling all those arrows, Kripa the son of Saradwat pierced Chekatana in return, who was fighting with great care, O king, with arrows in that battle. Then, O Bharata, with another broad-headed arrow he cut off Chekatana's bow, and endued with great lightness of hand, he also felled with another broad-headed arrow the former's charioteer. Kripa then, O monarch, slew Chekatana's steeds, as also both the warriors that protected the latter's wings. Then Chekatana of the Satwata race quickly jumped down from his car and took up a mace. The foremost of all wielders of the mace, Chekatana, with that hero-slaying mace of his, slew the steeds of Gautama and then felled his charioteer. Then Gautama, standing on the ground, shot 16 arrows at Chekatana. Those arrows, piercing through that hero of the Satwata race, entered the earth. Thereat, Chekatana, excited with rage, once more hurled his mace, desirous of slaying Gautama, like Purandara desirous of slaying Vritra. Then Gautama, with many thousands of arrows, checked that huge mace, endued with the strength of adamant, that was coursing towards him. Then Chekatana, O Bharata, drawing his saber from the sheath, rushed with great speed towards Gautama. Thereupon Gautama also, throwing away his bow, and taking up a polished saber, rushed with great speed towards Chekatana. Both of them possessed of great strength, and both armed with excellent sabers, began to strike each other with those sharp-edged weapons of theirs. Then those bulls among men, struck with the force of each other's sabers, fell down on the earth, that common element of all creatures. Exhausted by the efforts they had made, the limbs of both were motionless in a swoon. Then Karakarsha, impelled by friendship, quickly rushed to that spot. And that invincible warrior, beholding Chekatana in that plight, took him up on his car in the very sight of all troops. And so also the brave Sakuni, thy brother-in-law, O monarch, speedily caused Gautama, that foremost of car warriors, to mount on his car. The mighty Drishtaketu, excited with wrath, speedily pierced the son of Somadatta, O king, with 90 shafts in the chest. And the son of Somadatta looked highly resplendent with those shafts on his chest, like the sun, O king, with his rays at midday. Purusharthas, however, in that battle, with his excellent shafts, deprived Drishtaketu, that mighty car warrior, of his car, slaying his charioteer and steeds. And beholding him deprived of his car, and his steeds and charioteer slain, Purusharthas covered Drishtaketu in that combat with a thick shower of arrows. The high-souled Drishtaketu then, O sire, abandoning that car of his, mounted upon the vehicle of Satanika. Chitrasena and Vikarna, O king, and also Dharmarshana, these car warriors cased in golden mail, all rushed against the son of Subhadra. Then a fierce battle took place between Abhimanyu and those warriors, like the battle of the body, O king, with wind, bile, and phlegm. That tiger among men, however, viz., Abhimanyu, having, O king, deprived thy sons of their cars, slew them not, remembering Bhima's words. Then, during the progress of the fight, Kunti's son, Arjuna, of white steeds, beholding Bhishma, who was incapable of being vanquished by very gods, proceeding to rescue thy sons in view of Abhimanyu a boy and alone though a mighty car warrior, addressed Vasudeva and said these words, urge the steeds, O Hrishikesa, to that spot where are those numerous car warriors. They are many in number, brave, accomplished in arms, invincible in battle. Guide the horses so, O Madhava, that the foe may not be able to slay our troops. Thus urged by Kunti's son of immeasurable energy, he of Vrishni's race then drove that car, unto which were yoked white steeds, to battle. When Arjuna, excited with rage, thus proceeded towards thy army, a loud uproar, O sire, arose among thy troops. The son of Kunti then, having come up to those kings that were protecting Bhishma, first addressed Suserman, O king, and said these words, I know thee to be foremost in battle, and a dire enemy of ours of old. Behold today the terrible fruit of that evil behavior of thine. I will today cause thee to visit the manes of thy ancestors. That leader of car divisions, Suserman, however, hearing these harsh words uttered by that slayer of foes viz. Vibhatsu, told him nothing, in reply, well or ill. But, approaching the heroic Arjuna, with a large number of kings in his train, and surrounding him in that battle, he covered him aided by thy sons, O sinless one, with arrows from all sides, viz., front, rear, and flanks, like the clouds covering the maker of day. Then, O Bharata, a dreadful battle took place between thy army and the Pandavas, in which blood ran like water. Footnotes 209:1 lit. This one no longer is, i.e., alive. 209:2 the original is Vigvantas, a practical, meaning plucking as flowers. 211:1 these, in Hindu physiology, are the three humors of the body always contending for mastery over the vital forces. 211:2 Bhima had vowed to slay the sons of Dhritarashtra, therefore, Abhimanyu liked not to falsify his uncle's vow by himself slaying any of them. 211:3 instead of yet in the beginning of the second line, yada would be better. None of the printed text, however, have yada. 211:4 in the first line of 50, the Bengal reading is Sudam. I prefer the Bombay reading which is Atyantam. 4. Again, Pariyaja in the beginning of the second line, the Bombay text reads Anayasa which is better. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 86. Sanjaya said, then the mighty Dhananjaya, struck with those shafts and drawing long breaths like a trodden snake, cut off, with great force, by means of his successive shafts, the bows of those mighty car warriors. Cutting off in a moment, O king, the bows of those powerful monarchs in that battle, the high-souled Arjuna, desiring to exterminate them, pierced all of them simultaneously with his shafts. Struck, thus, by Indra's son, O king, some of them fell down on the field, covered with blood. And some had their limbs mangled, and some had their heads struck off. And some perished with bodies mangled and coats of mail cut through. And afflicted by the arrows of Partha, many of them, falling down on the earth, perished together. Beholding then those princes slain in battle, the ruler of the Trigartas advanced on his car. And 32 others amongst those car warriors, they who had been protecting the rear of the slain combatants, also fell upon Partha. These all, surrounding Partha, and drawing their bows of loud twang, poured on him a thick shower of arrows like the clouds pouring torrents of water on the mountain breast. Then Dhananjaya, afflicted with that arrowy downpour in that battle, became excited with wrath, and with 60 arrows steeped in oil he dispatched all those protectors of the rear. Having vanquished in battle those 60 car warriors, the illustrious Dhananjaya became cheerful at heart. And having slain also the forces of those kings, Jishnu sped for Bhishma's slaughter. Then the ruler of the Trigartas, beholding his friends those mighty car warriors slain, speedily advanced upon Partha, with a number of other kings in his van, for slaying him. Then the Pandava warrior headed by Sikandin, beholding those combatants advancing upon the Nanjaya that foremost of all conversant with arms, proceeded with whetted weapons in hand, desirous of protecting the car of Arjuna. Partha also beholding those brave men advanced towards him with the ruler of the Trigartas, mingled them in battle with arrows shot from Gandiva. Then that distinguished bowman, desirous of approaching Bhishma, beheld Duryodhana and other kings headed by the ruler of the Sindhus, fighting with great energy for a moment and checking those warriors that were desirous of protecting Bhishma, the heroic Arjuna of great valor and infinite prowess avoiding Duryodhana and Jayadratha and others, that warrior of mighty strength and great mental vigor, at last proceeded, bow and arrow in hand, towards the son of Ganga in battle. The high-souled Yudhishthira also, of fierce prowess and infinite renown, avoiding in battle the ruler of the Madras who had been assigned to his share, quickly proceeded, with excited wrath and accompanied by Bhima and the sons of Madri towards Bhishma, the son of Santanu, for battle. Conversant with all modes of warfare, the high-souled son of Ganga and Santanu, though attacked in battle by all the sons of Pandu united together, wavered not at all. Of fierce might and great energy, King Jayadratha of sure aim, advancing in battle, forcibly cut off with his own excellent bow the bows of all those mighty car warriors. And the illustrious Duryodhana also, with excited wrath and having wrath for his position, struck Yudhishthira and Bhimasena and the twins and Partha with arrows resembling flames of fire. Pierced with arrows by Kripa and Sala and Chitrasena, O Lord, the Pandavas, inflamed with rage, resembled the gods pierced with arrows by the united Daityas in days of old. King Yudhishthira then, beholding Sikandin flying away, having had his weapon cut off by Santanu's son, became filled with anger. The high-souled Ajatasattu, angrily addressing Sikandin in that battle, said these words, Thou saidst at that time, in the presence of thy sire, Unto me even I shall slay Bhishma of high vows, with my shafts of the hue of the effulgent sun. Truly do I say this, even this was thy oath. That oath of thine thou dost not fulfill, inasmuch as thou dost not slay Devavrata in battle. O hero, be not a person of unfulfilled vow. Take care of thy virtue, race, and fame. Behold Bhishma of terrible impetuosity scorching all my troops with his innumerable arrows of fierce energy and destroying everything in a moment like death himself. With thy bow cut off avoiding the battle, and vanquished by the royal son of Santanu, whither dost thou go, forsaking thy kinsmen and brothers? This doth not become thee. Beholding Bhishma of infinite prowess, and our army routed and flying away, thou art assuredly, O son of Drupada, frightened, since the color of thy face is pale. Unknown to thee, O hero, the Nanjaya hath engaged in the dreadful battle. Celebrated over the whole world, why, O hero, art thou afraid today of Bhishma? Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the just, that were harsh, though fraught with sound reason, the high-souled Sikandin, regarding them as good counsel, speedily set himself about slaying Bhishma. And while Sikandin was proceeding to battle with great impetuosity for falling upon Bhishma, Salya began to resist him with terrible weapons that were difficult of being baffled. The son of Drupada, however, O king, of prowess equal to that of Indra himself, beholding those weapons effulgent as the fire that blazeth forth at the hour of universal dissolution, thus displayed, was not confounded in the least. Checking those weapons by means of his own shafts, that mighty bowman, viz., Sikandin, stayed there without moving. And then he took up another weapon, viz., the fierce Varuna weapon for baffling those fiery weapons of Salya. Then the celestials staying in the firmament, and the kings of the earth also, all beheld Salya's weapons, baffled by that Varuna weapon of Sikandin. Meanwhile, the high-souled and heroic Bhishma, O king, in that battle, cut off the bow and the variegated standard also of Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira of the Ajamata race. Thereupon casting aside his bow and arrows upon beholding Yudhishthira overwhelmed with fear, and taking up a mace in that battle, Bhimasena rushed, on foot, at Jayadratha. Then Jayadratha, with 500 terrible arrows of keen points and each resembling the rod of death, pierced Bhimasena from every side, who was thus rushing impetuously at him, mace in hand. Disregarding those arrows, the impetuous Vrikotara, with heart filled with rage, slew in that battle all the steeds, born in Arata, of the king of the Sindhus. Then beholding Bhimasena on foot, thy son, Chitrasena, of unrivaled prowess and resembling the chief of the Celestials himself, quickly rushed at him on his car, with upraised weapons, forgiving him his quietus. Bhima also, roaring and uttering a loud shout, rushed at him impetuously, mace in hand. Thereupon the Kauravas all around, beholding that upraised mace resembling the rod of death, forsaking thy brave son, fled away, desirous of avoiding its fall amongst them. In that fierce and awful crush of men, O Bharata, confounding the senses, Chitrasena, however, beholding that mace coursing towards him, was not deprived of his senses. Taking up a bright scimitar and a shield, he forsook his car and became a warrior on foot in the field, for jumping down from his vehicle, like a lion from the top of a cliff, he came down upon the level ground. Meanwhile that mace, failing upon that beautiful car and destroying the vehicle itself with its steeds and charioteer in that battle, dropped on the ground like a blazing meteor, loosened from the firmament, failing upon the earth. Then thy troops, O Bharata, beholding that highly wonderful feat, became filled with joy, and all of them together set up a loud shout over the field of battle. And the warriors all applauded thy son for what they witnessed. Footnotes 213:1 The Bombay reading which I adopt is Ajnayamanas Cha. The Bengal reading seems to be incorrect. 213:2 Vipralapavavidam is literally force from unreasoning declamation. The Bombay reading is vicious. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 87. Sanjaya said, approaching then thy son Chitrasena of great energy, who had thus been deprived of his car, thy son Vikarna caused him to mount on his car. And during the progress of that general engagement, so fierce and dreadful, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, impetuously rushed at Yudhishthira. Then the Srinjayas with their cars, elephants, and horses trembled. And they regarded Yudhishthira to be already within the jaws of death. The Lord Yudhishthira, however, of Kuru's race, accompanied by the twins, proceeded towards that mighty bowman, that tiger among men, viz., Bhishma. Then the son of Pandu, shooting in that battle thousands of arrows, shrouded Bhishma like the clouds shrouding the sun. And those numberless arrows, well shot by Yudhishthira, were received by the son of Ganga in distinct sets by hundreds and thousands. And so also, O sire, innumerable were the arrows shot by Bhishma in return, which looked like flights of insects coursing through the air. And half the time taken up by a wink of the eye, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, in that battle, made Kunti's son invisible by means of his numberless shafts shot in sets. Then King Yudhishthira, excited with rage, sped at the high-souled Kaurava a long arrow resembling a snake of virulent poison. That mighty car warrior, Bhishma, however, O king, cut off in that combat, with a horseshoe-headed arrow, that shaft shot from Yudhishthira's bow before it could reach him. Having cut off that long arrow resembling death himself, Bhishma then slew in that battle the steeds, decked with gold, of that prince of Kuru's line. Then Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, abandoning the car whose steeds had been slain, quickly mounted upon the car of the high-souled Nakula. Then Bhishma, that subjugator of hostile cities, excited with rage, and coming upon the twins in that battle, covered them with arrows. Beholding those two brothers, O king, thus afflicted with the arrows of Bhishma, Yudhishthira began to reflect earnestly, desirous, O monarch, of compassing Bhishma's destruction. Then Yudhishthira, O king, urged his friends and the rulers on his side, saying, Slay Bhishma the son of Santanu, uniting together. Then all those rulers, hearing these words of Pritha's son, surrounded the grandsire with a large number of cars. Thy sire Devavrata then, thus surrounded on all sides, began to sport, O king, with his bow, felling, all the while, many mighty car warriors. Him of Kuru's race, thus careering over the field of battle, the Pandavas beheld resembling a young lion in the forest amid a herd of deer. Uttering a loud roar in that battle and striking fear into the hearts of brave warriors by means of his shafts, the Kshatriyas beholding him, O king, were all struck with fear, like inferior animals upon seeing a lion. Indeed, the Kshatriyas beheld the movements of that lion of Bharata's race in battle to resemble those of a conflagration aided by the wind while consuming a heap of dry grass. And Bhishma in that battle felled the heads of car warriors like a skillful man felling, with stones, ripe, palmyra, fruits from trees that bear them. And the heads of warriors, O king, falling upon the surface of the earth, produced a loud noise resembling that of a stony shower. During the progress of that fierce and dreadful battle, a great confusion set in among all the troops. And in consequence of that confusion, the arrays of both armies were broken. And the Kshatriyas, summoning one another individually, approached one another for fight. Then Sikandin, sighting the grandsire of the Bharatas, rushed at him impetuously, saying, Wait, remembering, however, the femininity of Sikandin, and disregarding him on that account, Bhishma proceeded against the Srinjayas. Thereupon the Srinjayas, beholding Bhishma in that great battle, were filled with joy. And they set forth diverse kinds of loud shouts, mingled with the blare of their conches. Then commenced a fierce battle, in course of which cars and elephants got entangled with one another. And it was that hour of the day, O Lord, when the sun was on the other side of the meridian. Then Drishtadyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, and that mighty car warrior Satyaki, greatly afflicted the Bharata host with showers of arrows and lances. And with innumerable shafts, O king, these two began to smite down thy warriors in that battle. Thy combatants, however, O bull among men, though slaughtered in battle, thus retreated not from the fight, having formed an honorable resolution in that engagement. Indeed, thy troops began to smite according to the measure of their courage. While, however, O king, thy high-souled combatants were being slaughtered by the illustrious son of Prashada, loud cries of woe were heard among them. Hearing those loud cries, that couple of mighty car warriors of thy army, viz., Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, quickly proceeded against Prashada's son. And those mighty car warriors, speedily slaying his steeds, together covered Prashada's son with showers of arrows. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, viz., the prince of the Panchalas, quickly jumping down from that car of his, mounted without loss of time the car of the high-souled Satyaki. Then King Yudhishthira, supported by a large force, proceeded against those chastisers of foes, viz., the two princes of Avanti, excited with rage. Similarly thy son, O sire, with every preparation, stood, surrounding Vinda and Anuvinda in that battle, for supporting them. Arjuna also in that battle, excited with rage, fought against many bulls of the Kshatriya race, like the wielder of the thunderbolt against the Asuras. Drona also, who always does what is agreeable to thy son, inflamed with wrath in that battle, began to consume the Panchalas like fire consuming a heap of cotton. Thy other sons, O king, owning Duryodhana as their chief, surrounding Bhishma in that battle, fought against the Pandavas. Then when the sun assumed a red hue, King Duryodhana, O Bharata, addressing thy troops, said, Lose no time in while they were thus battling and achieving feats difficult of accomplishment, the sun having become invisible in consequence of his retirement behind the western hill, there soon flowed, towards dusk, an awful river whose current and billows were of blood, and which was infested by innumerable jackals. And the field of battle became dreadful, abounding as it did with spirits, and with those jackals howling hideously, foreboding evil. Rakshasas and Pisachas and other cannibals were seen all round, in hundreds and thousands. Then Arjuna, having vanquished those kings headed by Suserman along with all their followers, in the midst of their division, proceeded towards his tent. And the Lord Yudhishthira, also of Kuru's race, accompanied by his brothers, and followed by his troops, proceeded, O king, when night set in, towards his tent. And Bhimasena, too, having vanquished those kings, viz. those warriors headed by Duryodhana, proceeded towards his tent. And King Duryodhana, with his troops, surrounding Bhishma, the son of Santanu, in that great battle, proceeded towards his tent. And Drona, and Drona's son, and Kripa, and Salya, and Kritavarman of the Satwata race, surrounding the whole Dhritarashtra army, proceeded towards their tents. And similarly Satyaki also, O king, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, surrounding their army, proceeded towards their tents. It was thus, O king, that those chastisers of foes, viz., thy troops and the Pandavas, ceased to fight when darkness came. Then the Pandavas and the Kauravas, retiring to their tents, entered the same, applauding one another, and making arrangements for the protection of their brave warriors and disposing outposts according to rule, they plucked out the arrows from their bodies and bathed in diverse kinds of water. And Brahmanas performed propitiatory rites for them, and bards sang their praises. And those renowned men sported for a while in accompaniment with music both vocal and instrumental. And for a while the whole scene resembled heaven itself. And those bulls among men for a while spoke not of battle. And when both armies abounding with tired men and elephants and steeds slept there, they became, O monarch, beautiful to behold. Footnotes 214:1 The meaning seems to be that the arrows shot by Yudhishthira were cut off by Bhishma in numberless distinct sets, taking each set at a time. 216:1 i.e., just before setting. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 88. Sanjaya said, having passed the night in sound sleep, those rulers of men, the Kauravas and the Pandavas, once more proceeded to battle. And when the troops of both armies were about to proceed to the field, great was the uproar heard there, resembling the loud uproar of the ocean itself. Then King Duryodhana, and Chitrasena, and Vivansati, and that foremost of Kaur warriors, viz., Bhishma and Bharadvaja's son, possessed of great prowess, those mighty Kaur warriors, clad in mail and uniting together, O king, formed with great care the array of the Kauravas against the Pandavas. Having formed that mighty array fierce as the ocean, and having for its billows and current its steeds and elephants, thy sire Bhishma, the son of Santanu, then, O king, proceeded in the van of the whole army, supported by the Mallavas, and the inhabitants of the southern countries, and the Avantis. Next to him was the valiant son of Bharadvaja, accompanied by the Palindas, the Paratas, and the Kshudraka Mallavas. Next to Drona was the valiant Bhagadatta. O king, firmly resolved on fight, accompanied by the Magadhas, the Kalingas, and the Pisachas. Behind Bhagadata was Vrihadvala, the king of the Kosalas, accompanied by the Malakas, the Tripuras, and the Chichilas. Next to Vrihadvala was the brave Trigarta, the ruler of the Prasthala, accompanied by a large number of the Kambojas, and by Yavnas in thousands. Next to the ruler of the Trigartas, O Bharata, proceeded that mighty hero, viz., the son of Drona, uttering leonine roars and filling the earth with those shouts. Next to Drona's son proceeded King Duryodhana with the whole army, surrounded by his uterine brothers. Behind Duryodhana proceeded Kripa, the son of Saradwat. It was thus that that mighty array, resembling the very ocean, advanced to battle. And standards and white umbrellas, O Lord, and beautiful bracelets and costly bows shed their effulgence there. And beholding that mighty array of thy forces, that great car warrior Yudhishthira speedily addressed the generalissimo of his forces, viz., Prashada's son, saying, Behold, O great bowman, that array, already formed, resembling the ocean. Do thou also, O son of Prashada, form without delay thy counter-array. Thus addressed, the heroic son of Prashada, O great king, formed that terrible array called Sringataka that is destructive of all hostile arrays. At the horns were Bhimasena and that mighty car warrior, viz., Satyaki, with many thousands of cars as also of horse and infantry. Next to them was that foremost of men, viz., Arjuna, of white steeds and having Krishna for his charioteer. In the center were King Yudhishthira and the twin sons of Pandu by Mandri. Other royal bowmen, conversant with the science of arrays, with their troops, filled up that array. In the rear were ordered Abhimanyu, and that mighty car warrior, Virata, and the sons of Draupadi and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha. Thus, O Bharata, having formed their mighty array, the heroic Pandavas waited on the field, longing for battle and desirous of victory. And the loud noise of drums mingling with the blare of conches and leonine roars and shouts of the combatants and the slapping of their armpits became terrible and filled all the points of the compass. Then those brave warriors, approaching one another for battle, looked at one another, O king, with winkless eyes. Then, O ruler of men, the warriors, first challenging each other by name, engaged with each other. Then commenced a fierce and terrible battle between thy troops and those of the foe striking one another. And in that battle, O Bharata, whetted shafts fell in showers like terrible snakes with mouths wide open. And polished darts of impetuous force, washed with oil, O king, shone like the effulgent flashes of lightning from the clouds. And maces decked with gold and attached to bright slings were seen to fall all over the field, resembling beautiful crests of hills. And sabers of the color of the clear, blue sky, O Bharata, and shields of bulls' hides and decked with 100 moons, as they fell everywhere over the field, O king, looked beautiful. And as the two armies, O king, were engaged in battle with each other, they looked resplendent like the celestial and the demoniac hosts battling with each other. All around they rushed against one another in battle. Foremost of royal car warriors, impetuously dashing against car warriors in that dreadful battle, fought on, with the yokes of their cars entangled with those of their adversaries. And, O bull of Bharata's race, all over the field flashes of fire mixed with smoke were generated, in consequence of friction, in the tusks of battling elephants. And combatants on the backs of elephants, struck with lances, were seen all around to fall down like blocks, loosened, from crests of hills. And brave foot soldiers, battling with their bare arms, or with lances, and striking one another, looked exceedingly beautiful. And the warriors of the Kaurava and the Pandava hosts, coming upon one another in that conflict, dispatched one another with diverse kinds of shafts to the abode of Yama. Then Bhishma, the son of Santanu, filling the air with the rattle of his car, and depriving the foe of his senses by the twang of his bow, rushed against the Pandavas in battle. The car warriors of the Pandavas, too, headed by Drishtadyumna, uttering fierce shouts, rushed at him, firmly resolved on fight. Then commenced, O Bharata, a battle between the infantry, car warriors, and elephants, of theirs and thine, in which the combatants became all entangled with one another. Footnotes 218:1 Krishnasarthis, Bombay. The Bengal reading is Veneradvajas. 218:2 The true reading, I think, is that of the Bombay text, viz., Namabis. The Bengal reading is Manobis. How can persons challenge each other mentally, although they may single out their antagonists so? Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 89. Sanjaya said, the Pandavas were incapable of even looking at Bhishma, excited with rage in battle and scorching every side like the sun himself shedding scorching heat. Then all the Pandava troops, at the command of Dharma's son, rushed at the son of Ganga, who was grinding everything with his whetted arrows. Bhishma, however, who delighted in battle, felled the mightiest of bowmen amongst the Srinjayas and the Panchalas with his shafts. Though thus slaughtered by Bhishma, the Panchalas along with the Samakas still rushed impetuously at him, forsaking the fear of death. The heroic Bhishma, the son of Santanu, however, in that battle, cut off, O king, the arms and heads of their car warriors. Thy sire, Devavrata, deprived their car warriors of cars, and the heads of cavalry soldiers on their chargers fell fast. And we beheld, O king, huge elephants looking like hills, deprived of their riders, and paralyzed with Bhishma's weapons, lying all around. Amongst the Pandavas, O king, there was no other man save that foremost of car warriors, the mighty Bhimasena, who could resist Bhishma. Indeed, Bhima alone, approaching Bhishma, encountered him in battle. Then in that encounter between Bhima and Bhishma, a fierce and terrible uproar arose among all the troops of the Kauravas. The Pandavas then, filled with joy, uttered leonine shouts. During that destructive carnage, King Duryodhana, surrounded by his uterine brothers, protected Bhishma in that battle. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., Bhima, slew Bhishma's charioteer. Thereupon the steeds, no longer controlled, ran away from the field with car. Then that slayer of foes, viz., Bhima, with a sharp arrow having a horseshoe head, cut off the head of Sunaba. Thus, slain, the latter fell down on the earth. When that son of thine, that mighty car warrior and great bowman, was slain, 7 of his heroic brothers, O sire, could not, quietly, bear that act. These, viz., Adityaketu and Vavasan, and Kundadhara and Mahadara, and Aprajita, and Pandataka, and the invincible Visalaksha, clad in variegated armor and with their beautiful coats of mail and weapons, these grinders of foes desirous of battle rushed against the son of Pandu. And Mahadara, in that battle, pierced Bhimasena with 9 winged arrows, each resembling the thunderbolt in force, like the slayer of Vritra striking the great Asura, Namuchi. And Adityaketu struck him with 70 shafts, and Vishnu with 5. And Kundadhara struck him with 90 shafts, and Visalaksha with 7. And that conqueror of foes, the mighty car warrior Aprajita, O king, struck Bhimasena of great strength with many arrows. And Pandataka also, in battle, pierced him with 3 arrows. Bhima, however, did not, quietly, bear these attacks of his foes in battle. Forcibly grasping the bow with his left hand, that grinder of foes cut off, in that battle, the head, with a straight shaft, of thy son Aprajita, graced with a fine nose. Thus vanquished by Bhima, his head then dropped on the ground. Then, in the very sight of all the troops, Bhima dispatched, with another broad-headed arrow, the mighty car warrior Kundadhara to the domain of death. Then that hero of immeasurable soul, once more aiming an arrow, sped it, O Bharata, at Pandataka in that battle. And the arrow killing Pandataka entered the earth, like a snake impelled by death quickly entering the earth after dispatching the person whose hour had come. Of underpressed soul, that hero then, O king, recollecting his former woes, felled Visalaksha's head, cutting it off with 3 arrows. Then Bhima, in that battle, struck the mighty bowman Mahadara in the center of the chest with a long shaft. Slain therewith, O king, the latter fell down on the earth. Then, O Bharata, cutting off with an arrow the umbrella of Adityaketu in that battle, he severed his head with another broad-headed shaft of exceeding sharpness. Then, O monarch, excited with rage, Bhima, with another straight shaft, dispatched Vavasan towards the abode of Yama. Then thy other sons, O king, all fled away regarding the words to be true which Bhima had uttered in the midst of the Kaurava assembly. Then King Duryodhana, afflicted with sorrow on account of his brothers, addressed all his troops, saying, There is Bhima. Let him be slain. Thus, O king, thy sons, those mighty bowmen, beholding their brothers slain, recollected those words beneficial and peaceful that Vidura of great wisdom had spoken. Indeed, those words of the truthful Vidura are now being realized, those beneficial words, O king, which, influenced by covetousness and folly as also by affection for thy sons, thou couldst not then understand. From the way in which that mighty armed hero is slaying the Kauravas, it seemeth that that mighty son of Pandu hath assuredly taken his birth for the destruction of thy sons. Meanwhile, King Duryodhana, O sire, overwhelmed with great grief, went to Bhishma, and there, overcome with sorrow, he began to lament, saying, My heroic brothers have been slain in battle by Bhimasena. Although, again, all our troops are fighting bravely, yet they also are failing. Thou seemest to disregard us, behaving, as thou dost, like an indifferent spectator. Alas, what course have I taken? Behold my evil destiny. Sanjaya continued. Hearing these cruel words of Duryodhana, thy sire Devavrata, with eyes filled with tears, said this unto him. Even this was said by me before, as also by Drona, and Vidura, and the renowned Gandhari. O son, thou didst not then comprehend it. O grinder of foes, it hath also been before settled by me that neither myself, nor Drona, will ever escape with life from this battle. I tell thee truly that those upon whom Bhima will cast his eyes in battle, he will surely slay. Therefore, O king, summoning all thy patience, and firmly resolved on battle, fight with the sons of Pritha, making heaven thy goal. As regards the Pandavas, they are incapable of being vanquished by the very gods with Vasva at their head. Therefore, setting thy heart firmly on battle, fight, O Bharata. Footnotes 219:1 Nagas, which may mean both stones and trees. In either case, the comparison would apply. 220:1 is pledge, viz., that in battle he would slay all the sons of Dhritarashtra. 221:1 The Bengal reading is Tatas Kruthar. The Bombay reading is Vachas Kruram. I adopt the latter. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 90. Dhritarashtra said, Beholding my sons, so many in number, O Sanjaya, slain by a single person, what did Bhishma and Drona and Kripa do in battle? Day after day, O Sanjaya, my sons are being slain. I think, O Sutta, that they are completely overtaken by evil destiny, inasmuch as my sons never conquer but are always vanquished. When my son staying in the midst of those unretreating heroes, viz. Drona and Bhishma, and the high-souled Kripa, and Somadatta's heroic son and Bhagadatta, and Aswathaman also, O son, and other brave warriors, are being still slain in battle, What can it be said save the result of fate? The wicked Duryodhana did not comprehend our words before, though admonished by me, O son, and by Bhishma and Vidura. Though forbidden, always by Gandhari, too, from motives of doing him good, Duryodhana of wicked understanding awoke not before from folly. That conduct hath now borne fruit, inasmuch as Bhimasena, excited with wrath, dispatcheth, day after day in battle, my insensate sons to the abode of Yama. Sanjaya said, those excellent words of Vidura, uttered for thy good, but which thou didst not then understand, have now come to be realized. Vidura had said, restrain thy sons from the dice. Like a man whose hour is come refusing the proper medicine, thou didst not then listen to the words of well-wishing friends counseling thee for thy good. Those words uttered by the righteous have now been realized before thee. Indeed, the Kauravas are now being destroyed for having rejected those words, deserving of acceptance, of Vidura and Drona and Bhishma and thy other well-wishers. These very consequences happened even then when thou declinedst to listen to those counsels. Hear now, however, to my narration of the battle exactly as it has happened. At midday the battle became exceedingly awful and fraught with great carnage. Listen to me, O king, as I describe it. Then all the troops of the Pandava army, excited with rage, rushed, at the command of Dharma's son, against Bhishma alone from desire of slaying him. Drishtadyumna and Sikandin, and the mighty car warrior Satyaki, accompanied, O king, by their forces, proceeded against Bhishma alone. And those mighty car warriors, viz., Virata and Drupada, with all the Samakas, rushed in battle against Bhishma alone. And the Kaikyas, and Drishtaketu, and Kuntabhoja, equipped in mail and supported by their forces, rushed, O king, against Bhishma alone. And Arjuna, and the sons of Draupadi, and Chekatana of great prowess, proceeded against all the kings under the command of Duryodhana. And the heroic Abhimanyu, and that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Hidimva, and Bhimasena, excited with wrath, rushed against the other Kauravas. Thus, the Pandavas, divided into three bodies, began to slaughter the Kauravas. And similarly the Kauravas also, O king, began to slaughter their foes. That foremost of car warriors, viz., Drona, excited with wrath, rushed against the Samakas and the Srinjayas, desirous of sending them to the abode of Yama. Thereupon loud cries of woe arose among the brave Srinjayas while they were being slaughtered. O king, by Bharadvaja's son bow in hand. Large numbers of Kshatriyas, struck down by Drona, were seen to all convulsing like persons writhing in the agony of disease. All over the field were continuously heard moans and shrieks and groans resembling those of persons afflicted with hunger. And so the mighty Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and like unto a second Yama, caused a terrible carnage amongst the Kaurava troops. There in that dreadful battle, in consequence of the warriors slaying one another, a terrible river began to flow whose billowy current consisted of blood. And that battle, O king, between the Kurus and the Pandavas, becoming fierce and awful, began to swell the population of Yama's kingdom. Then in that battle Bhima, excited with wrath, fell with great impetuosity upon the elephant division of the Kauravas, and began to send many to the regions of death. Then, O Bharata, struck with Bhima's shafts, some of those beasts fell down, some were paralyzed, some shrieked in pain, and some ran away in all directions. Huge elephants, their trunks cut off and limbs mangled, screaming like cranes, began, O king, to fall down on the earth. Nakula and Sadeva fell upon the Kaurava cavalry. Many steeds with garlands of gold on their heads, and with their necks and breasts adorned with ornaments of gold, were seen to be slain in hundreds and thousands. The earth, O king, was strewn with fallen steeds. And some were deprived of their tongues, and some breathed hard, and some uttered low moans, and some were void of life. The earth looked beautiful, O chief of men, with those steeds of such diverse kinds. At the same time, O Bharata, she looked fiercely resplendent, O monarch, with a large number of kings slain by Arjuna in that battle, and strewn with broken cars and rent banners and brilliant umbrellas, with torn chamoras and fans, and mighty weapons broken into fragments, with garlands and necklaces of gold, with bracelets, with heads decked with earrings, with headgears loosened from off heads, with standards, with beautiful bottoms of cars, O king, and with traces and reins. The earth shone as brightly as she does in spring when strewn with flowers. And it was thus, O Bharata, that the Pandava host suffered destruction when Bhishma the son of Santanu, and Drona that foremost of Kar warriors, and Aswathaman, and Kripa, and Kritavarman were inflamed with wrath. And similarly thy army also suffered the same kind of destruction when the other side, viz., the Pandava heroes, were excited with rage. Footnotes 221:2. The last word of this verse in the Bengal text is Sanjaya. In the Bombay text, it is Samyuj. The latter seems to be the true reading, for after Sanjaya in the first line, its repetition in the second is useless. 221:3. The last word of the fourth verse is Anavardhanam. In the Bengal texts it is Sumahatmanam. 221:4. The last word of the first line of 8 is Vichitesa and not, as in the Bengal texts, including the Burdwan edition, Visashatas, which would scarcely have any meaning. 222:1. I have expanded the first line of 13, as a closely literal version would scarcely be intelligent to the general reader. The sense is that the evil consequences that have now overtaken thee arose even then when the beneficial counsels of Vidura were first rejected. 222:2. The Bengal reading Dwadhabhyatise is incorrect. It should be, as in the Bombay text, Tritabhutise. 222:3. In the Bengal texts, Tava in the first line is incorrect. It should be Tatra, Bombay. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 91. Sanjaya said, during the progress, O king, of that fierce battle fraught with the slaughter of great heroes, Sakuni the glorious son of Suvala rushed against the Pandavas. And so also, O monarch, Hritika's son of the Satwata race, that slayer of hostile heroes, rushed in that battle against the Pandava ranks. And smiling the while, several warriors on thy side, with a large number of steeds consisting of the best of the Kamvoja breed, as also of those born in the country of the rivers, and of those belonging to Arata and Mahi and Sindhu, and of those of Vinayu also that were white in hue, and lastly those of hilly countries, surrounded the Pandava army. And so also with horses, exceedingly swift, fleet as the very winds, and belonging to the Titri breed, others encompassed that army. And with many horses, clad in mail and decked with gold, the foremost of their class and fleet as the winds, the mighty son of Arjuna, viz. Airavat, that slayer of foes, approached the Kaurava force. This handsome and valiant son of Arjuna, named Airavat, was begotten upon the daughter of the king of the Nagas by the intelligent Partha. Her husband having been slain by Garuda, she became helpless, and of cheerless soul. Childless as she was bestowed upon Arjuna by the high-souled Airavat. Partha accepted her for wife, coming to him as she did under the influence of desire. It was thus that son of Arjuna was begotten upon the wife of another. Abandoned by his wicked uncle from hatred of Partha, he grew up in the region of the Nagas, protected by his mother. And he was handsome and endued with great strength, possessed of diverse accomplishments, and of prowess incapable of being baffled. Hearing that Arjuna had gone to the region of Indra, he speedily went thither. And the mighty-armed Airavat, possessed of prowess and capable of being baffled, approaching his sire, saluted him duly, standing before him with joined hands. And he introduced himself to the high-souled Arjuna, saying, I am Airavat. Blessed be thou, and I am thy son, O Lord. And he reminded Arjuna of all the circumstances connected with the latter's meeting with his mother. And thereupon the son of Pandu recollected all those circumstances exactly as they happened. Embracing his son then, who resembled himself in accomplishments, Partha, and Indra's abode, was filled with joy. The mighty-armed Airavat then, O king, in the celestial regions was, O Bharata, joyfully commanded by Arjuna, with regard to his own business, in these words, when the battle takes place, assistance should be rendered by thee. Saying yes, O Lord, he went away. And now at the time of battle he presented himself, O king, accompanied with a large number of steeds of great fleetness and beautiful color. And those steeds, decked with ornaments of gold, of various colors and exceeding fleetness, suddenly coursed over the field, O king, like swans on the bosom of the vast deep. And those steeds, failing upon thine of exceeding swiftness, struck their chests and noses against those of thine. Afflicted by their own impetuous clash against thine, they suddenly fell down, O king, on the earth. And in consequence of those steeds, as also of thine occasioned by that clash, loud sounds were heard resembling what occurs at Garuda's swoop. And the rider of those steeds, O king, thus dashing against one another in that battle, began to slay one another fiercely. And during that general engagement, which was fierce and terrible, the chargers of both sides, escaping from press of battle, ran wildly away over the field. Weakened by one another's shafts, brave warriors, with their horses killed under them, and themselves worn out with exertion, perished fast sabering one another. Then when those cavalry divisions were thinned and a remnant only survived, the younger brothers of Suvala's son, possessed of great wisdom, rode out, O Bharata, from the Kaurava array, to the van of battle, mounted on excellent chargers that resembled the tempest itself in both fleetness and the violence of their dash, and that were well trained and neither old nor young, those 6 brothers endued with great strength, viz., Gaya, Gavaksha, Vrishava, Charmavat, Arjava, and Sukha, dashed out of the mighty Kaurava array, supported by Sakuni and by their respective forces of great valor, themselves clad in mail, skilled in battle, fierce and mean, and possessed of exceeding might. Breaking through that invincible cavalry division of the Pandavas, O thou of mighty arms, those Gandhara warriors who could with difficulty be vanquished, supported by a large force, desirous of heaven, longing for victory, and filled with delight, penetrated into it. Beholding them filled with joy, the valiant Airavat, addressing his own warriors decked with diverse ornaments and weapons, said unto them, Adopt such contrivances in consequence of which these Dhritarashtra warriors with their weapons and animals may all be destroyed. Saying yes, all those warriors of Airavat began to slay those mighty and invincible Dhritarashtra soldiers. Beholding that their own warriors were thus overthrown by Airavat's division, those sons of Suvala, being unable to beat it coolly, all rushed at Airavat and surrounded him on all sides. And commanding all their followers to attack those of Airavat with lances, those heroes swept over the field, creating a great confusion. And Airavat, pierced with lances by those high-souled warriors, and bathed in blood that trickled down his wounds, looked like an elephant pierced with the hook. Wounded deeply on the chest, back, and flanks, singly encountering the many, he did not yet, O king, swerve from his natural firmness. Indeed, Airavat, excited with rage, deprived all those adversaries of their senses, piercing them, in that battle, with sharp shafts. And that chastiser of foes, tearing those lances from off his body, struck with them the sons of Suvala in battle. Then unsheathing his polished sword and taking his shield, he rushed on foot, desirous of slaying Suvala's sons in that combat. The sons of Suvala, however, recovering their senses, once more rushed at Airavat, excited with wrath. Airavat, however, proud of his might, and displaying his lightness of hand, proceeded towards all of them, armed with his sword. Moving as he did with great activity, the sons of Suvala, although they moved about on their fleet steeds, could not find an opportunity for striking that hero on foot. Beholding him then on foot, his foes surrounded him closely and wished to take him captive. Then that crusher of foes, seeing them contiguous to himself, struck off, with his sword, both their right and left arms, and mangled their other limbs. Then those arms of theirs adorned with gold, and their weapons, fell down on the earth, and they themselves, with limbs mangled, fell down on the field, deprived of life. Only Vrishava, O king, with many wounds on his person, escaped, with life, from that dreadful battle destructive of heroes. Beholding them lying on the field of battle, thy son Duryodhana, excited with wrath, said unto that Rakshasa of terrible mien, viz., Rishyashringa's son, Alamvasha, that great bowman versed in illusion, that chastiser of foes, who bore feelings of animosity against Bhimasena in consequence of the slaughter of Vaka, these words, Behold, O hero, how the mighty son of Falguni, versed in illusion, hath done me a severe injury by destroying my forces. Thou also, O sire, art capable of going everywhere at will and accomplished in all weapons of illusion. Thou cherishest animosity also for Partha. Therefore, do thou slay this one in battle. Saying yes, that Rakshasa of terrible mien proceeded with a leonine roar to that spot where the mighty and youthful son of Arjuna was. And he was supported by the heroic warriors of his own division, accomplished in smiting, well-mounted, skilled in battle and fighting with bright lances. Accompanied by the remnant of that excellent cavalry division of the Kauravas, he proceeded, desirous of slaying in battle the mighty Airavat. That slayer of foes, viz., the valiant Airavat, excited with rage, and advancing speedily from desire of slaying the Rakshasa, began to resist him. Beholding him advance, the mighty Rakshasa speedily set himself about for displaying his powers of illusion. The Rakshasa then created a number of elusive chargers which were ridden by terrible Rakshasas armed with spears and axes. Those 2,000 accomplished smiters advancing with rage were, however, soon sent to the regions of Yama, falling in the encounter with Airavat's forces. And when the forces of both perished, both of them, invincible in battle, encountered each other like Vritra and Vasva. Beholding the Rakshasa, who was difficult of being vanquished in battle, advancing towards him, the mighty Airavat, excited with rage, began to check his onset. And when the Rakshasa approached him nearer, Airavat with his sword quickly cut off his bow, as also each of his shafts into 5 fragments. Seeing his bow cut off, the Rakshasa speedily rose up into the welkin, confounding with his illusion the enraged Airavat. Then Airavat also, difficult of approach, capable of assuming any form at will, and having a knowledge of what are the vital limbs of the body, rising up into the welkin, and confounding with his illusion the Rakshasa began to cut off the latter's limbs in that battle, and thus were the limbs of the Rakshasa repeatedly cut into several pieces. Rakshasa ceases to be italicized at this point for a couple of pages, JBH. Then the Rakshasa, however, O king, was reborn, assuming a youthful appearance. Illusion is natural with them, and their age and form are both dependent on their will. And the limbs of that Rakshasa, O king, cut into pieces, presented a beautiful sight. Airavat, excited with rage, repeatedly cut that mighty Rakshasa with his sharp axe. The brave Rakshasa, thus cut into pieces like a tree by the mighty Airavat, roared fiercely. And those roars of his became deafening. Mangled with the axe, the Rakshasa began to pour forth blood in torrents. Then Alamvasha, the mighty son of Rishyasringa, beholding his foe blazing forth with energy, became infuriated with rage and himself put forth his prowess in that combat. Assuming a prodigious and fierce form, he endeavored to seize the heroic son of Arjuna, viz., the renowned Airavat. In the sight of all the combatants there present, beholding that illusion of the wicked Rakshasa in the van of battle, Airavat became inflamed with rage and adopted steps for himself, having recourse to illusion. And when that hero, never retreating from battle, became inflamed with wrath, a Naga related to him by his mother's side came to him. Surrounded on all sides, in that battle by Nagas, that Naga, O king, assumed a huge form mighty as Ananta himself. With diverse kinds of Nagas then he covered the Rakshasa. While being covered by those Nagas, that bull among Rakshasas reflected for a moment, and assuming the form of Garuda, he devoured those snakes. When that Naga of his mother's line was devoured through illusion, Airavat became confounded. And while in that state, the Rakshasa slew him with his sword. Alamvasha felled on the earth Airavat's head decked with earrings and graced with a diadem and looking beautiful like a lotus or the moon. When the heroic son of Arjuna was thus slain by the Rakshasa, the Dhartarashtra host with all the kings in it were freed from grief. In that great battle that was so fierce, awful was the carnage that occurred among both the divisions. Horses and elephants and foot soldiers, entangled with one another, were slain by tuskers. And many steeds and tuskers were slain by foot soldiers. And in that general engagement bodies of foot soldiers and cars, and large numbers of horses belonging both to thy army and theirs, were slain, O king, by car warriors. Meanwhile, Arjuna, not knowing that the son of his loins had been slaughtered, slew in that battle many kings who had been protecting Bhishma. And the warriors, O king, of thy army and the Srinjayas, by thousands, poured out their lives as libations on the fire of battle, striking one another. And many car warriors, with disheveled hair, and with swords and bows fallen from their grasp, fought with their bare arms, encountering one another. The mighty Bhishma also, with shafts capable of penetrating into the very vitals, slew many mighty car warriors, and caused the Pandava army to tremble the while. By him were slain many combatants in Yudhishthira's host, and many tuskers and cavalry soldiers and car warriors and steeds. Beholding, O Bharata, the prowess of Bhishma in that battle, it seemed to us that it was equal to that of Sakra himself. And the prowess of Bhimasena, as also that of Parshada, was hardly less, O Bharata, than that of Bhishma. And so also the battle fought by that great bowman, viz., Satyaki, of Satwata's race, was equally fierce. Beholding, however, the prowess of Drona, the Pandavas were struck with fear. Indeed, they thought, alone, Drona can slay us with all our troops. What then should be said of him when he is surrounded by a large body of warriors who for their bravery are renowned over the world? Even this, O king, was what the Partha said, afflicted by Drona. During the progress of that fierce battle, O bull of Bharata's race, the brave combatants of neither army forgave their adversaries of the other. O sire, the mighty bowmen of both thy army and that of the Pandavas, inflamed with wrath, fought furiously with one another, as if they were possessed of by the Rakshasas and demons. Indeed, he did not see any one in the battle which was so destructive of lives, and which was considered as a battle of the demons, to take of life. Footnotes 223:1 Steeds that are described as Nadijas would literally mean those born in rivers. The Punjab, or some other country watered by many rivers, is meant. 224:1 literally, in soil belonging to another. The original is Paraksheetar. 225:1 Vayuvega Samsparsam, literally, the contact of whose dash or collision resembles that of the wind in force. The meaning, therefore, is that those chargers dashed against hostile division with the fury of the tempest. 226:1 in the first line of 64, the true reading is Sarvamarmajna and not Sarvadharmajna. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 92. Dhritarashtra said, "Tell me, O Sanjaya, all that the mighty Partha did in battle when they heard that Airavat had been slain." Sanjaya said, "Beholding Airavat slain in battle, the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, the son of Bhimasena, uttered loud shouts. And in consequence of the loudness of those roars, the earth, having the ocean for her robes, along with her mountains and forests, began to tremble violently. And the welkin also and the quarters, both cardinal and subsidiary, all trembled. And hearing those loud roars of his, O Bharata, the thighs and other limbs of the troops began to tremble, and sweat also appeared on their persons. And all thy combatants, O king, became cheerless of heart. And all over the field the warriors stood still, like an elephant afraid of the lion. And the Rakshasa, uttering those loud roars resembling the rattle of thunder, assuming a terrible form, and with a blazing spear upraised in hand, and surrounded by many bulls among Rakshasas of fierce forms armed with diverse weapons, advanced, excited with rage and resembling the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. Beholding him advance in wrath and with a terrible countenance, and seeing also his own troops almost all running away from fear of that Rakshasa, King Duryodhana rushed against Gatotkacha, taking up his bow with arrow fixed on the string, and repeatedly roaring like a lion. Behind him proceeded the ruler of the Vangas, with 10,000 elephants, huge as hills, and each with juice trickling down. Beholding thy son, O king, thus, advancing surrounded by that elephant division, that ranger of the night, viz., Gatotkacha, was highly inflamed with rage. Then commenced a battle with utmost vehemences that made the hair stand on end between the formidable Rakshasa and the troops of Duryodhana. And beholding also that elephant division risen on the horizon like a cloud, the Rakshasas, inflamed with rage, rushed towards it, weapons in hand, and uttering diverse roars like clouds charged with lightning. With arrows and darts and swords and long shafts, as also with spears and mallets and battle-axes and short arrows, they began to smite down that elephant host. And they slew huge elephants with mountain summits and large trees. While the Rakshasas slew those elephants, O king, we saw that some of them had their frontal lobes smashed, some were bathed in blood, and some had their limbs broken or cut through. At last, when that elephant host was broken and thinned, Duryodhana, O king, rushed upon the Rakshasas under the influence of rage and becoming reckless of his very life. And that mighty warrior sped clouds of sharp shafts at the Rakshasas. And that great bowman slew many of their foremost warriors. Inflamed with rage, O chief of the Bharatas, that mighty car warrior, viz., thy son Duryodhana, then slew with 4 shafts 4 of the principal Rakshasas, viz., Vegavat, Maharudra, Vidyujiva, and Pramathan. And once again, O chief of the Bharatas, that warrior of immeasurable soul, sped at the Rakshasa host showers of arrows that could with difficulty be resisted. Beholding that great feat of thy son, O sire, the mighty son of Bhimasena blazed up with wrath. Drawing his large bow effulgent as the lightning, he rushed impetuously at the wrathful Duryodhana. Beholding him, thus, rushing like death himself commissioned by the destroyer, thy son Duryodhana, O king, shook not at all. With eyes red in anger, and excited with rage, Gatotkacha, then, addressing thy son, said, I shall today be freed from the debt I owe to my sires, as also to my mother, they that had so long been exiled by thy cruel self. The sons of Pandu, O king, were vanquished by thee in that match at dice. Draupada's daughter Krishna also, while ill and, therefore, clad in a single raiment, was brought into the assembly, and great trouble was given by thee in diverse ways, O thou most wicked, unto her. While dwelling also in her sylvan retreat, thy well-wisher, that wicked wight, viz., the ruler of the Sindhus, persecuted her further, disregarding my sires. For these and other wrongs, O wretch of thy race, I shall today take vengeance if thou dost not quit the field. Having said these words, Hidimva's son, drawing his gigantic bow, biting his nether lip with his teeth, and licking the corners of his mouth, covered Duryodhana with a profuse shower, like a mass of clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain in the rainy season. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 93. Sanjaya said, that arrowy shower, difficult of being borne by even the Dandavas, King Duryodhana, however, quietly bore in that battle, like a gigantic elephant bearing a shower from the blue. Then, filled with anger and sighing like a snake, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, was placed in a position of great danger. He then shot 25 sharp arrows of keen points. These, O king, fell with great force on that bull among Rakshasas, like angry snakes of virulent poison on the breast of Gandhamadana. Pierced with those shafts, blood trickled down the Rakshas's body, and he looked like an elephant with rent temples. Thereupon that cannibal set his heart upon the destruction of the Kuru king. And he took up a huge dart that was capable of piercing even a mountain. Blazing with light, effulgent as a large meteor, it flamed with radiance like the lightning itself. And the mighty-armed Gatotkacha, desirous of slaying thy son, raised that dart. Beholding that dart upraised, the ruler of the Vangas, mounting upon an elephant huge as a hill, drove towards the Rakshasa. On the field of battle, with the mighty elephant of great speed, Bhagadata placed himself in the very front of Duryodhana's car. And with that elephant he completely shrouded the car of thy son. Beholding then the way to Duryodhana's car, thus covered by the intelligent king of the Vangas, the eyes of Gatotkacha, O king, became red in anger. And he ruled that huge dart, before upraised, at that elephant. Struck, O king, with that dart hurled from the arms of Gatotkacha, that elephant, covered with blood and in great agony, fell down and died. The mighty king of the Vangas, however, quickly jumping down from that elephant, alighted on the ground. Duryodhana then, beholding the prince of elephants slain, and seeing also his troops broken and giving way, was filled with anguish. From regard, however, for a Kshatriya's duty as also his own pride, the king, though defeated, stood firm like a hill. Filled with wrath and aiming a sharp arrow that resembled the Yuga fire in energy, he sped it at that fierce wanderer of the night. Beholding that arrow, blazing as Indra's bolt, thus coursing towards him, the high-souled Gatotkacha baffled it by the celerity of his movements. With eyes red in wrath, he once more shouted fiercely, frightening all thy troops, like the clouds that appear at the end of the Yuga. Hearing those fierce roars of the terrible Rakshasa, Bhishma the son of Santanu, approaching the preceptor, said these words, "These fierce roars that are heard, uttered by Rakshasas, without doubt indicate that Hidimva's son is battling with King Duryodhana. That Rakshasa is incapable of being vanquished in battle by any creature. Therefore, blessed be ye, go thither and protect the king. The blessed Duryodhana hath been attacked by the high-souled Rakshasa. Therefore, ye chastisers of foes, even this is our highest duty." Hearing those words of the grandsire, those mighty car warriors, without loss of time and with the utmost speed, proceeded to the spot when the king of the Kurus was. They met Duryodhana and Somadatta and Valhika and Jayadratha and Kripa and Burishravas and Salya, and the two princes of Avanti along with Vrihadvala, and Aswathaman and Vikarna, and Chitrasena and Vivansati. And many thousands of other car warriors, including all those that followed them, proceeded, desirous of rescuing thy son Duryodhana, who had been hotly pressed. Beholding that invincible division protected by those mighty car warriors, coming towards him with hostile intentions, that best of Rakshasas, viz., the mighty armed Gatotkacha, stood firm like the Menaka mountain, with a huge bow in hand, and surrounded by his kinsmen armed with clubs and mallets and divers other kinds of weapons. Then commenced a fierce battle, making the hair stand on end, between those Rakshasas on the one side and that foremost of Duryodhana's divisions on the other. And the loud noise of twanging bows in that battle was heard, O king, on all sides, resembling the noise made by burning bamboos. And the din produced by the weapons falling upon the coats of mail of the combatants resembled, O king, the noise of splitting hills. And the lances, O monarch, hurled by heroic arms, while coursing through the welkin, looked like darting snakes. Then, excited with great wrath and drawing his gigantic bow, the mighty armed prince of the Rakshasas, uttering a loud roar, cut off, with a crescent-shaped arrow, the preceptor's bow in a rage. And overthrowing, with another broad-headed arrow, the standard of Somadatta, he uttered a loud yell. And he pierced Valhika with 3 shafts in the center of the chest. And he pierced Kripa with 1 arrow, and Chitrasena with 3. And with another arrow, well armed and well sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he struck Vikarna at the shoulder joint. Thereupon the latter, covered with gore, sat down on the terrace of his car. Then that Rakshasa of immeasurable soul, excited with rage, O bull of Bharata's race, sped at Burishravas 5 and 10 shafts. These, penetrating through the latter's armor, entered the earth. He then struck the chariot of Vivingsati and Aswathaman. These fell down on the front of their cars, relinquishing the reins of the steeds. With another crescent-shaped shaft he overthrew the standard of Jayadratha bearing the device of a boar and decked with gold. And with a second arrow he cut off the latter's bow. And with eyes red in wrath, he slew with 4 shafts the 4 steeds of the high-souled king of Avanti. And with another arrow, O king, well-tempered and sharp, and shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he pierced King Vrihadvala. Deeply pierced and exceedingly pained, the latter sat down on the terrace of his car. Filled with great wrath and seated on his car, the prince of the Rakshasas then shot many bright arrows of keen points that resembled snakes of virulent poison. These, O king, succeeded in piercing Salya accomplished in battle. Footnotes 229:1 The last word of the second line is variously read. The Bengal reading is Mahadwijas, probably implying Garuda, the prince of birds. I have adopted the Bombay reading. 230:1 IE, with temporal juice trickling down. 230:2 The duty consisted in not retreating from the field. 230:3 IE, the rescue of the king. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 94. Sanjaya said, having in that battle made all those warriors of thy army turn their faces from the field, the Rakshasa then, O chief of the Bharatas, rushed at Duryodhana, desirous of slaying him. Beholding him rushing with great impetuosity towards the king, many warriors of thy army, incapable of defeat in battle, rushed towards him, in return, from desire of slaying him. Those mighty car warriors, drawing their bows that measured full 6 cubits long, and uttering loud roars like a herd of lions, all rushed together against that single warrior. And surrounding him on all sides, they covered him with their arrowy showers like the clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain in autumn. Deeply pierced with those arrows and much pained, he resembled then an elephant pierced with the hook. Quickly then he soared up into the firmament like Garuda. And, while there, he uttered many loud roars like the autumnal clouds, making the welkin and all the points of the compass cardinal, and subsidiary, resounded with those fierce cries. Hearing those roars of the Rakshasa, O chief of the Bharatas, King Yudhishthira then, addressing Bhima, said unto that chastiser of foes these words, "The noise that we hear uttered by the fiercely roaring Rakshasa, without doubt, indicates that he is battling with the mighty car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army. I see also that the burden has proved heavier than what that bull among Rakshasas is able to bear." The grandsire, too, excited with rage, is ready to slaughter the Panchalas. For protecting them Falguni is battling with the foe. O thou of mighty arms, hearing now of these two tasks, both of which demand prompt attention, go and give succor to Hidimva's son, who is placed in a position of very great danger. Listening to these words of his brother, Vrkodara, with great speed, proceeded, frightening all the kings with his leonine roars, with great impetuosity, O king, like the ocean itself during the period of the new full moon. Him followed Satyajriti and Sauchiti, difficult of being vanquished in battle, and Srinamat, and Vasudana, and the powerful son of the ruler of Kasi, and many car warriors headed by Abhimanyu, as also those mighty car warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, and the valiant Kshatradeva, and Kshatradharman, and Nila, the ruler of the Low Countries, at the head of his own forces. And these surrounded the son of Hidimva with a large division of cars, for aiding him. And they advanced to the rescue of Gatotkacha, that prince of the Rakshasas, with the 6,000 elephants, always infuriate and accomplished in smiting. And with their loud leonine roars, and the clatter of their car wheels, and with the tread of their horses' hoofs, they made the very earth to tremble. Hearing the din of those advancing warriors, the faces of thy troops, who were filled with anxiety in consequence of their fear of Bhimasena, became pale. Leaving Gatotkacha, then they all fled away. Then commenced in that part of the field a dreadful battle between those high-souled warriors and thine, both of whom were unretreating. Mighty car warriors, hurling diverse kinds of the weapons, chased and smote one another. That fierce battle, striking terror into the hearts of the timid, was such that the different classes of combatants became entangled with one another. Horses engaged with elephants, and foot soldiers with car warriors. And challenging one another, O king, they engaged in the fight. And in consequence of that clash of cars, steeds, elephants, and foot soldiers, a thick dust appeared, raised by the car wheels and the tread of those combatants and animals. And that dust, thick and of the color of reddish smoke, shrouded the field of battle. And the combatants were unable to distinguish their own from the foe. Sire recognized not the son, and son recognized not the sire, in that dreadful engagement which made the hair stand on end, and in which no consideration was shown by any one for anybody. And the noise made by the hissing weapons and the shouting combatants resembled, O chief of Bharata's race, that made by departed spirits in the infernal regions. And there flowed a river whose current consisted of the blood of elephants and steeds and men. And the hair of the combatants formed its weeds and moss. And in that battle, heads falling from the trunks of men made a loud noise like that of a falling shower of stones. And the earth was strewn with the headless trunks of human beings, with mangled bodies of elephants, and with the hacked limbs of steeds. And mighty car warriors chased one another for smiting one another down, and hurled diverse kinds of weapons. Steeds, urged by their riders and falling upon steeds, dashed against one another and fell down deprived of life. And men, with eyes red in wrath, rushing against men and striking one another with their chests, smote one another down. And elephants, urged by their guides against hostile elephants, slew their compeers in that battle with the points of their tusks. Covered with blood in consequence of their wounds, and decked with standards on their backs, elephants were entangled with elephants and looked like masses of clouds charged with lightning. And some amongst them mounted, by others, with the points of their tusks, and some with their frontal globes split with lances, ran hither and thither with loud shrieks like masses of roaring clouds. And some amongst them with their trunks lopped off, and others with mangled limbs, dropped down in that dreadful battle like mountains shorn of their wings. Other huge elephants, copiously shedding blood from their flanks, ripped open by compeers, looked like mountains with liquefied, red chalk running down their sides, after a shower. Others, slain with shafts or pierced with lances and deprived of their riders, looked like mountains deprived of their crests. Some amongst them, possessed by wrath and blinded with fury, in consequence of the juice, trickling down their temples and cheeks. And no longer restrained with the hook, crushed cars and steeds and foot soldiers in that battle by hundreds. And so steeds, attacked by horsemen with bearded darts and lances, rushed against their assailants, as if agitating the points of the compass. Car warriors of noble parentage and prepared to lay down their lives, encountering car warriors, fought fearlessly, relying upon their utmost might. The combatants, O king, seeking glory or heaven, struck one another in that awful press, as if in a marriage by self-choice. During, however, that dreadful battle making the hair stand on end, the Dhritarashtra troops generally were made to run their backs on the field. Footnotes 232:1 in the second line of 15, the Bengal reading Saravarshina is incorrect. The Bombay reading Rathavansana is what I follow. 233:1 the Bengal reading Hey Ace and the instrumental plural is incorrect. The Bombay text reads Hayas, Nam. Plural. This is correct. 233:2 literally, divided in twin. 233:3 mountains, in Hindu mythology, had wings, till they were shorn of these by Indra with his thunder. Only Menaka, the son of Himavat, saved himself by a timely flight. To this day he conceals himself within the ocean. 233:4 the Bengal reading of the first line of this verse is vicious. The true reading is Prarswastudaratharani. Both Parsa and Darita should be, as here, in the instrumental plural, and Anya should be in the Nam. Plural. 233:5 the correct reading, as settled by the Burdwan Pundits, is Hataroha Vyadrijyanta. Some texts have Hyaroha, which is incorrect. 234:1 blinded cheeks. The Sanskrit word is Madanda. Literally rendered, it would be juice blind. This can scarcely be intelligible to the general European reader. Hence the long-winded adjectival clause I have used. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 95. Sanjaya said, beholding his own troops slain, King Duryodhana, then excited with wrath, rushed towards Bhimasena, that chastiser of foes. Taking up a large bow whose effulgence resembled that of Indra's bolt, he covered the son of Pandu with a thick shower of arrows. And filled with rage, and aiming a sharp crescent-shaped shaft winged with feathers, he cut off Bhimasena's bow. And that mighty car warrior, noticing an opportunity, quickly aimed at his adversary a whetted shaft capable of riving the very hills. With that shaft, that mighty armed warrior struck Bhimasena in the chest. Deeply pierced with that arrow, and exceedingly pained, and licking the corners of his mouth, Bhimasena of great energy caught hold of his flagstaff decked with gold. Beholding Bhimasena in that cheerless state, Ghatotkacha blazed up with wrath like an all-consuming conflagration. Then many mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Abhimanyu and with wrath generated in their bosoms, rushed at the king shouting loudly. Beholding them, thus, advancing, to the fight, filled with wrath and in great fury, Bharadvaja's son, addressing the mighty car warriors of thy side, said these words, Go quickly, blessed be ye, and protect the king. Sinking in an ocean of distress, he is placed in a situation of great danger. These mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, these great bowmen, placing Bhimasena at their head, are rushing towards Duryodhana, shooting and hurling diverse kinds of weapons, resolved upon winning success, uttering terrible shouts, and frightening the kings on your side. Hearing these words of the preceptor, many warriors of thy side headed by Somadatta rushed upon the Pandava ranks. Kripa and Purusharthas and Salya, and Drona's son and Vivangsati, and Chitrasena and Vikarna, and the ruler of the Sindhus, and Vrihadvala, and those two mighty bowmen, viz., the two princes of Avanti, surrounded the Kuru king. Advancing only 20 steps, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtra's began to strike, desirous of slaughtering each other. The mighty armed son of Bharadvaja also, having said those words unto the Dhritarashtra warriors, stretched his own large bow and pierced Bhima with 26 arrows. And once again that mighty car warrior speedily covered Bhimasena with a shower of arrows like a mass of clouds dropping torrents of rain on the mountain breasts in the rainy season. That mighty bowman Bhimasena, however, of great strength, speedily pierced him in return with 10 shafts on the left side. Deeply pierced with those arrows and exceedingly pained, O Bharata, the preceptor, enfeebled as he is with age, suddenly sat down on the terrace of his car, deprived of consciousness. Beholding him thus pained, King Duryodhana himself, and Aswathaman also, excited with wrath, both rushed towards Bhimasena. Beholding those two warriors advance, each like Yama as he shows himself at the end of the Yuga, the mighty armed Bhimasena, quickly taking up a mace, and jumping down from his car without loss of time, stood immovable like a hill, with that heavy mace resembling the very club of Yama, upraised in battle. Beholding him with mace, thus, upraised and looking, on that account, like the crested Kailasa, both the Kuru king and Drona's son rushed towards him. Then the mighty Bhimasena himself rushed impetuously at those two foremost of men thus rushing together towards him with great speed. Beholding him thus rushing in fury and with terrible expression of face, many mighty car warriors of the Kaurava army speedily proceeded towards him. Those car warriors headed by Bharadvaja's son, impelled by the desire of slaughtering Bhimasena, hurled at his breast diverse kinds of weapons, and thus all of them together afflicted Bhima from all sides. Beholding that mighty car warrior thus afflicted and placed in a situation of great peril, many mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Abhimanyu, and prepared to lay down dear life itself, rushed to the spot, desirous of rescuing him. The heroic ruler of the low country, the dear friend of Bhima, viz., Nila, looking like a mass of blue clouds, rushed at Drona's son, filled with wrath. A great bowman, Nila always desired an encounter with Drona's son. Drawing his large bow, he pierced the son of Drona with many winged arrows, like Sakra in days of old, O king, piercing the invincible Danava Viprachiti, that terror of the celestials, who, moved by anger, frightened the three worlds by his energy. Pierced after the same way by Nilo with his well-shot arrows winged with feathers, Drona's son, covered with blood and exceedingly pained, was filled with wrath. Drawing then his large bow, of twang loud as the roar of Indra's thunder, that foremost of intelligent persons set his heart upon the destruction of Nila. Aiming then a few bright shafts of broad heads and sharpened by the hands of their forger, he slew the 4 steeds of his adversary and overthrew also his standard. And with the 7th shaft he pierced Nila himself in the chest. Deeply pierced and exceedingly pained, he sat down on the terrace of his car. Beholding King Nila, who looked like a mass of blue clouds, in a swoon, Gatotkacha, filled with wrath and surrounded by his kinsmen, rushed impetuously towards Drona's son, that ornament of battle. Similarly, many other Rakshasas, incapable of being easily defeated in battle, rushed at Aswathaman. Beholding then that Rakshasa of terrible mien coming towards him, the valiant son of Bharadvaja impetuously rushed towards him. Filled with wrath, he slew many Rakshasas of formidable visage, that is, those wrathful ones amongst them who were in Gatotkacha's van. Beholding them repulsed from the encounter by means of the shaft shot from the bow of Drona's son, Bhimasena's son Gatotkacha of gigantic size was filled with rage. He then exhibited a fierce and awful illusion. Therewith that prince of the Rakshasas, endued with extraordinary powers of illusion, confounded the son of Drona in that battle. Then all thy troops, in consequence of that illusion, turned their backs upon the field. They beheld one another cut down and lying prostrate on the surface of the earth, writhing convulsively, perfectly helpless, and bathed in blood. Drona and Duryodhana and Salya and Aswathaman and other great bowmen that were regarded as foremost among the Kauravas also seemed to fly away. All the car warriors seemed to be crushed, and all the kings seemed to be slain. And horses and horse riders seemed to be cut down in thousands. Beholding all this, thy troops fled away towards their tents. And although, O king, both myself and Devavrata cried out at the top of our voices, saying, "Fight, do not fly away," all this is Rakshasa illusion in battle, applied by Gatotkacha. Yet they stopped not, their senses having been confounded. Although both of us said so, still struck with panic, they gave no credit to our words. Beholding them fly away, the Pandavas regarded the victory to be theirs. With Gatotkacha among them, they uttered many leonine shouts. And all around they filled the air with their shouts, mingled with the blare of their conches and the beat of their drums. It was thus that thy whole army, routed by the wicked Gatotkacha, towards the hour of sunset, fled away in all directions. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 96. Sanjaya said, after that great battle, King Duryodhana, approaching Ganga's son and saluting him with humility, began to narrate to him all that had happened about the victory won by Gatotkacha and his own defeat. That invincible warrior, O king, sighing repeatedly, said these words unto Bhishma, the grandsire of the Kurus: O Lord, relying upon thee, as Vasudeva hath been relied upon by the foe, a fierce war hath been commenced by me with the Pandavas. These 11 Akshahinis of celebrated troops that I have are, with myself, obedient to thy command, O chastiser of foes. O tiger among the Bharatas, though thus situated, yet have I been defeated into battle by the Pandava warriors headed by Bhimasena relying upon Gatotkacha. It is this that consumeth my limbs like fire consuming dry tree. O blessed one, O chastiser of foes, I therefore desire, through thy grace, O grandsire, to slay Gatotkacha myself, that worst of Rakshasas, relying upon thy invincible self. It behoveth thee to see that wish of mine may be fulfilled. Hearing these words of the king, that foremost one among the Bharatas, viz., Bhishma, the son of Santanu, said these words unto Duryodhana: Listen, O king, to these words of mine that I say unto thee, O thou of Kuru's race, about the way in which thou, O chastiser of foes, shouldst always behave. One's own self, under all circumstances, should be protected in battle, O repressor of foes. Thou shouldst always, O sinless one, battle with King Yudhishthira the just, or with Arjuna, or with the twins, or with Bhimasena. Keeping the duty of a king before himself, a king strike the king. Myself, and Drona, and Kripa, and Drona's son, and Kritavarman of the Satwata race, and Salya, and Somadatta's son, and that mighty car warrior Vikarna, and thy heroic brothers headed by Dasasana, will all, for thy sake, battle against that mighty Rakshasas. Or if thy grief on account of that fierce prince of the Rakshasas be too great, let this one proceed in battle against that wicked warrior, that is to say, King Bhagadatta, who is equal unto Purandara himself in fight. Having said this much unto the king, the grandsire skilled in speech then addressed Bhagadata in the presence of the Kuru king, saying, "Proceed quickly, O great monarch, against that invincible warrior, viz., the son of Hidimva. Resist in battle, with care, and in view of all the bowmen, that Rakshasa of cruel deeds, like Indra in days of old resisting Tarka. Thy weapons are celestial. Thy prowess also is great, O chastiser of foes. In days of old many have been the encounters that thou hadst with Asura, O tiger among kings, thou art that Rakshas's match in great battle. Strongly supported by thy own troops, slay, O king, that bull among Rakshasas." Hearing these words of Bhishma the generalissimo of the Kaurava army, Bhagadata specially set out with a leonine roar facing the ranks of the foe. Beholding him advance towards them like a mass of roaring clouds, many mighty car warriors of the Pandava army proceeded against him, inflamed with wrath. They were Bhimasena, and Abhimanyu, and the Rakshasa Gatikacha, and the sons of Draupadi, and Satyajriti, and Kshatradeva, O sire, and the rulers of the Chedis, and Vasudana, and the king of the Dasarnas. Bhagadata then, on his elephant named Supratika, rushed against them. Then commenced a fierce and awful battle between the Pandavas and Bhagadata that increased the population of Yama's kingdom. Shafts of terrible energy and great impetuosity, shot by car warriors, fell, O king, on elephants and cars. Huge elephants with rent temples and trained to the fight by their guides, approaching fell upon one another fearlessly. Blind with fury, in consequence of the temporal juice trickling down their bodies, and excited with rage, attacking one another with their tusks resembling stout bludgeons, they pierced one another with the points of those weapons. Graced with excellent tails, and ridden by warriors armed with lances, steeds, urged by those riders, fell fearlessly and with great impetuosity upon one another. And foot soldiers, attacked by bodies of foot soldiers with darts and lances, fell down on the earth by hundreds and thousands. And car warriors upon their cars, slaughtering heroic adversaries in that battle by means of barbed arrows and muskets and shafts, uttered leonine shouts. And during the progress of the battle, making the hair stand on end, that great bowman, viz., Bhagadata, rushed towards Bhimasena on his elephant of rent temples, and with juice trickling down in 7 currents, and resembling, on that account, a mountain with as many rillets flowing down its breast after a shower. And he came, O sinless one, scattering thousands of arrows from the head of Supratika, whereon he stood, like the illustrious Purandara himself on his Airavata. King Bhagadata afflicted Bhimasena with that arrowy shower like the clouds afflicting the mountain breast with torrents of rain on the expiry of summer. That mighty bowman Bhimasena, however, excited with rage, slew by his arrowy showers the combatants numbering more than 100 that protected the flanks and rear of Bhagadata. Beholding them slain, the valiant Bhagadata, filled with rage, urged his prince of elephants towards Bhimasena's car. That elephant, thus urged by him, rushed impetuously like an arrow propelled from the bowstring towards Bhimasena, that chastiser of foes. Beholding that elephant advancing, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, placing Bhimasena at their head, themselves rushed towards it. Those warriors were the 5 Kakaya princes, and Abhimanyu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the heroic ruler of the Dasarnas, and Kshatradeva also, O sire, and the ruler of the Chedis, and Chitraketu. And all these mighty warriors came, inflamed with anger, and exhibiting their excellent celestial weapons. And they all surrounded in anger that single elephant on which their adversary rode. Pierced with many shafts, that huge elephant, covered with gore flowing from his wounds, looked resplendent like a prince of mountains variegated with liquefied red chalk after a shower. The ruler of the Dasarnas then, on an elephant that resembled a mountain, rushed towards Bhagadata's elephant. That prince of elephants, however, viz., Supratika, bore the rush of that advancing compeer like the continent bearing the rush of the surging sea. Beholding that elephant of the high-souled king of the Dasarnas thus resisted, even the Pandava troops, applauding, cried out, "Excellent, excellent!" Then that best of kings, viz., the ruler of the Praggyatishas, excited with rage, sped 4 and 10 lances at that elephant. These, speedily penetrating through the excellent armor, decked with gold, that covered the animal's body, entered into it, like snakes entering ant-hills. Deeply pierced and exceedingly pained, that elephant, O chief of the Bharatas, its fury quelled, speedily turned back with great force. And it fled away with great swiftness, uttering frightful shrieks, and crushing the Pandava ranks like the tempest-crushing trees with its violence. After that elephant was, thus, vanquished, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, uttering loud leonine shouts, approached for battle. Placing Bhima at their head, they rushed at Bhagadata, scattering diverse kinds of arrows and diverse kinds of weapons. Hearing the fierce shouts, O king, of those advancing warriors swelling with rage and vengeance, that great bowman Bhagadata, filled with rage and perfectly fearless, urged his own elephant. That prince of elephants then, thus urged with the hook and the toe, soon assumed the form of the all-destructive Samvarta fire that appears at the end of the Yuga. Crushing crowds of cars and, hostile, compeers and steeds with riders, in that battle, it began, O king, to turn hither and thither. Filled with rage, it also crushed foot soldiers by hundreds and thousands. Attacked and agitated by that elephant, that large force of the Pandavas shrank in dimensions, O king, like a piece of leather exposed to the heat of fire. Beholding, then the Pandava array broken by the intelligent Bhagadata, Gatotkacha, of fierce mien, O king, with blazing face and eyes red as fire, filled with rage, rushed towards him. Assuming a terrible form and burning with wrath, he took up a bright dart capable of riving the very hills. Endued with great strength, he forcibly hurled that dart that emitted blazing flames from every part, desirous of slaying that elephant. Beholding it coursing towards him with great impetuosity, the ruler of the Praggyatishas sped at it a beautiful but fierce and sharp arrow with a crescent head. Possessed of great energy, he cut off that dart with that arrow of his. Thereupon that dart, decked with gold, thus divided in twain, dropped down on the ground, like the bolt of heaven, hurled by Indra, flashing through the welkin. Beholding that dart of his adversary, O king, divided in twain and fallen on the ground, Bhagadata took up a large javelin furnished with a golden staff and resembling a flame of fire and effulgence, and hurled it at the Rakshasa, saying, "Wait, wait." Seeing it coursing towards him like the bolt of heaven through the welkin, the Rakshasa jumped up and speedily seizing it uttered a loud shout. And quickly placing it against his knee, O Bharata, he broke it in the very sight of all the kings. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Beholding that feat achieved by the mighty Rakshasa, the celestials in the firmament, with the Gandharvas and the Munis, were filled with wonder. And the Pandava warriors also, headed by Bhimasena, filled the earth with cries of "Excellent, excellent!" Hearing, however, those loud shouts of the rejoicing Pandavas, that great bowman, viz., the valiant Bhagadata, could not bear it, coolly. Drawing his large bow whose effulgence resembled that of Indra's bolt, he roared with great energy at the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, shooting at the same time many bright arrows of great sharpness and possessed of the effulgence of fire. And he pierced Bhima with 1 arrow, and the Rakshasa with 9. And he pierced Abhimanyu with 3, and the Kakaya brothers with 5. And with another straight arrow shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he pierced, in that battle, the right arm of Kshatradeva. Thereupon the latter's bow with arrow fixed on the bowstring dropped down from his hand. And he struck the 5 sons of Draupadi with 5 arrows. And from wrath he slew the steeds of Bhimacena. And with 3 shafts winged with feathers, he cut down Bhimacena's standard bearing the device of a lion. And with 3 other shafts he pierced Bhima's charioteer. Deeply pierced by Bhagadatta in that battle, and exceedingly pained, Visoka thereupon, O chief of the Bharatas, sat down on the terrace of the car. Then, O king, that foremost of car warriors, viz., Bhima, thus deprived of his car, quickly jumped down from his large vehicle, taking up his mace. Beholding him with mace upraised, and looking like a crested hill, all thy troops, O Bharata, became filled with great fear. Just at this time that son of Pandu who had Krishna for his charioteer, O king, slaughtering the foe on all sides as he came, appeared at that spot where those tigers among men, those mighty car warriors, viz., Bhimacena and Gatotkacha, sire and son, were engaged with the ruler of the Praggyatishas. Beholding his brothers, those mighty car warriors, engaged in battle, that son of Pandu quickly commenced to fight, profusely scattering his shafts, O chief of the Bharatas. Then that mighty car warrior, viz., King Duryodhana, speedily urged on a division of his troops abounding with cars and elephants. Towards that mighty division of the Kauravas thus advancing with impetuosity, Arjuna of white steeds rushed with great impetuosity. Bhagadatta also, upon that elephant of his, O Bharata, crushing the Pandava ranks, rushed towards Yudhishthira. Then commenced a fierce battle between Bhagadatta, O sire, and the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Kakayas, with upraised weapons. Then Bhimacena, in that battle, told both Kesava and Arjuna in detail about the slaughter of Airavat as it had occurred. Footnotes 238:1. The first line is evidently pleonastic. Sanskrit, however, being very copious, repetitions can scarcely be marked at the first glance. Literally rendered, the original is juice-blind and excited with rage. Juice-blind, I have explained elsewhere. 238:2. The word I render muskets is Nalika. Some time ago the Bharata, a Bengali periodical of Calcutta edited by Babu Vijendranath Tagore, in a paper on Hindu weapons of warfare from certain quotations from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, argued that the Nalika must have been some kind of musket vomiting bullets of iron in consequence of some kind of explosive force. The rishis discouraged use of Nalika, declaring them to be barbarous and fit only for kings that would come in the Kali age. 238:3. Pataraction lit, those that protected the feet, for any warrior of note. These always stood at the flanks and rear of the warrior they protected. In the case of car warriors, these were called Chakrarakshas, protectors of the wheels. So we have Parshniraksha's and Prashadarakshas, and c. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 97. Sanjaya said, hearing that his son Airavat had been slain, Dhananjaya was filled with great grief and sighed like a snake. And addressing Vasva in the midst of battle, he said these words, without doubt, the high-souled Vidura of great wisdom had before seen, with his mind's eye, this awful destruction of the Kurus and the Pandavas. It was for this that he forbade King Dhritarashtra. In this battle, O slayer of Madhu, many other heroes have been slain by the Kaurava, and many amongst the Kauravas have similarly been slain by ourselves. O best of men, for the sake of wealth vile acts are being done. Fie upon that wealth for the sake of which such slaughter of kinsmen is being perpetrated. For him that hath no wealth, even death would be better than the acquisition of wealth by the slaughter of kinsmen. What, O Krishna, shall we gain by slaying our assembled kinsmen? Alas, for Duryodhana's fault, and also of Sakuni the son of Suvala, as also through the evil counsels of Karna, the Kshatriya race is being exterminated, O slayer of Madhu. I now understand, O mighty armed one, that the king acted wisely by begging of Suddhodana only half the kingdom, or, instead, only 5 villages. Alas, even that was not granted by that wicked-souled wight. Beholding so many brave Kshatriyas lying, dead, on the field of battle, I censure myself, saying, Fie upon the profession of a Kshatriya. The Kshatriyas will regard me powerless in battle. For this alone, I am battling. Else, O slayer of Madhu, this battle with kinsmen is distasteful to me. Urge the steeds on with speed towards the Dhritarashtra army. I will, with my 2 arms, reach the other shore of this ocean of battle that is so difficult to cross. There is no time, O Madhava, to lose in action. Thus addressed by Partha, Kesava, that slayer of hostile heroes, urged those steeds of white hue endued with the speed of the wind. Then, O Bharata, loud was the noise that was heard among thy troops, resembling that of the ocean itself at full tide when agitated by the tempest. In the afternoon, O king, the battle that ensued between Bhishma and the Pandavas was marked by a noise that resembled the roar of the clouds. Then, O king, thy sons, surrounding Drona like the Vasus surrounding Vasva, rushed in the battle against Bhimasena. Then Santanu's son, Bhishma, and that foremost of Kar warriors, viz., Kripa, and Bhagadatta, and Susurman, all went towards the Nanjaya. And Hritika's son, Kritavarman, and Valhika rushed towards Satyaki. And King Amvashta placed himself before Abhimanyu. And other great Kar warriors, O king, encountered other great Kar warriors. Then commenced a fierce battle that was terrible to behold. Bhimasena then, I, O king, beholding thy sons, blazed up with wrath in that battle, like fire with a libation of clarified butter. Thy sons, however, O monarch, covered that son of Kunti with their arrows like the clouds drenching the mountain breast in the season of rains. While being, thus, covered in diverse ways by thy sons, O king, that hero, possessed of the activity of the tiger, licked the corners of his mouth. Then, O Bharata, Bhima felled Vyudaraska with a sharp horseshoe-headed arrow. Thereupon that son of thine was deprived of life. With another broad-headed arrow, well-tempered and sharp, he then felled Kundalan like a lion overthrowing a smaller animal. Then, O sire, getting thy other sons within reach of his arrows, he took up a number of shafts, sharp and well-tempered, and with careful aim speedily shot these at them. Those shafts, sped by that strong bowman, viz., Bhimasena, felled thy sons, those mighty Kar warriors, from their vehicles. These sons of thine that were thus slain were Anadriti, and Kundabhedin, and Virata, and Durgalokana, and Durgavahu, and Suvahu, and Kanakadayaja. While falling down from their cars, O bull of Bharata's race, those heroes looked resplendent like falling mango trees variegated with blossoms in the spring. Then thy other sons, O monarch, fled away, regarding the mighty Bhimasena as death himself. Then like the clouds pouring torrents of rain on the mountain breast, Drona in that battle covered with arrows from every side that hero who was thus consuming thy sons. The prowess that we then beheld of Kunti's son was exceedingly wonderful, for though held in check by Drona, he still slew thy sons. Indeed, as a bull beareth a shower of rain falling from above. Bhima cheerfully bore that shower of arrows shot by Drona. Wonderful, O monarch, was the feat that Vrikodara achieved there, for he slew thy sons in that battle and resisted Drona the while. Indeed, the elder brother of Arjuna sported amongst those heroic sons, O thine, like a mighty tiger, O king, among a herd of deer. As a wolf, staying in the midst of a herd of deer, would chase and frighten those animals, so did Vrikodara, in that battle chase and frighten thy sons. Meanwhile, Ganga's son, and Bhagadatta, and that mighty car warrior, viz., Gautama, began to resist Arjuna, that impetuous son of Pandu. That Adaratha, baffling with his weapons the weapons of those adversaries of his in that battle, dispatched many prominent heroes of thy army to the abode of death. Abhimanyu also, with his shafts, deprived that renowned and foremost of car warriors, viz., King Amvashta, of his car. Deprived of his car and about to be slain by the celebrated son of Subhadra, that king quickly jumped down from his car in shame, and hurled his sword in that battle at the high-souled Abhimanyu. Then, that mighty monarch got up on the car of Hritika's son, conversant with all movements in battle, Subhadra's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, beholding that sword coursing towards him, baffled it by the celerity of his movements. Seeing that sword thus baffled in that battle by Subhadra's son, loud cries of well done were, O king, heard among the troops. Other warriors headed by Drishtadyumna battled with thy troops, while thy troops, also, all battled with those of the Pandavas. Then, O Bharata, fierce was the engagement that took place between thine and theirs, that combatants smiting one another with great force and achieving the most difficult feats. Brave combatants, O sire, seizing one another by the hair, fought using their nails and teeth, and fists and knees, and palms and swords, and their well-proportioned arms. And seizing one another's latches, they dispatched one another to the abode of Yama. Sire slew son, and son slew sire. Indeed, the combatants fought with one another, using every limb of theirs. Beautiful bows with golden staves, O Bharata, loosened from the grasp of slain warriors, and costly ornaments, and sharp shafts furnished with wings of pure gold or silver and washed with oil, looked resplendent, as they lay scattered on the field, the latter resembling, in particular, snakes that had cast off their slough. And swords furnished with ivory handles decked with gold, and the shield also of bowmen, variegated with gold, lay on the field, loosened from their grasp. Bearded darts and axes and swords and javelins, all decked with gold, beautiful coats of mail, and heavy and short bludgeons, and spiked clubs, and battle-axes, and short arrows, O sire, and elephants' housings of diverse shapes, and yak tails, and fans, lay scattered on the field. And mighty car warriors lay on the field with diverse kinds of weapons in their hands or beside them, and looking alive, though the breath of life had gone. And men lay on the field with limbs shattered with maces and heads smashed with clubs, or crushed by elephants, steeds, and cars. And the earth, strewn in many places with the bodies of slain steeds, men, and elephants, looked beautiful, O king, as if strewn with hills. And the field of battle lay covered with fallen darts and swords and arrows and lances and scimitars and axes and bearded darts and iron crows and battle-axes and spiked clubs and short arrows and satagnis and bodies mangled with weapons. And, O slayer of foes, covered with blood, warriors lay prostrate on the field, some deprived of life and therefore, in the silence of death, and others uttering low moans. And the earth, strewn with those bodies, presented a variegated sight. And strewn with the arms of strong warriors smeared with sandal paste and decked with leathern fences and bracelets, with tapering thighs resembling the trunks of elephants, and with fallen heads, graced with gems attached to turbans, and with earrings of large-eyed combatants, O Bharata, the earth assumed a beautiful sight. And the field of battle, overspread with blood, dyed coats of mail and golden ornaments of many kinds, looked exceedingly beautiful as if with, scattered, fires of mild flames. And with ornaments of diverse kinds fallen off from their places, with bows lying about, with arrows of golden wings scattered around, with many broken cars adorned with rows of bells, with many slain steeds scattered about covered with blood and with their tongues protruding, with bottoms of cars, standards, quivers, and banners, with gigantic conches, belonging to great heroes, of milky whiteness lying about, and with trunkless elephants lying prostrate. The earth looked beautiful like a damsel adorned with diverse kinds of ornaments. And there, with other elephants pierced with lances and in great agony, and frequently uttering low moans with their trunks, the field of battle looked beautiful as if with moving hills. With blankets of diverse hue, and housings of elephants, with beautiful hooks falling about having handles decked with stones of lapis lazuli, with bells lying about that had adorned gigantic elephants, with clean and variegated cloths as also skins of the rankadeer, with beautiful neck chains of elephants, with gold-decked girths, with broken engines of diverse kinds, with bearded darts decked with gold, with embroidered housings of steeds, embrowned with dust, with the lopped-off arms of cavalry soldiers, decked with bracelets and lying about, with polished and sharp lances and bright swords, with variegated headgears fallen off from heads and scattered about, with beautiful crescent-shaped arrows decked with gold, with housings of steeds, with skins of the rankadeer, torn and crushed, with beautiful and costly gems that decked the headgears of kings, with their umbrellas lying about in yak-tails and fans, with faces, bright as the lotus or the moon, of heroic warriors, decked with beautiful earrings and graced with well-cut beards, lying about and radiant with other ornaments of gold. The earth looked like the firmament besmangled with planets and stars. Thus, O Bharata, the two armies, viz., thine and theirs, encountering each other in battle, crushed each other. And after the combatants had been fatigued, routed, and crushed, O Bharata, dark night set in and the battle could no longer be seen. Thereupon both the Kurus and the Pandavas withdrew their armies when that awful night of pitchy darkness came. And having withdrawn their troops, both the Kurus and the Pandavas took rest for the night, retiring to their respective tents. Footnotes 241:1 in the first line of the third verse, the Bengal reading is Byam. The true reading, however, is Kayam. 241:2 in the second line of 8th, for the Bengal reading, Vakyamesa Yadanam, the Bombay reading is Yatacha Suyadhanam. This is better. The Bengal reading has no meaning. 241:3 literally, when its impetuosity is stirred up by the wind. 242:1 the Bengal reading, which I adopt, is Sarjala Eva Vagavan. The Bombay reading is Sarjala Eva Darpitas. 243:1 in the first line of 54, the Bombay reading Pragriya is better than the Bengal reading Vishrijiya. 243:2 literally, hundred slayers, supposed to be a kind of rockets. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 98. Sanjaya said, Then King Duryodhana, and Sakuni the son of Suvala, and thy son Dasasana, and the invincible Suta's son, Karna, meeting together, consulted in the following way. How could the sons of Pandu, with their followers, be vanquished in battle? Even this was the subject of their consultation. Then King Duryodhana, addressing the Suta's son and the mighty Sakuni, said unto all those counselors of his, Drona, Bhishma, and Kripa, and Salya and Somadatta's son, do not resist the Parthas. I do not know what the cause is of such conduct of theirs. Unslain by any of these, the Pandavas are destroying my forces. Therefore, O Karna, I am becoming weaker in strength and my weapons also are being exhausted. I am deceived by the heroic Pandavas they that are incapable of being vanquished by the very gods. Doubt filleth my mind as to how, indeed, I shall succeed in smiting them in battle. Unto the king who said so, O great monarch, the Suta's son answered, Do not grieve, O chief of the Bharata. Even I will do what is agreeable to thee. Let Santanu's son Bhishma soon withdraw from the great battle. After Ganga's son will have withdrawn from the fight and laid aside his weapons, I will slay the Partha along with all the Samakas in the very sight of Bhishma. I pledge my truth, O king. Indeed, Bhishma every day showeth mercy towards the Pandavas. He is, besides, incapable of vanquishing those mighty Kar warriors. Bhishma is proud of showing his prowess in battle. He is again very fond of fight. Why, O sire, will he, therefore, vanquish the assembled Pandavas, for then the battle will be over? Therefore, repairing without delay to the tent of Bhishma, solicit that old and reverend senior to lay aside his weapons. After he will have laid aside his weapons, O Bharata, think the Pandavas as already slain, with all their friends and kinsmen, O king, by myself alone. Thus addressed by Karna, thy son Duryodhana then said unto his brother Dusasana these words, See, O Dusasana, that without delay that all who walk in my train be dressed. Having said these words, O monarch, the king addressed Karna, saying, having caused Bhishma, that foremost of men, to consent to this, I will, without delay, come to thee, O chastiser of foes. After Bhishma will have retired from the fight, thou wilt smite the foe in battle. Then thy son, O monarch, set out without delay, accompanied by his brothers like he of 100 sacrifices, accompanied by the gods. Then his brother Dusasana caused that tiger among king, endued, besides, with the prowess of a tiger, to mount on his horse. Graced with bracelets, with diadem on head, and adorned with other ornaments on his arms. O king, thy son shone brightly as he proceeded along the streets. Smeared with fragrant sandal paste of the hue of the bandy flower and bright as burnished gold, and clad in clean vestments, and proceeding with the sportive gait of the lion, Duryodhana looked beautiful like the sun of brilliant radiance in the firmament. And as that tiger among men proceeded towards the tent of Bhishma, many mighty bowmen, celebrated over the world, followed him behind. And his brothers also walked in his train, like the celestials walking behind Vyasa. And others, foremost of men, mounted upon steeds, and others again on elephants, O Bharata, and others on cars, surrounded him on all sides. And many amongst those that wished him well, taking up arms for the protection on his royal self, appeared there in large bodies, like the celestials surrounding Sakra in heaven. The mighty chief of the Kurus, adored by all the Kauravas, thus proceeded, O king, towards the quarters of the renowned son of Ganga. Ever followed and surrounded by his uterine brothers, he proceeded, often raising his right arm, massive and resembling the trunk of an elephant and capable of resisting all foes. And with that arm of his, he accepted the regards that were paid to him from all sides by bystanders who stood raising towards him their joined hands. And he heard, as he journeyed, the sweet voices of the natives of diverse realms. Of great fame, he was eulogized by bards and eulogists. And in return that great king paid his regards unto them all. And many high-souled persons stood around him with lighted lamps of gold fed with fragrant oil. And surrounded with golden lamps, the king looked radiant like the moon attended by the blazing planets around him. And attendants, with headgears decked with gold, having canes and jariharas in hand, softly caused the crowd all around to make way. The king then, having reached the excellent quarters of Bhishma, alighted from his horse. And arrived at Bhishma's presence, that ruler of men saluted Bhishma and then sat himself down on an excellent seat that was made of gold, beautiful throughout and overlaid with a rich coverlet. With hands joined, eyes bathed in tears, and voice choked in grief, he then addressed Bhishma, saying, taking thy protection, this battle, O slayer of foes, we ventured to vanquish the very gods and the Asuras with Indra at their head. What shall I say, therefore, of the sons of Pandu, heroic though they be, with their kinsmen and friends? Therefore, O son of Ganga, it behoveth thee, O Lord, to show me mercy. Slay the brave sons of Pandu like Mahendra's slaying the Dandavas. I will slay, O king, all the Samakas and the Panchalas and the Kurushas along with the Kakayas. O Bharata, these were thy words to me. Let these words become true. Slay the assembled Parthas and those mighty bowmen, viz., the Samakas. Make thy words true, O Bharata. If from kindness for the Pandavas, O king, or from thy hatred of my unfortunate self, thou sparest the Pandavas, then permit Karna, that ornament of battle, to fight. He will vanquish in battle the Parthas with all their friends and kinsmen. The king, thy son Duryodhana, having said this, shut his lips without saying anything more to Bhishma of terrible prowess. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 99. Sanjaya said, the high-souled Bhishma, deeply pierced with wordy daggers by thy son, became filled with great grief. But he said not a single disagreeable word in reply. Indeed, mangled by those wordy daggers and filled with grief and rage, he sighed like a snake and reflected, in silence, for a long while. Raising his eyes then, and as if consuming, from wrath, the world with the celestials, the Asuras, and the Gandharvas, that foremost of persons conversant with the world, then addressed thy son and said unto him these tranquil words, Why, O Duryodhana, dost thou pierce me thus with thy wordy daggers? I always endeavor to the utmost of my might to achieve, and do achieve, what is for thy good. Indeed, from desire of doing what is agreeable to thee, I am prepared to cast away my life in battle. The Pandavas are really invincible. When the brave son of Pandu gratified Agni in the forest of Khandava, having vanquished Sakra himself in battle, even that is a sufficient indication. When, O mighty armed one, the same son of Pandu rescued thee while thou wert being led away a captive by the Gandharvas, even that is a sufficient indication. On that occasion, O Lord, thy brave uterine brothers had all fled, as also Radha, son of the Sudha caste. That rescue, therefore, by Arjuna, is a sufficient indication. In Virata city, alone he fell upon all of us united together. That is a sufficient indication. Vanquishing in battle both Drona and myself excited with rage, he took away our robes. That is a sufficient indication. On that occasion, of old, of the seizure of kine, he vanquished that mighty bowman the son of Drona, and Saradwat also. That is a sufficient indication. Having vanquished Karna also, who was very boastful of his manliness, he gave the latter's robes unto Uttara. That is a sufficient indication. The son of Pritha defeated in battle the Nivedakavachas, who were incapable of defeat by Vasva himself. That is a sufficient indication. Who, indeed, is capable of vanquishing in battle the son of Pandu by force, him, viz., that hath for his protector the protector of the universe armed with conch, discus, and mace. Vasudeva is possessed of infinite power, and is the destroyer of the universe. He is the highest Lord of all, the God of gods, the supreme soul and eternal. He hath been variously described, O king, by Narada and other great rishis. In consequence of thy folly, however, O Suyoddhana, thou knowest not what should be said and what should not. The man on the point of death beholdeth all trees to be made of gold. So thou also, O son of Gandhari, sayest everything inverted. Having provoked fierce hostilities with the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, fight now, thyself, with them in battle. Let us see thee act like a man. As regards myself, I will, O tiger among men, slay all the Samakas and the Panchalas assembled together, avoiding Sikandin alone. Slain by them in battle, I will go to Yama's abode, or slaying them in battle, I will give thee joy. Sikandin was born in Drupada's palace as female at first. She became a male in consequence of the grant of a boon. After all, however, she is Sikandini. Him I will not slay even if I have to lose my life, O Bharata. She is the same Sikandini that the Creator had first made her. Pass the night in happy sleep, O son of Gandhari. Tomorrow I will fight a fierce battle about which men will speak as long as the world lasts. Thus addressed by him, thy son, O monarch, came away. And saluting his senior with a bow of the head, he came back to his own tent. Coming back, the king dismissed his attendants. And soon then that destroyer of foes entered his abode. And having entered his tent, the monarch passed the night in sleep. And when the night dawned, rising up, the king ordered all the royal warriors, saying, Draw up the forces. Today Bhishma, excited with wrath, will slay all the Samakas. Hearing those copious lamentations of Duryodhana in the night, Bhishma regarded them, O king, as commands to himself. Filled with great grief and deprecating the status of servitude, Santanu's son reflected for a long time, thinking of an encounter with Arjuna in battle. Understanding from signs that Ganga's son had been thinking of that, Duryodhana, O king, commanding Dasasana, saying, O Dasasana, let cars be quickly appointed for protecting Bhishma. Let all the 22 divisions of our army be urged on. That hath now come about which we had been thinking for a series of years, viz., the slaughter of the Pandavas with all their troops and the acquisition, by ourselves, of the kingdom. In this matter, I think, the protection of Bhishma is our foremost duty. Protected by us, he will protect us and slay the Parthas in battle. Of cleansed soul, he said unto me, I will not slay Sikandini. He was a female before, O king, and, therefore, should be avoided by me in battle. The world knoweth, O thou of mighty arms, that from desire of doing good to my father, I formerly gave up a swelling kingdom. I will not, therefore, slay in battle, O foremost of men, any female or anybody that was a female before. This that I tell thee is true. This Sikandin, O king, was first born a female. Thou hast heard that story. She was born as Sikandini after the manner I told thee before the battle began. Taking her birth as a daughter, she hath become a man. Indeed, she will fight with me, but I will never shoot my arrows at her. As regards all other Kshatriyas desirous of victory to the Pandavas, O sire, whom I may get within my reach on the field of battle, I will slay them. These were the words that Ganga's son, acquainted with the scriptures, that chief of Bharata's race, said unto me. Therefore, with my whole soul I think that protecting the son of Ganga is our foremost duty. The very wolf may slay the lion left unprotected in the great forest. Let not Ganga's son be slain by Sikandin like the lion slain by the wolf. Let our maternal uncle Sakuni, and Salya, and Kripa, and Drona, and Vivangsati carefully protect the son of Ganga. If he is protected, our victory is certain. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, all surrounded Ganga's son with a large division of cars. And thy sons also, taking up their position around Bhishma, proceeded to battle. And they all went, shaking the earth and the welkin, and causing fear in the hearts of the Pandavas. The mighty car warriors of the Kaurava army, supported by those cars and elephants, and clad in mail, stood in battle, surrounding Bhishma. And all of them took up their positions for protecting that mighty car warrior like the celestials in the battle between themselves and the Asuras for protecting the wielder of the thunderbolt. Then King Duryodhana, once more addressing his brother, said, Udamanyu protects the left wheel of Arjuna's car, and Uttamajas his right wheel. And, thus protected, Arjuna protects Sikandin. O Dasasana, adopt such steps that, protected by Partha, Sikandin may not be able to slay Bhishma left unprotected by us. Hearing these words of his brother, thy son Dasasana, accompanied by the troops, advanced for battle, placing Bhishma in the van. Beholding Bhishma, thus surrounded by a large number of Kauravas, Arjuna, that foremost of Kaur warriors, addressed Drishtadyumna and said, O Prince, place that tiger among men, Sikandin. Today in front of Bhishma, I myself will be his protector, O Prince of Panchala. Footnotes 247:1 Some of the Bengal texts, and the first line of the sixth, incorrectly read essay run for Sakram. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 100. Sanjaya said, Then Bhishma, the son of Santanu, went out with the troops. And he disposed his own troops in mighty array called Sarvatobhadra, Kripa, and Kritavarman, and that mighty Kaur warrior Saivya, and Sakuni, and the ruler of the Sindhus, and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kambojas, these all, together with Bhishma and thy sons, O Bharata, took up their stations in the van of the whole army and in the very front of the Kaurava array. Drona and Purusharthas and Salya and Bhagadatta, O sire, clad in mail, took up their position in the right wing of that array. And Aswathaman and Somadatta, and those great Kaur warriors, viz., the two princes of Avanti, accompanied by a large force, protected the left wing. Duryodhana, O monarch, surrounded on all sides by the Trigartas, took up, for encountering the Pandavas, a position in the midst of that array. That foremost of Kaur warriors, viz., Alamvasha, and that mighty Kaur warrior, viz., Shrutayesh, clad in mail, took up their position in the rear of that array, and therefore of the whole army. Having, O Bharata, on that occasion formed their array thus, thy warriors, clad in mail, looked like scorching fires. Then King Yudhishthira, and that son of Pandu, viz., Bhimasena, and the twin sons of Madri, viz., Nakula and Sadeva, clad in mail, took up their position in the van of that array and therefore at the very head of all their troops. And Drishtadyumna, and Virata, and that mighty Kaur warrior, viz., Satyaki, these destroyers of hostile ranks, stood, supported by a large force. And Sikandin, and Vijaya, Arjuna, and the Rakshasa Gatakacha, and Chekatana of mighty arms, and the valiant Kuntabhoja, stood for battle, surrounded by a large force. And that great bowman Abhimanyu, and the mighty Drupada, and the 5 Kaikya brothers, stood for battle, clad in mail. Having formed their mighty and invincible array thus, the Pandavas, endued with great courage in battle, stood for the fight, clad in mail. Then the kings of thy array, O monarch, exerting themselves at their best, accompanied by their forces, and placing Bhishma at their van, rushed against the Parthas in battle. Similarly the Pandavas also, O king, headed by Bhimasena, and desirous of victory in battle proceeded, for battling with Bhishma. With leonine roars and confused cries, blowing their conchas krakachas and cow horns, beating their drums and cymbals and Pandavas in thousands. And uttering terrible shouts, the Pandavas advanced to battle. With the din of our drums and cymbals and conchas and smaller drums, with loud leonine roars and other kinds of shouts, ourselves also, replying to the cries of the foe, rushed against him with great impetuosity, inflamed with rage. Those sounds mingling with one another produced a tremendous uproar. The warriors then, of the two armies, rushing at one another, began to strike. And in consequence of the din produced by that encounter, the earth seemed to tremble. And birds, uttering fierce cries, hovered in the air. The sun, radiant as he was when he had risen, became dimmed. And fierce winds blew, indicating great terrors. Frightful jackals wandered, yelling terribly, O king, and foreboding an awful carnage at hand. The quarters seemed, O king, to be ablaze, and showers of dust fell from the blue. And a shower fell there, of pieces of bones mixed with blood. And tears fell from the eyes of the animals, which were all weeping. And filled with anxiety, O king, these began to urinate and eject the contents of their stomachs. And the loud shouts of battle, O bull of Bharata's race, were rendered inaudible by the louder cries of Rakshasas and cannibals. And jackals and vultures and crows and dogs, uttering diverse kinds of cries, began, O sire, to fall and swoop down on the field. And blazing meteors, striking against the sun's disk, fell with great celerity on the earth, foreboding great terrors. Then those two vast hosts belonging to the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtra's, in course of that awful encounter, shook in consequence of that tremendous uproar of conches and drums like forests shaken by the tempest. And the noise made by the two armies, both of which abounded with kings, elephants, and steeds, and which encountered each other in an evil hour, resembled the noise made by oceans tossed by the tempest. Footnotes 249:1 The Bengal reading Atmana, the last word of the verse, seems to be a mistake. The Bombay text gives the right word, which is Imana's genitive. Sarvatobhadra seems to have been a kind of square array in which the troops faced all the points of the compass. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 101. Sanjaya said, Then the noble Abhimanyu of great energy, borne by his steeds of a tawny hue, rushed at the mighty host of Duryodhana, scattering his arrowy showers like the clouds pouring torrents of rain. O son of Kuru's race, thy warriors, in that battle, were unable to resist that slayer of foes, viz., Subhadra's son, who, excited with wrath and possessed of wealth of arms, was then immersed in that inexhaustible ocean of Kaurava forces. Death-dealing shafts, O king, shot by him in that battle, dispatched many heroic Kshatriyas to the regions of the king of the departed spirits. Indeed, excited with wrath, Subhadra's son in that battle shot fierce and blazing arrows in profusion that resembled snakes of virulent poison or rods of death himself. And Falguni's son speedily split into fragments car warriors with their cars, steeds with their riders, and elephant warriors along with the huge animals they rode. And the rulers of the earth, filled with joy, applauded those mighty feats in battle and praised him also that achieved them. And the son of Subhadra, O Bharata, tossed those divisions of the Kaurava army like the tempest tossing a heap of cotton on all sides in the welkin. Routed by him, O Bharata, the troops failed to find a protector, like elephants sunk in a slough. Then, O best of men, having routed all troops, Abhimanyu stood, O king, like a blazing fire without a curl of smoke. Indeed, O king, thy warriors were incapable of bearing that slayer of foes, like insects impelled by fate unable to bear a blazing fire. That mighty car warrior and great bowman, having struck all the foes of the Pandavas, looked at that moment like Vyasa himself armed with the thunder. And his bow, the back of whose staff was decked with gold, as it moved on every side, seemed, O king, like the lightning's flash as it spotted amid the clouds. And well-tempered and sharp shafts came from his bowstring in that battle like flights of bees, O king, from blossoming trees in the forest. And as the high-souled son of Subhadra careered on the field on his car whose limbs were decked with gold, people were incapable of finding an opportunity for striking him. Confounding Kripa and Drona and mighty son of Drona, as also the ruler of the Sindhus, the great bowman moved on the field of battle with great activity and skill. As he consumed thy troops, O Bharata, I beheld his bow incessantly drawn to a circle and resembling on that account the circular halo of light that is sometimes seen around the sun-brave Kshatriyas, beholding him endued with such activity and scorching the foe thus, thought, in consequence of those feats, that the world contained two Falgunis. Indeed, O king, the vast host of the Bharatas, afflicted by him, reeled hither and thither like a woman drunk with wine. Routing that large army and causing many mighty car warriors to tremble, he gladdened his friends, like Vyasa gladdening the celestials after vanquishing Maya. And while being routed by him in that battle, thy troops uttered loud exclamations of woe that resembled the roar of the clouds. Hearing that awful wail thy troops, O Bharata, that resembled the roar of the very sea at full tide when agitated by the winds, Duryodhana then, O king, addressed the son of Rishyasringa and said, This Abhimanyu singly, O thou of mighty arms, like a second Falguni, rooteth from rage, my army like Vritra routing the celestial host. I do not see any other efficacious medicine for him in battle than thyself, O best of Rakshasas, that art well skilled in every science. Therefore, go speedily and slay the heroic son of Subhadra in battle. As regards ourselves, headed by Bhishma and Drona, we will slay Partha himself. Thus addressed, the mighty and valiant Rakshasas speedily went to battle at the command of thy son, uttering loud roars like the clouds themselves in the season of rains. And in consequence of that loud noise, O king, the vast host of the Pandavas trembled throughout like the ocean when agitated by the wind. And many combatants, O king, terrified by those roars, giving up dear life, fell prostrate on the earth. Filled with joy and taking up his bow with arrow fixed on the string, and apparently dancing on the terrace of his car, that Rakshasa proceeded against Abhimanyu himself. Then the angry Rakshasa, having in that battle got Arjuna's son within reach, began to rout his ranks, even those that stood not far from him. Indeed, the Rakshasa rushed in battle against that mighty Pandava host which he began to slaughter, like Vala rushing against the celestial host. Attacked in battle by that Rakshasa of terrible mien, the slaughter was very great, O sire, that took place amongst those troops. Exhibiting his prowess, the Rakshasa began to rout that vast force of the Pandavas with thousands of arrows. Thus slaughtered by that Rakshasa of terrible visage, the Pandava army fled away from excess of fear. Grinding that army like an elephant grinding lotus stalks, the mighty Rakshasa then rushed in battle against the sons of Draupadi. Then those great bowmen, accomplished in fighting, viz., the sons of Draupadi, rushed towards the Rakshasa in battle like 5 planets rushing against the sun. That best of Rakshasa then was afflicted by those brothers, endued with great energy, like the moon afflicted by the 5 planets of the awful occasion of the dissolution of the world. Then the mighty Prat of India quickly pierced the Rakshasa with whetted shafts, sharp as battle axes and furnished with points capable of penetrating every armor. Thereupon that foremost of Rakshasas, with his armor pierced through, looked like a mass of clouds penetrated by the rays of the sun, pierced with these shafts, furnished with golden wings. Rishyasringa's son, O king, looked resplendent like a mountain with blazing crests. Then those 5 brothers in that great battle pierced that foremost of Rakshasas with many whetted shafts of golden wings. Pierced with those terrible shafts resembling angry snakes, Alamvasha, O king, became inflamed with rage like the king of the serpents himself. Deeply pierced, O king, within only a few moments, O sire, by those great car warriors, the Rakshasa, much afflicted, remained senseless for a long while. Regaining his consciousness then, and swelling through rage to twice his dimensions, he cut off their arrows and standards and bows. And as if smiling the while he struck each of them with 5 arrows. Then that mighty Rakshasa and great car warrior, Alamvasha, excited with wrath, and as if dancing on the terrace of his car, quickly slew the steeds, and then the charioteers, of those 5 illustrious adversaries of his. And burning with rage he once more pierced them with sharp arrows of diverse shades by hundreds and thousands. Then that wanderer of the night, viz., the Rakshasa Alamvasha, having deprived those great bowmen of their cars, rushed impetuously at them, wishing to dispatch them to Yama's abode. Beholding them, thus, afflicted in battle by that wicked-souled Rakshasa, the son of Arjuna rushed at him. Then the battle that took place between him and the cannibal resembled that between Vritra and Vasva. And the mighty car warriors of thy army, as also of the Pandavas, all became spectators of that engagement. Encountering each other in fierce battle, blazing with wrath, endued with great might, and with eyes red in rage, each beheld the other in that battle to resemble the Yuga fire. And that engagement between them became fierce and awful like that between Sakra and Samvara in days of old in the battle between the gods and Asuras. Footnotes 250:1 in the Bengal texts, Savdas in the first line is vicious. The true reading seems to be Sakin, as in the Bombay edition. Then again in Kunjaran, Bengal, the Bombay text reads Pushkaran, which is unquestionably correct. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 102. Dhritarashtra said, "How, O Sanjaya, did Alamvasha resist in combat the heroic son of Arjuna, smiting many of our mighty car warriors in battle? And how also did that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, fight with Rishyashringa's son? Tell me all this in detail, exactly as it happened in that fight. What also did Bhima, that foremost of car warriors, and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and the mighty car warrior Satyaki, and Dhananjaya, do with my troops in battle? Tell me all this truly, O Sanjaya, for thou art skilled in narration." Sanjaya said, "I will presently describe to thee, O sire, the awful battle that took place between that foremost of the Rakshasas and the son of Subhadra. I will also describe to thee the prowess that Arjuna put forth in battle, and Bhimasena the son of Pandu and Nakula, and Sadeva, as also the warriors of thy army headed by Bhishma and Drona, all of whom fearlessly achieved wonderful feats of diverse kinds. Alamvasha, uttering loud shouts and repeatedly roaring at Abhimanyu, rushed impetuously against that mighty car warrior in battle, saying, 'Wait, wait!' Abhimanyu also, repeatedly roaring like a lion, rushed with it great force at that mighty bowman, viz., the son of Rishyashringa, who was an implacable foe of the former's sire. Soon then those two foremost of car warriors, man and Rakshasa, on their cars, encountered each other, like a god in Danava. That best of Rakshasa were endued with powers of illusion, while Falguni's son was acquainted with celestial weapons. Then Abhimanyu, O king, pierced Rishyashringa's son in that battle with 3 sharp shafts and once more with 5. Alamvasha, also, excited with wrath, speedily pierced Abhimanyu in the chest with 9 shafts like a guide piercing an elephant with hooks. Then, O Bharata, that wanderer of the night, endued with great activity, afflicted Arjuna's son in that combat with 1,000 arrows. Then Abhimanyu, excited with rage, pierced that prince of the Rakshasas in his wide chest with 9 straight shafts of great sharpness. Piercing through his body, these penetrated into his very vitals. And that best of Rakshasas, his limbs mangled by them, looked beautiful like a mountain overgrown with flowering kinsukas. Bearing those shafts of golden wings on his body, that mighty prince of Rakshasas looked radiant like a mountain on fire. Then the vindictive son of Rishyashringa, inflamed with wrath, covered Abhimanyu, who was equal unto Mahendra himself, with clouds of winged arrows. Those sharp shafts, resembling the rods of Yama himself, shot by him, pierced Abhimanyu through and entered the earth. And similarly the gold-decked arrows shot by Arjuna's son, piercing Alamvasha through, entered the earth. The son of Subhadra then, in that battle, with his straight shafts, obliged the Rakshasa to turn his back upon the field, like Sakra repulsing Maya in days of old. That scorcher of foes, the Rakshasa, then, thus repulsed and struck repeatedly by his adversary, exhibited his great powers of illusion by causing a thick darkness to set in. Then all the combatants there, O king, were covered by that darkness. Neither could Abhimanyu be seen, nor could friends be distinguished from foes in that battle. Abhimanyu, however, beholding that thick and awful gloom, invoked into existence, O son of Kuru's race, the blazing solar weapon. Thereupon, O king, the universe once more became visible. And thus he neutralized the illusion of that wicked Rakshasa. Then that prince of men, excited with wrath and endued with great energy, covered that foremost of Rakshasa in that battle with many straight shafts. Diverse other kinds of illusion were conjured up there by that Rakshasa. Conversant with all weapons, the son of Falguni, however, neutralized them all. The Rakshasa then, his illusions all destroyed, and himself struck with shafts, abandoned his car even there, and fled away in great fear. After that Rakshasa, addicted to unfair fight, had been thus vanquished, the son of Arjuna began to grind thy troops in battle, like a juice-blind prince of wild elephants agitating a lake overgrown with lotus. Then Bhishma the son of Santanu, beholding his troops routed, covered Subhadra's son with a thick shower of arrows. Then many mighty car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, standing in a ring round that single hero, began to strike him forcibly with their shafts. That hero then, who resembled his sire in prowess and who was equal to Vasudeva in valor and might, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, achieved diverse feats in that battle that were worthy of both his sire and maternal uncle. Then the heroic Dhananjaya, excited with wrath and desirous of rescuing his son, arrived at the spot where the latter was slaughtering thy troops as he came along. And similarly, O king, thy sire Devavrata in that battle approached Partha like Rahu approaching the sun. Then thy sons, O monarch, supported by cars, elephants, and steeds, surrounded Bhishma in that battle and protected him from every side. And so also the Pandavas, O king, clad in mail and surrounding the Dhananjaya, engaged in fierce battle, O bull of Bharata's race. Then Saradwat's son, Kripa, O king, pierced Arjuna, who was staying in front of Bhishma, with 25 shafts. Thereupon, like a tiger attacking an elephant, Satyaki, approaching Kripa, pierced him with many whetted shafts from desire of doing what was agreeable to the Pandavas. Gautama in return, excited with wrath, quickly pierced him of Madhu's race in the chest with 9 arrows winged with the feathers of the Kanka bird. Sini's grandson also, excited with wrath, and forcibly drawing his bow, quickly sped at him an arrow capable of taking his life. The fiery son of Drona, however, excited with wrath, cut in twain that arrow as it coursed impetuously towards Kripa, resembling Indra's bolt in effulgence. Thereupon that foremost of car warriors, viz., Sini's grandson, abandoning Gautama, rushed in battle towards Drona's son like Rahu in the firmament against the moon. Drona's son, however, O Bharata, cut Sadyaki's bow in twain. After his bow had thus been cut off, the former began to strike the latter with his shafts. Satyaki then, taking up another bow capable of bearing a great strain and slaughtering the foe, struck Drona's son, O king, in the chest and arms with 6 shafts. Pierced therewith and feeling great pain, for a moment he was deprived of his senses, and he sat down on the terrace of his car, catching hold of his flagstaff. Regaining his consciousness then, the valiant son of Drona, excited with rage, afflicted him of Vrishni's race in that battle, with 1 long shaft. That shaft, piercing Sini's grandson through, entered the earth like a vigorous young snake entering its hole in the season of spring. And with another broad-headed arrow, Drona's son in that battle cut off the excellent standard of Satyaki. And having achieved this feat he uttered a leonine roar. And once more, O Bharata, he covered his adversary with a shower of fierce shafts like the clouds, O king, covering the sun after summer is past, Satyaki also, O monarch, baffling that arrowy shower, soon covered the son of Drona with diverse showers of arrows. That slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the grandson of Seni, freed from that arrowy shower like the sun from the clouds, began to scorch the son of Drona with his energy. Swelling with rage, the mighty Satyaki once more covered his foe with 1,000 arrows and uttered a loud shout. Beholding his son then thus afflicted like the moon by Rahu, the valiant son of Bharadvaja rushed towards the grandson of Seni. Desirous, O king, of rescuing his son who was afflicted by the Vrishni hero, Drona, in that great battle, pierced the latter with a shaft of exceeding sharpness. Satyaki then, abandoning the mighty car warrior Swathaman, pierced Drona himself in that battle with 20 arrows of exceeding sharpness. Soon after, that scorcher of foes and mighty car warrior, viz., Kunti's son of immeasurable soul, excited with wrath, rushed in that battle against Drona. Then Drona and Partha encountered each other in fierce combat like the planets Buddha and Sukra, O king, in the firmament. Footnotes 254:1 The Bengal reading Vajranagendra is better than the Bombay reading Gandhanagendra. 254:2 In Hindu mythology, solar eclipses are caused by Rahu's attempts at swallowing the sun. 256:1 Buddha is Mercury, and Sukra is Venus. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 103. Dhritarashtra said, "How did those bulls among men, viz., that great bowman Drona, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, encounter each other in battle? The son of Pandu is ever dear to the wise son of Bharadvaja. The preceptor also is ever dear to Pritha's son, O Sanjaya. Both of those car warriors delight in battle, and both of them are fierce like lions. How therefore did Bharadvaja's son and Dhananjaya, both fighting with care, encounter each other in battle?" Sanjaya said, "In battle Drona never recognizes Partha as dear to himself. Partha also, keeping a Kshatriya's duty in view, recognizes not in battle his preceptor. Kshatriyas, O king, never avoid one another in battle. Without showing any regard for one another, they fight with sires and brothers. In that battle, O Bharata, Partha pierced Drona with 3 shafts. Drona, however, regarded not those shafts shot in battle from Partha's bow. Indeed, Partha once more covered the preceptor in the fight with a shower of arrows. Thereupon the latter blazed up with wrath like a conflagration in a deep forest. Then, O king, Drona soon covered Arjuna in that combat with many straight shafts, O Bharata. Then King Duryodhana, O monarch, dispatched Susaman for taking up the wing of Drona. Then the ruler of the Trigartas, excited with rage and forcibly drawing his bow, covered Partha, O king, with a profusion of arrows furnished with iron heads. Shot by those 2 warriors, O king, the shafts looked beautiful in the welkin like cranes in the autumnal sky. Those shafts, O Lord, reaching the son of Kunti, entered his body like birds disappearing within a tree bending with a load of tasteful fruits. Arjuna then, that foremost of car warriors, uttering a loud roar in that battle, pierced the ruler of the Trigartas and his son with his shafts. Pierced by Partha like death himself at the end of the Yuga, they were unwilling to avoid Partha, resolved as they were on laying down their lives. And they shot showers on the car of Arjuna. Arjuna, however, received those arrowy showers with showers of his own, like a mountain, O monarch, receiving a downpour from the clouds. And the lightness of hand that we then beheld of Vibhatsu was exceedingly wonderful. For alone he baffled that unbearable shower of arrows shot by many warriors like the wind alone scattering myriads of clouds rushing upon clouds. And at that feat of Partha, the gods and the Danavas, assembled there for witnessing the fight, were highly gratified. Then, O Bharata, engaged with the Trigartas in that battle, Partha shot, O king, the Vyasa weapon against their division. Then arose a wind that agitated the welkin, felled many trees, and smote down the hostile troops. Then Drona, beholding the fierce Vyasa weapon, himself shot an awful weapon called the Sila. And when that weapon, O ruler of men, was shot by Drona in that battle, the wind abated and the 10 quarters became calm. The heroic son of Pandu, however, made the car warriors of the Trigarta division destitute of prowess and hope, and caused them to turn their backs on the field. Then Duryodhana and that foremost of car warriors, viz., Kripa, and Aswathaman, and Salya, and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Valhika supported by the Valhikas, with a large number of cars surrounded Partha on all sides. And similarly Bhagadata also, and the mighty Srutayesh, surrounded Bhima on all sides with an elephant division. And Burishravas, and Sala, and Suvala's son, O monarch, began to check the twin sons of Madri with showers of bright and sharp arrows. Bhishma, however, in that battle, supported by the sons of Dhritarashtra with their troops, approaching Yudhishthira, surrounded him on all sides. Beholding that elephant division coming towards him, Pertha's son Vrkodara, possessed of great courage, began to lick the corners of his mouth like a lion in the forest. Then Bhima, that foremost of car warriors, taking up his mace in that great battle, quickly jumped down from his car and struck terror into the hearts of thy warriors. Beholding him mace in hand, those elephant warriors in that battle carefully surrounded Bhimasena on all sides. Stationed in the midst of those elephants, the son of Pandu looked resplendent like the sun in the midst of a mighty mass of clouds. Then that bull among the sons of Pandu began with his mace to consume that elephant division like the wind dispelling a huge mass of clouds covering the welkin. Those tuskers, while being slaughtered by the mighty Bhimasena, uttered loud cries of woe like roaring masses of clouds. With diverse scratches on his person, inflicted by those huge animals with their tusks, the son of Pritha looked beautiful on the field of battle like a flowering kinsuka. Seizing some of the elephants by their tusks, he deprived them of those weapons. Wrenching out the tusks of others, with those very tusks he struck them on their frontal lobes and felled them in battle like the destroyer himself armed with his rod. Wielding his mace bathed in gore, and himself bespattered with fat and marrow and smeared with blood, he looked like Rudra himself. Thus slaughtered by him, the few gigantic elephants that remained ran away on all sides, O king, crushing even friendly ranks. And in consequence of those huge elephants fleeing away on all sides, Duryodhana's troops once more, O bull of Bharata's race, fled away from the field. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 104. Sanjaya said, At midday, O king, happened a fierce battle, fraught with great carnage, between Bhishma and the Samakas. That foremost of car warriors, viz., Ganga's son, began to consume the ranks of the Pandavas with keen shafts by hundreds and thousands. Thy sire Devavrata began to grind those troops like a herd of bulls grinding, with their tread, a heap of paddy sheaves. Then Drishtadyumna and Sikandin and Virata and Drupada, falling upon Bhishma in that battle, struck that mighty car warrior with numerous arrows. Bhishma then, having pierced Drishtadyumna and Virata each with 3 arrows, sped a long shaft, O Bharata, at Drupada. Thus pierced in battle by Bhishma, that grinder of foes, those great bowmen became filled with wrath, O king, like snakes trod upon by human feet. Then Sikandin pierced the grandsire of the Bharatas with many shafts. Of unfading glory, Bhishma, however, regarding his foe as a female, struck him not. Drishtadyumna then, in that battle, blazing up with wrath like fire, struck the grandsire with 3 shafts in his arms and chest. And Drupada pierced Bhishma with 25 shafts, and Virata pierced him with 10, and Sikandin with 25. Deeply pierced with those shafts, he became covered with blood, and looked beautiful like a red asoka variegated with flowers. Then the son of Ganga pierced, in return, each of them with 3 straight shafts. And then, O sire, he cut off Drupada's bow with a broad-headed arrow. The latter then, taking up another bow, pierced Bhishma with 5 shafts. And he pierced Bhishma's charioteer also with 3 sharp shafts on the field of battle. Then the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the 5 Kakya brothers and Satyaki, also of the Satwata race, headed by Yudhishthira, all rushed towards Ganga's son, desirous of protecting the Panchalas, headed by Drishtadyumna. And so all the warriors of thy army also, O king, prepared to protect Bhishma, rushed at the head of their troops against the Pandava host. And then happened there a fierce general engagement between thy army of men and steeds and theirs, that increased the population of Yama's kingdom. And car warriors falling upon car warriors dispatched one another to Yama's abode. And so men and elephant riders and horse riders, falling upon others of their class, dispatched them to the other world with straight shafts, and here and there on the field, O monarch, cars, deprived of riders and charioteers by means of diverse kinds of fierce shafts, were in that battle dragged on all sides over the field. And those cars, O king, crushing large numbers of men and steeds in battle, were seen to resemble the wind itself, in speed, and vapory edifices in the firmament, for their picturesque forms. And many car warriors cased in mail and endued with great energy, decked with earrings and headgears and adorned with garlands and bracelets, resembling the children of the celestials, equal to Sakra himself for prowess in battle, surpassing Vaishravana in wealth and Vrishaspati in intelligence, ruling over extensive territories, and possessed of great heroism, O monarch, deprived of their cars, were seen to run hither and thither like ordinary men. Huge tuskers also, O chief of men, deprived of their skilled riders, ran, crushing friendly ranks, and fell down with loud shrieks. Prodigious elephants, looking like newly risen clouds and roaring also like the clouds, were seen to run in all directions, deprived of their coats of mail. And, O sire, their chameras and variegated standards, their umbrellas with golden staves, and the bright lances of their riders lay scattered about. And elephant riders, O king, deprived of their elephants, belonging both of thy army and theirs, were seen to run on foot amid that awful press. And steeds from diverse countries, decked with ornaments of gold, were seen, by hundreds and thousands, to run with the speed of the wind. And horse riders, deprived of their horses, and armed with swords, were in that battle seen to run, or made to run, by others assailing them. Elephant, meeting with a flying elephant in that dreadful battle, proceeded, quickly crushing foot soldiers and steeds. And, similarly, O king, those prodigious creatures crushed many cars in that battle, and cars also, coming upon fallen steeds, crushed them in their course. And steeds too, in the press of battle, crushed many foot soldiers, O king, with their hoofs. And thus, O monarch, they crushed one another in diverse ways. And in that fierce and awful battle there flowed a terrible river of bloody current. And heaps of bows obstructed its straight course, and the hair of slain warriors formed its moss. And, broken, cars formed its lakes, and arrows its eddies. And steeds formed its fishes. And heads, severed from trunks, formed its blocks of stone. And it abounded with elephants that formed its crocodiles. And coats of mail and headgears formed its froth. And bows, in the hands of the warriors, constituted the speed of its current, and swords its tortoises. And banners and standards in profusion formed the trees on its banks. And mortals constituted its banks which that river continually ate away. and it abounded with cannibals that formed its swans. And that stream, instead of swelling the ocean with its discharge, swelled the population of Yama's kingdom. And brave Kshatriyas, mighty car warriors, casting off all fear, O king, sought to cross that river with the aid of cars, elephants, and steeds that played the part of rafts and boats. And as the river Vedarani beareth all departed spirits towards the domains of the king of the dead, so that river of bloody current bore away all timid men deprived of their senses in a swoon. And the Kshatriyas, beholding that awful carnage, all exclaimed, saying, Alas, through Duryodhana's fault the Kshatriyas are being exterminated. Why, O Dhritarashtra of sinful soul, deluded by avarice, harbored envy for the sons of Pandu, who are graced with numerous virtues. Diverse exclamations of this kind were heard there, made by one another, fraught with the praises of the Pandavas and censure of thy sons. Hearing then these words uttered by all the combatants, thy son Duryodhana, that offender against all, addressed Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Salya, O Bharata, saying, Fight ye without boastfulness. Why tarry ye at all? Then the battle was resumed between the Kurus and the Pandavas, that fierce battle, O king, caused by the match at dice and marked by an awful slaughter. Thou beholdest now, O son of Vichitravirya, the dreadful fruit of that rejection by thee, of the counsels of thy friends, though warned against it by many illustrious persons. Neither the sons of Pandu, O king, nor their troops, nor they that follow them, nor the Kauravas, show the least regard for their lives in battle. For this reason, O tiger among men, a dreadful destruction of kinsmen is taking place, caused either by destiny or by thy evil policy, O king. Footnotes 259:1 Both the Bombay and the Bengal texts repeat Shammarais in the second line of 24th. This is certainly erroneous. The Burdwan Pundits read it Tamarais. This is correct. 259:2 in the second line of 30th, the correct reading is Rathas, Nam. Plural, and not Ratan. So in the first line of 31st, the word is Turangas, Nam. Plural, and not Turangan. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 105. Sanjaya said, O tiger among men, Arjuna sent those Kshatriyas that followed Sushruman to the abode of the king of the dead by means of his whetted shafts. Sushruman, however, in that battle, pierced Partha with his shafts. And he pierced Vasudeva with 70, and Arjuna once more with 9 shafts. Checking those shafts by means of his arrowy showers, that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Indra, dispatched Sushruman's troops unto Yama's abode. Those mighty car warriors, while being slaughtered by Partha in that battle as if by death himself at the end of the Yuga, all fled away from the field, O king, struck with panic, some abandoning their steeds, some abandoning, O sire, their cars, and others their elephants, fled away in all directions. Others taking with them their horses, elephants, and cars, fled away, O king, with great speed. Foot soldiers in that dreadful battle, throwing aside their weapons, and without any regard for one another, fled away hither and thither. Though forbidden by Sushruman, the ruler of the Trigartas, and by other foremost of kings, they stayed not yet in battle. Beholding that host routed, thy son Duryodhana himself at the head of the whole army, and with Bhishma ahead, attacked Dhananjaya with all his vigor, for the sake, O king, of protecting the life of the ruler of the Trigartas. And he stayed in battle, scattering diverse kinds of arrows, supported by all his brothers. The rest of the men all fled away. Similarly, the Pandavas, O king, clad in mail and with all their vigor, proceeded, for the sake of Falguni, to the spot where Bhishma was. Although acquainted with the awful prowess and battle of the wielder of Gandiva, These yet proceeded with loud cries and great bravery to the spot where Bhishma was and surrounded him on all sides. Then the Palmyra-banded hero covered the Pandava army in that battle with his straight shafts. The sun having reached the meridian, the Kauravas, O king, fought with the Pandavas in one confused mass. The heroic Satyaki, having pierced Kritavarman with 5 arrows, stayed in battle, scattering his arrows by thousands. And so King Drupada also, having pierced Drona with many whetted shafts, once more pierced him with 70 shafts, and his charioteer with 9. Bhimasena also, having pierced his great-grandsire King Valhika, uttered a loud roar like a tiger in the forest. Arjuna's son, Abhimanyu, pierced by Chitrasena with many shafts, deeply pierced Chitrasena in the chest with 3 arrows. Engaged with each other in battle, those 2 foremost of men looked resplendent on the field like the planets, Venus and Saturn, O king, in the firmament. Then that slayer of foes, viz., the son of Subhadra, having slain his antagonist's steeds and charioteer with 9 arrows, uttered a loud shout. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, viz., Chitrasena, quickly jumping down from that car whose steed had been slain, mounted, O king, without delay, the car of Dharmaka. The valiant Drona pierced the latter's charioteer also. Then, O king, Drupada, thus afflicted at the head of his troops, retreated by the aid of his fleet steeds, recollecting the hostility that existed from days of old between himself and Drona. Bhimasena, within a moment, deprived King Valhika of his steeds, car, and charioteer, in the very sight of all the troops. Fallen into a situation of great danger, and with fear in his heart, O king, Valhika, that best of men, jumping down from that vehicle, quickly mounted upon the car of Lakshmana in that battle. Satyaki, having checked Kritavarman in that dreadful battle, fell upon the grandsire and rained on him shafts of diverse kinds. Piercing the grandsire with 60 whetted shafts winged with feathers, he seemed to dance on his car, shaking his large bow. The grandsire then hurled at him a mighty dart made of iron, decked with gold, endued with great velocity, and beautiful as a daughter of the Nagas. Beholding that irresistible dart, resembling death himself, coursing towards him, that illustrious warrior of the Vrishni race baffled it by the celerity of movements. Thereupon that fierce dart, unable to reach him of the Vrishni race, fell down on the earth like a large meteor of blazing splendor. Then he of Vrishni's race, O king, taking up with a firm hand his own dart of golden effulgence, hurled it at the car of the grandsire. That dart, hurled in that dreadful battle with the strength of Satyaki's arms, coursed impetuously like the fatal night, coursing speedily towards a doomed man. As it coursed, however, towards him with great force, Bhishma cut it in twain, O Bharata, with a couple of horseshoe-headed arrows of keen edge, and thereupon it fell down on the earth. Having cut that dart, that grinder of foes, viz., Ganga's son, excited with wrath and smiling the while, struck Satyaki in the chest with 9 arrows. Then the Pandava warriors, O elder brother of Pandu, with their cars, elephants, and steeds, surrounded Bhishma in that battle, for the sake of rescuing him of Madhu's race. Then commenced again a fierce battle, making the hair to stand on end, between the Pandavas and the Kurus, both of whom were desirous of victory. Footnotes 261:1 lit. Reached him with shafts, etc. 262:1 Both the Bengal and the Bombay printed texts are in fault regarding the word Pandupravaja. The Bombay text makes it a noun, plural. The Bengal text makes it an accusative singular. There can be no doubt that the Burdwan pundits are right in taking it as a vocative. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 106. Sanjaya said, beholding Bhishma excited with wrath in battle, surrounded on all sides by the Pandavas like the sun in the firmament. O king, by the clouds at the end of summer, Duryodhana, O monarch, addressed Dussasana, saying, This heroic and great bowman Bhishma, this slayer of heroes, hath, O bull of Bharata's race, been surrounded on all sides by the brave Pandavas. It is thy duty, O hero, to protect that illustrious one. Protected by us in battle, our grandsire Bhishma will slay all the Panchalas along with the Pandavas. The protection of Bhishma, therefore, I think, is our highest duty, for this great bowman of his vows, viz., Bhishma, is our protector in return. Therefore, surrounding the grandsire with all our troops, do thou protect him, who always achieveth the most difficult feats in battle. Thus addressed by Duryodhana, thy son Dussasana, surrounding Bhishma with a large force on all sides, took up his position. Then Suvala's son Sakuni, with hundreds and thousands of horsemen having bright spears and swords and lances in hand, and who formed a proud, well-dressed, and strong body bearing standards, and who were mingled with excellent foot soldiers that were all well-trained and skilled in battle, began to cheat Nakula, and Sadeva, and Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, surrounding those foremost of men on all sides. Then King Duryodhana dispatched 10,000 other brave horsemen for resisting the Pandavas. When these rushed like so many Garudas towards the enemy with great impetuosity, the earth, O king, struck with their horse hoofs, trembled and uttered a loud noise. And the loud clatter of their hoofs was heard, resembling the noise made by a large forest of bamboos in conflagration on a mountain. And as these dashed over the field, there rose a cloud of dust, which rising to the welkin shrouded the very sun. And in consequence of those impetuous steeds, the Pandava army was agitated like a large lake with a flight of swans suddenly alighting on its bosom. And in consequence of their neighing, nothing else could be heard there. Then King Yudhishthira and the two sons of Pandu by Madri quickly checked the charge of those horsemen in battle, like the continent, O king, bearing the force, at full tide, of the surging sea swollen with the waters of the rainy season. Then those 3 car warriors, O monarch, with their straight shafts, cut off the heads of those horse riders. Slain by those strong bowmen, they fell down, O king, on the earth, like mighty elephants tumbling into mountain caves, slain by huge compeers. Indeed, coursing all over the field, those warriors of the Pandavas' army cut off the heads of those cavalry soldiers with sharp-bearded darts and straight shafts. Struck with swords, those horsemen, O bull of Bharata's race, suffered their heads to drop like tall trees, dropping their fruits. All over the field, O king, steeds along with their riders were seen fallen or falling, deprived of life. And while being thus slaughtered, the steeds, affected with panic, fled away like smaller animals desirous of saving their lives at sight of the lion. And the Pandavas, O king, having vanquished their foes in that great battle, blew their conches and beat their drums. Then Duryodhana, filled with grief on seeing his troops vanquished, addressed the ruler of the Madras, O chief of the Bharatas, and said, There, the eldest son of Pandu, accompanied by the twins in battle, in thy very sight, O thou of mighty arms, routeth our troops, O Lord. O mighty armed one, resist him like the continent resisting the ocean. Thou art exceedingly well known as possessed of might and prowess that are irresistible. Hearing these words of thy son, the valiant Salya proceeded with a large body of cars to the spot where Yudhishthira was. Thereupon, the son of Pandu began to resist in battle that large host of Salya rushing impetuously towards him with the force of a mighty wave. And that mighty car warrior, viz., King Yudhishthira the Just, in that battle quickly pierced the ruler of the Madras in the center of the chest with 10 shafts. And Nakula and Sadeva struck him with 7 straight shafts. The ruler of the Madras then struck each of them with 3 arrows. And once more he pierced Yudhishthira with 60 sharp-pointed arrows. And excited with wrath he struck each of the sons of Madri also with 2 shafts. Then that vanquisher of foes, the mighty-armed Bhima, beholding the king, in that great battle, staying within reach of Salya's car, as if within the very jaws of death, quickly proceeded to Yudhishthira's side. Then when the sun, having passed the meridian, was sinking, there commenced a fierce and terrible battle on that part of the field. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 107. Sanjaya said, Then thy sire, excited with wrath, began to strike the Parthas and their troops all round, with excellent shafts of great sharpness. And he pierced Bhima with 12 shafts, and Satyaki with 9. And having pierced Nakula with 3 shafts, he pierced Sadeva with 7. And he pierced Yudhishthira in the arms and the chest with 12 shafts. And piercing Drishtadyumna also, that mighty warrior uttered a loud roar. Him Nakula pierced, in return, with 12 shafts, and Satyaki with 3. And Drishtadyumna pierced him with 70 shafts, and Bhimasena with 7. And Yudhishthira pierced the grandsire in return with 12 shafts. Drona, on the other hand, having pierced Satyaki, pierced Bhimasena next. And he pierced each of them with 5 sharp shafts, each of which resembled the rod of death. Each of those 2, however, pierced Drona, that bull among Brahmanas, in return, with 3 straight shafts. The Sauviras, the Katavas, the Easterners, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Abhishahas, the Surasenas, the Sivas, and the Vasatas did not avoid Bhishma in battle, although they were incessantly slaughtered by him with sharp shafts. And similarly kings coming from diverse countries and armed with diverse weapons approached the Pandavas without seeking to avoid them in battle. And the Pandavas, O king, surrounded the grandsire on all sides. Surrounded on all sides, yet unvanquished by that large body of cars, Bhishma blazed up like a fire in the midst of a forest, and consumed his foes. His car was his fire chamber, his bow constituted the flames of that fire, swords, darts, and maces constituted the fuel, his shafts were the sparks of that fire, and Bhishma was himself the fire that consumed the foremost of Kshatriyas. Indeed, with shafts furnished with golden wings and vulturine feathers, and endued with great energy, with barbed arrows, and nalikas, and long shafts, he covered the hostile host. And he felled elephants and car warriors also with his sharp shafts. And he made that large body of cars resemble a forest of palmyras shorn of their leafy heads. And that mighty armed warrior, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, O king, deprived cars and elephants and steeds of their riders in that conflict. And hearing the twang of his bowstring and the noise of his palms, loud as the roar of the thunder, all the troops trembled, O Bharata. The shafts of thy sire, O bull of Bharata's race, told on the foe. Indeed, shot from Bhishma's bow they did not strike the coats of mail only, but pierced them through. And we beheld, O king, many cars destitute of their brave riders dragged over the field of battle, O monarch, by the fleet steeds yoked unto them. 14,000 car warriors, belonging to the Chedis, the Kasis, and the Kurushas, of great celebrity and noble parentage, prepared to lay down their lives, unretreating from the field, and owning excellent standards decked with gold, having met with Bhishma in battle, who resembled the destroyer himself with wide-open mouth, all went to the other world along with their cars, steeds, and elephants. And we beheld there, O king, cars by hundreds and thousands, some with their axles and bottoms broken, and some, O Bharata, with broken wheels. And the earth was strewn with cars broken along with their wooden fences, with the prostrate forms of car warriors, with shafts, with beautiful but broken coats of mail, with axes. O monarch, with maces and short arrows and sharp shafts, with bottoms of cars, with quivers and broken wheels, O sire, with innumerable bows and scimitars and heads decked with earrings, with leathern fences and gloves and overthrown standards, and with bows broken in various parts. And elephants, O king, destitute of riders, and slain horsemen of the Pandava army, lay dead. The valiant Pandavas, notwithstanding all their efforts, could not rally those car warriors who, afflicted by the shafts of Bhishma, were flying away from the field. Indeed, O king, that mighty host, while being slaughtered by Bhishma, endued with energy equal to that of Indra himself, broke so completely that no two persons fled together. With its cars, elephants, and steeds overthrown, and with its standards laid low in profusion, the army of the sons of Pandu, deprived of senses, uttered loud exclamations of woe. And at that time, sire slew son, and son slew sire, and friend smote dear friend, impelled by fate. And many combatants of the Pandavas' army, throwing aside their armor, were seen flying in all directions with disheveled hair. Indeed, the Pandava troops looked like bulls running wild in fear, and no longer restrained by the yoke. Indeed, loud were the exclamations we heard of woe that they uttered. Then that delighter of the Yadavas, beholding the Pandava army breaking, reined the excellent car that he guided, and addressing Vibhatsu the son of Pritha, said, "That hour is come, O Partha, which thou hadst hoped for. Strike now, O tiger among men, or thou wilt be deprived of thy senses. Formerly, O hero, thou saidst, O Partha, in that conclave of kings in Virata's city, in the presence also of Sanjaya, these words, I will slay all the warriors of Dhritarashtra's son, all of them with their followers, including Bhishma and Drona, that would fight with me in battle, O son of Kunti, O chastiser of foes, make those words of thine true. Remembering the duty of a Kshatriya, fight without any anxiety." Thus addressed by Vasudeva, Arjuna hung down his head and looked askance at him. And Vibhatsu replied very unwillingly, saying, "To acquire sovereignty with hell in the end, having slain those who should not be slain, or the woes of an exile in the woods, these are the alternatives. Which of these should I achieve? Urge the steeds, O Hrishikesa, I will do thy bidding. I will overthrow the Kuru grandsire Bhishma, that invincible warrior." Thus asked, Madhava urged those steeds of a silvery hue to the spot where Bhishma, incapable of being looked at like the sun himself, was staying. Then that large host of Yudhishthira rallied and came again to the fight, beholding the mighty armed Partha proceeding for an encounter with Bhishma. Then Bhishma, that foremost one among the Kurus, repeatedly roared like a lion. And he soon covered Dhananjaya's car with a shower of arrows. Within a trice that car of his with its steeds and charioteer became entirely invisible in consequence of that thick shower of arrows. Vasudeva, however, without fear, mustering patience, and endued with great activity, urged those steeds mingled with Bhishma's shafts. Then Partha, taking up his celestial bow of twang loud as the roar of the clouds, caused Bhishma's bow to drop from his hands, cutting it into fragments by means of his sharp shafts. Then thy sire, the Kuru hero, whose bow had thus been cut off, stringed another large bow within the twinkling of the eye. Arjuna, however, excited with wrath, cut that bow also of his. The son of Santanu applauded that lightness of hand displayed by Arjuna, saying, well done, O mighty armed one. Well done, O son of Kunti." Having addressed him thus, Bhishma took up another beautiful bow in that battle, and shot many arrows at Partha's car. And Vasudeva showed great skill in the management of steeds, for, displaying the circling motion, he baffled all those arrows of Bhishma. Mingled with the arrows of Bhishma, those two tigers among men looked beautiful like two angry bulls marked with scratches of horns. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., The mighty armed Vasudeva of Madhu's race, beholding that Partha was fighting mildly, and that Bhishma was incessantly scattering his arrowy showers in battle, and that stationed between the two hosts, he latter was scorching everything like the sun himself, smiting down the foremost of Yudhishthira's combatants, and, in fact, achieving feat on Yudhishthira's army like unto what happeneth at the end of the Yuga, could not any longer bear it. Abandoning then, O sire, Partha's steeds that looked like silver, and filled with wrath, that great lord of yoga powers jumped down from that great car. Repeatedly roaring like a lion, the mighty Krishna of great energy and immeasurable splendor, the Lord of universe, with eyes red as copper from rage, and having his bare arms alone for his weapons, rushed towards Bhishma, whip in hand, desirous of slaying him and seeming to split the universe itself with his tread. Beholding Madhava in the vicinity of Bhishma and about to fall upon him in that furious battle, the hearts of all the combatants seemed to be in a stupor. Bhishma is slain, Bhishma is slain. These loud exclamations were heard there, O king, caused by the fear inspired by Vasudeva. Robed in yellow silk, and himself dark as the lapis lazuli, Janardana, when he pursued Bhishma, looked beautiful as a mass of clouds charged with lightning. Like a lion towards an elephant, or the leader of a bovine herd upon another of his species, that bull of Madhu's race, with a loud roar, impetuously rushed towards Bhishma. Beholding him of eyes like lotus petals, thus, rushing towards him in that battle, Bhishma began to fearlessly draw his large bow. And with a fearless heart he addressed Govinda, saying, Come, come, O thou of eyes like lotus petals. O God of the gods, I bow to thee. O best of the Satwatas, throw me down today in this great battle. O God, slain by thee in battle, O sinless one, great will be the good done to me, O Krishna, in every respect in the world. Amongst all, in the three worlds, great is the honor done to me today in battle, O Govinda. Strike me as thou pleasest, for I am thy slave, O sinless one. Meanwhile, the mighty armed Partha, quickly following Kesava behind, seized him by encircling him with his two arms. That best of male beings, viz., Krishna, of eyes like lotus petals, seized by Partha, still proceeded with great speed, bearing the latter away with him. The mighty Partha, that slayer of hostile heroes, however, forcibly catching hold of his legs, stopped Rishikesa with great difficulty at the 10th step. Then Arjuna, his dear friend, filled with sorrow, affectionately addressed Kesava, who was then sighing like a snake and whose eyes were troubled in wrath, saying, O thou of mighty arms, stop, O Kesava, it behoveth thee not to make those words false which thou hadst spoken before, viz., I will not fight. O Madhava, people will say that thou art a liar. All this burden resteth upon me. I will slay the grandsire. I swear, O Kesava, by my weapons, by truth, and my good deeds, that, O slayer of foes, I will do all by which the destruction of my foes may be achieved. Behold this very day that invincible and mighty car warrior in the act of being thrown down by me, with the greatest ease, like the crescent moon at the end of the Yuga, when the destruction of the universe comes. Madhava, however, hearing these words of the high-souled Falguni, spoke not a word, but in anger once more mounted upon the car. And then upon those two tigers among men, when stationed on their car, Bhishma the son of Santanu, once more poured his arrowy showers like the clouds pouring rain upon the mountain breast. Thy sire Devavrata took the lives of the hostile warriors like the sun sucking with his rays the energies of all things during summer. As the Pandavas had been breaking the ranks of the Kurus in battle, so thy sire broke the Pandava ranks in battle. And the routed soldiers, helpless and heartless, slaughtered in hundreds and thousands by Bhishma, were unable to even look at him in that battle, him who resembled the midday sun blazing in his own splendor. Indeed, the Pandavas, afflicted with fear, timidly gazed at Bhishma, who was then achieving superhuman feats in that battle. And the Pandava troops, thus fleeing away, O Bharata, failed to find a protector, like a herd of kine sunk in a shoal of ants while being trod down by a strong person. Indeed, the Pandavas could not, O Bharata, look at that mighty car warrior incapable of being shaken, who, furnished with a profusion of shafts, was scorching the kings and the Pandava army, and who in consequence of those shafts looked like the blazing sun shedding his fiery rays. And while he was thus grinding the Pandava army, the 1,000-rayed maker of day repaired to the setting hills, and the troops, worn with fatigue, set their hearts on withdrawal from the field. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 108. Sanjaya said, while they were battling, the sun set, O Bharata, there came the dreadful hour of twilight, and the battle could no longer be seen. Then King Yudhishthira, seeing that twilight had come and that his own troops, slaughtered by Bhishma, had thrown aside their weapons, and that stricken with fear, and turned off the field, they were seeking to flee away, and beholding Bhishma also, that mighty car warrior, excited with wrath and afflicting everybody in fight, and noticing that the mighty car warriors of the Samakas, having been vanquished, had all become cheerless, reflected a little, and then ordered the troops to be withdrawn. Then King Yudhishthira withdrew his forces. And similarly, the withdrawal of thy forces also took place at the same time. Then those mighty car warriors, O chief of the Kurus, having withdrawn their forces, entered their tents, themselves mangled in battle. Afflicted by the shafts of Bhishma and reflecting upon that hero's feats in battle, the Pandavas obtained no peace of mind. Bhishma also, having vanquished the Pandavas and the Srinjayas in battle, was worshipped by thy sons and glorified by them, O Bharata. Accompanied by the rejoicing Kurus, he then entered his tent. Night then set in, that deprives all creatures of their senses. Then in that fierce hour of night, the Pandavas, the Vrishnis, and the invincible Srinjayas sat down for a consultation. All those mighty persons, skilled in arriving at conclusions in council, coolly deliberated about that which was beneficial for them in view of their immediate circumstances. Then King Yudhishthira, having reflected for a long while, said these words, casting his eyes on Vasudeva, Behold, O Krishna, the high-souled Bhishma of fierce prowess. He crusheth my troops like an elephant crushing a forest of reeds. We dare not even look at that high-souled warrior. Like a raging conflagration he licketh up my troops. The valiant Bhishma of keen weapons, when excited with wrath in battle and bow and hand shooting his shafts, becometh as fierce as the mighty Nagatakshaka of virulent poison. Indeed, the angry Yama is capable of being vanquished, or even the chief of the celestials armed with the thunder, or Varuna himself, noose in hand, or the lord of the Ikshas armed with mace. But Bhishma, excited with wrath, is incapable of being vanquished in battle. When this is the case, O Krishna, I am, through the weakness of my understanding, plunged in an ocean of grief, having got Bhishma, as a foe, in battle. I will retire into the woods, O invincible one. My exile there would be for my benefit. Battle, O Krishna, I no longer desire. Bhishma slayeth us always. As an insect, by rushing into a blazing fire meeteth only with death, even so do I rush upon Bhishma. In putting forth prowess, O thou of Vrishni's race, for the sake of my kingdom, I am, alas, led to destruction. My brave brothers have all been exceedingly afflicted with arrows. In consequence of the affection they bear to myself, their eldest brother, they had to go into the woods, deprived of kingdom. For myself alone, O slayer of Madhu, hath Krishna been sunk into such distress. I regard life to be of high value. Indeed, even life now seemeth to be difficult of being saved. If I can save that life, its latter remnant will I pass in the practice of excellent virtue. If, with my brothers, O Kesava, I am worthy of thy favor, tell me, O Krishna, what is for my benefit, without contravening the duties of my order. Hearing these words of his, and describing the situation in detail, Krishna, from compassion, said these words in reply for comforting Yudhishthira, O son of Dharma, O thou that art firm in truth, do thou not indulge in sorrow, thou that hast these invincible heroes, these slayers of foes, for thy brothers. Arjuna and Bhimasena are each endued with the energy of the wind and the fire. The twin sons of Madri also are each as valiant as the chief of the celestials himself. From the good understanding that exists between us, do thou set me also to this task. Even I, O son of Pandu, will fight with Bhishma. Directed by thee, O great king, what is there that I may not do in great battle? Challenging that bull among men, viz., Bhishma, I will slay him in battle, in the very sight of the Dhritarashtra's, if Falguni doth not wish to slay him. If, O son of Pandu, thou sayest victory to be certain on the slaughter of the heroic Bhishma, even I, on a single car, will slay that aged grandsire of the Kurus. Behold, O king, my prowess, equal to that of the great Indra in battle. I will overthrow from his car that warrior who always shouldeth mighty weapons. He that is an enemy of the sons of Pandu, without doubt, is my enemy also. They that are yours are mine, and so they that are mine are yours. Thy brother, Arjuna, is my friend, relative, and disciple. I will, O king, cut off my own flesh and give it away for the sake of Arjuna. And this tiger among men also can lay down his life for my sake. O sire, even this is our understanding, viz., that we will protect each other. Therefore, command me, O king, in what way I am to fight. Formerly, at Upaplavia, Partha had, in the presence of many persons, vowed, saying, I will slay the son of Ganga. These words of the intelligent Partha should be observed and practiced. Indeed, if Partha requests me without doubt, I will fulfill that vow. Or, let it be the task of Falguni himself in battle. It is not heavy for him. He will slay Bhishma, that subjugator of hostile cities. If excited in battle, Partha can achieve feats that are incapable of being achieved by others. Arjuna can slay in battle the very gods exerting themselves actively, along with the Daityas and the Danavas. What need be said of Bhishma, therefore, O king? Endued with great energy, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, is now of perverted judgment, of intelligence decayed, and of little sense. Without doubt, he knoweth not what he should do. Hearing these words of Krishna, Yudhishthira said, It is even so, O thou of mighty arms, even as thou sayest, O thou of Madhu's race. All these together are not competent to bear thy force. I am sure of always having whatever I desire, when, O tiger among men, I have thyself staying on my side. O foremost of victorious persons, I would conquer the very gods with Indra at their head, when, O Govinda, I have thee for my protector. What need I say, therefore, of Bhishma, though he is a mighty car warrior? But, O Krishna, I dare not, for my own glorification, falsify thy words. Therefore, O Madhava, as promised before by thee, render me aid without fighting for me. In this battle an agreement was made by me with Bhishma. He said, I will give thee counsel, but fight I shall never for thee, since I shall have to fight for Duryodhana's sake. Know this for truth. Therefore, O Lord, Bhishma may give me sovereignty by giving me good counsel, O Madhava. Therefore, O slayer of Madhu, all of us accompanied by thee, will once more repair unto Devavrata for asking him about the means of his own death. All of us then, O best of persons, together going to Bhishma without delay, will speedily ask him of Kuru's race his advice. O Janardana, he will truly give us beneficial counsel, and O Krishna, I will do in battle what he will say. Of austere vows, he will give us counsel, as also victory. We were children and orphans. By him were we reared. O Madhava, him, our aged grandsire, I wish to bathe him, the sire of our sire. Oh, fie upon the profession of Kshatriyas. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words, O king, he of Vrishni's race said unto Yudhishthira, O thou of great wisdom, these words of thine, O king, are to my taste. Bhishma, otherwise called Devavrata, is skilled in weapons. With only his glances he can consume the foe. Repair unto that son of the ocean going, Ganga, for asking him about the means of his death. Asked by thee, in particular, he will certainly say the truth. We will, therefore, proceed for questioning the Kuru grandsire. Repairing unto the reverend son of Santanu, we will, O Bharata, ask him his advice, and according to the advice that he will give us we will fight with the foe. Having thus deliberated, O elder brother of Pandu, the heroic sons of Pandu, and the valiant Vasudeva, all proceeded together towards the abode of Bhishma, casting aside their coats of mail and weapons, and entering then his tent, they all bowed to him, bending their heads. And the sons of Pandu, O king, worshipping that bull of Bharata's race, and bowing unto him with their heads, sought his protection. The Kuru grandsire, the mighty-armed Bhishma, then addressed them, saying, Welcome art thou, O thou of Vrishni's race. Welcome art thou, O Dhananjaya. Welcome to thee, O King Yudhishthira the Just, add to thee, O Bhima. Welcome to you also, ye twins. What am I to do now for enhancing your joy? Even if it be exceedingly difficult of achievement, I will yet do it with all my soul. Unto the son of Ganga, who thus repeatedly spoke unto them with such affection, King Yudhishthira, with a cheerful heart, lovingly said, These words, O thou that art conversant with everything, how shall we obtain victory, and how shall we acquire sovereignty? How also may this destruction of creatures be stopped? Say all these unto me, O Lord. Tell us the means of thy own death. How, O hero, shall we be able to bear thee in battle? O grandsire of the Kurus, thou givest not thy foes even a minute hold to pick in thee. Thou art seen in battle with thy bow ever drawn to a circle. When thou takest thy shafts, when aimest them, and when drawest the bow, for letting them off, no one is able to mark. O slayer of hostile heroes, constantly smiting, as thou dost, cars and steeds and men and elephants, we behold thee on thy car, O mighty armed one, to resemble a second Sunday. What man is there, O bull of Bharata's race, who can venture to vanquish thee, scattering showers of arrows in battle, and causing a great destruction? Tell me, O grandsire, the means by which we may vanquish thee in battle, by which sovereignty may be ours, and lastly, by which my army may not have to undergo such destruction. Hearing these words, Santanu's son, O elder brother of Pandu, said unto the son of Pandu, As long as I am alive, O son of Kunti, victory cannot be yours in battle, O thou of great wisdom. Truly do I say this unto thee. After, however, I am vanquished in fight, ye may have victory in battle, ye sons of Pandu. If, therefore, ye desire victory in the battle, smite me down without delay. I give you permission, ye sons of Pritha, strike me as ye please. I am thus known to you in what I regard to be a fortunate circumstance. After I am slain, all the rest will be slain. Therefore, do as I bid. Yudhishthira said, Tell us the means by which we may vanquish thee in battle, thee that art, when excited with wrath in the fight, like unto the destroyer himself armed with mace. The wielder of the thunderbolt may be vanquished, or Varuna, or Yama. Thou, however, art incapable of being defeated in battle by even the gods and Asuras united together, with Indra at their head. Bhishma said, "That, O son of Pandu, is true, which thou sayest. O thou, of mighty arms! When with weapons and my large bow in hand I contend carefully in battle, I am incapable of being defeated by the very gods and the Asuras with Indra at their head. If, however, I lay aside my weapons, even these car warriors can slay me. One that hath thrown away his weapons, one that hath fallen down, one whose armor hath slipped off, one whose standard is down, one who is flying away, one who is frightened, one who says, I am thine, one who is a female, one who beareth the name of a female, one no longer capable of taking care of oneself, one who hath only a single son, or one who is a vulgar fellows, with these I do not like to battle. Hear also, O king, about my resolve formed before. Beholding any inauspicious omen, I would never fight. That mighty car warrior, the son of Drupada, O king, whom thou hast in thy army, who is known by the name of Sikandin, who is wrathful in battle, brave, and ever victorious, was a female before, but subsequently obtained manhood. How all this took place, ye all know it truly. Brave in battle and clad in mail, let Arjuna, keeping Sikandin before him, attack me with his sharp shafts. When that inauspicious omen will be there, especially in the form of one that was a female before, I will never seek, though armed with bow and arrow, to strike him. Obtaining that opportunity, let Dhananjaya the son of Pandu quickly pierce me on every side with his shafts, O bull of Bharata's race. Except the highly blessed Krishna, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, I do not behold the person in the three worlds who is able to slay me while exerting myself in battle. Let Vibhatsu, therefore, armed with weapons, struggling carefully in battle, with his excellent bow in hand, placing Sikandin or something else before, throw me down from my car. Then the victory will be certain. Do this, O great king, even this that I have said unto thee, O thou of excellent vows. Thou wilt then be able to slay all Dhritarashtra's assembled together in battle. Sanjaya continued, the Parthas then, having ascertained all this, went back to the tents, saluting the Kuru grandsire, viz., the high-souled Bhishma. After Ganga's son, prepared to go to the other world, had said this, Arjuna, burning with grief and his face suffused in shame, said these words, How, O Madhava, shall I fight in battle with the grandsire who is my senior in years, who is possessed of wisdom and intelligence, and who is the oldest member of our race? While sporting in days of childhood, O Vasudeva, I used to smear the body of this high-souled and illustrious one with dust by climbing on his lap with my own filthy body. O elder brother of Gada, he is the sire of my sire Pandu. While a child, climbing on the lap of this high-souled one, I once called him father. I am not thy father, but thy father's father, O Bharata. Even this is what he said to me, in reply, in my childhood. He who said so, oh, how can he be slain by me? Oh, let my army perish. Whether it is victory or death that I obtain, I will never fight that high-souled person. Even this is what I think. What dost thou think, O Krishna? Vasudeva said, having vowed the slaughter of Bhishma before, O Jishnu, how canst thou abstain from slaying him, agreeably to the duties of a Kshatriya? Throw down from his car, O Partha, that Kshatriya who is invincible in battle. Victory can never be yours without slaying Ganga's son. Even thus shall he go to the abode of Yama. This hath been settled before by the gods. That which hath been destined before, O Partha, must happen. It cannot be otherwise. None save thee, O invincible one, not even the wielder of the thunderbolt himself, would be capable of fighting with Bhishma, who was like the destroyer with wide-open mouth. Slay Bhishma without any anxiety. Listen also to these words of mine that are what Vrahaspati of great intelligence had said unto Sakra in days of old. One should slay even an aged person endued with every merit and worthy of reverence if he cometh as a foe, or, indeed, any other who approacheth for destroying one's self. O Dhananjaya, this is the eternal duty sanctioned for the Kshatriya, viz., that they should fight, protect subjects, and perform sacrifices, all without malice. Arjuna said, Sikandin, O Krishna, will certainly be the cause of Bhishma's death, for Bhishma, as soon as he beholds the prince of the Panchalas, abstains from striking. Therefore, keeping Sikandin before him and at our head, we will, by that means, overthrow the son of Ganga. Even this is what I think. I will hold in check other great bowmen with my shafts. As regards Sikandin, he will fight with Bhishma alone, that foremost of all warriors. I have heard from that chief of the Kurus that he would not strike Sikandin, for having been born before as a woman he subsequently became a male person. Sanjaya continued, having settled this with Bhishma's permission, the Pandavas, along with Madhava, went away with rejoicing hearts. And then those bulls among men retired to their respective beds. Footnotes 271:1 That you know me to be invincible is a fortunate circumstance, for if you had not known this, you would have fought on for days together and thus caused the tremendous destruction of creatures. By your coming to know, that destruction may be stopped. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 109. Dhritarashtra said, How did Sikandin advance against the son of Ganga in battle, and how did Bhishma also advance against the Pandavas? Say all this unto me, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, Then all those Pandavas, towards the hour of sunrise, with beat of drums and cymbals and smaller drums, and with the blare of conches of milky whiteness, all around, went out for battle, placing Sikandin in their van. And they marched out, O king, having formed an array that was destructive of all foes. And Sikandin, O monarch, was stationed in the very van of all the troops. And Bhimasena and Dhananjaya became the protectors of his car wheels. And in his rear were the sons of Draupadi and the valiant Abhimanyu. And those mighty car warriors, viz., Satyaki and Chekatana, became the protectors of the last. And behind them was Drishtadyumna, protected by the Panchalas. Next to Drishtadyumna, behind, marched the royal lord Yudhishthira, accompanied by the twins, filling the air with leonine shouts, O bull of Bharata's race. Next behind him was Virata, surrounded by his own troops. Next to him marched Drupada, O mighty armed one. And the 5 Kaikeya brothers and the valiant Drishtaketu, O Bharata, protected the rear of the Pandava army. Having disposed their vast army in such an array, the Pandavas rushed against thy host, prepared to cast away their lives. And similarly the Kauravas, O king, placing that mighty car warrior Bhishma at the head of their whole host, proceeded against the Pandavas. And that invincible warrior was protected by thy mighty sons. Next behind them was the great bowman Drona, as also his mighty son, Aswathaman. Next behind was Bhagadata, surrounded by his elephant division. And behind Bhagadata were Kripa and Kritavarman. Behind them were Sudakshina, the mighty ruler of the Kambojas, and Jayatsena, the king of the Magadhas, and Suvala's son, and Vrihadvala. And similarly, many other kings, that were all great bowmen, protected the rear of thy host, O Bharata. As each day came, Bhishma the son of Santanu formed arrays in battle, sometimes after the manner of the Asuras, sometimes after that of the Pisachas, and sometimes after that of the Rakshasas. Then commenced the battle between thy troops, O Bharata, and theirs, both parties smiting one another and increasing the population of Yama's kingdom. And the Parthas, with Arjuna at their head, placing Sikandin in the van, proceeded against Bhishma in that battle, scattering diverse kinds of arrows. And then, O Bharata, afflicted by Bhishma with his shafts, many of thy warriors, profusely bathed in blood, repaired to the other world. And Nakula and Sadeva, and the mighty Kar warrior Satyaki, approaching thy army, began to afflict it with great vigor. Thus slaughtered in battle, O bull of Bharata's race, thy warriors were unable to resist that vast host of the Pandavas. Then thy host, vigorously afflicted by great Kar warriors, and thus slaughtered by them everywhere, fled away on all sides. Slaughtered with sharp shafts by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, they found not a protector, O bull of Bharata's race. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, what the valiant Bhishma, excited with rage, did in battle, upon beholding my host afflicted by the Parthas. O sinless one, tell me how that hero, that chastiser of foes, rushed against the Pandavas in battle, and slaughtered the Samakas. Sanjaya said, I will tell thee, O king, what thy sire did when thy son's host was afflicted by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. With cheerful hearts, the brave sons of Pandu, O elder brother of Pandu, encountered thy son's host, slaughtering all whom they met. That carnage, O chief of men, of human beings, elephants and steeds, that destruction by the foe of thy army in battle, Bhishma could not brook. That invincible and great bowman, then, reckless of his very life, poured upon the Pandavas, the Panchalas, and the Srinjayas, showers of long shafts and calf-toothed and crescent-shaped arrows. And with weapons, O monarch, he checked with his shafts and with showers of other weapons, both offensive and defensive, all sped with energy and wrath, the five foremost of mighty Kar warriors of the Pandavas, who had been struggling vigorously in battle. Excited with wrath, he slaughtered in that battle countless elephants and steeds. And that bull among men, O monarch, throwing down many Kar warriors from their cars, and horsemen from their horses, and crowds of foot soldiers, and elephant warriors from the backs of the beasts they rode, struck terror into the foe. And the Pandava warriors all rushed together upon Bhishma singly, upon that mighty Kar warrior struggling in battle with great activity, like the Asuras rushing together upon him with the thunderbolt in hand. Shooting on all sides his whetted arrows, whose touch resembled that of Indra's thunder, he seemed to the enemy to have assembled a terrible visage. While fighting in that battle, his large bow, resembling that of Sakra himself, seemed to be always drawn to a circle. Beholding those feats in battle, thy sons, O monarch, filled with exceeding wonder, worshipped the grandsire. The Parthas cast their eyes, with cheerless hearts, upon thy heroic sire struggling in battle, like the celestials upon the Asura, Viprachiti, in days of old. They could not resist that warrior who then resembled the destroyer himself with wide-open mouth. In that battle on the 10th day, Bhishma, with his sharp shafts, consumed the division of Sikandin like a conflagration consuming a forest. Him resembling an angry snake of virulent poison, or the destroyer urged by death himself, Sikandin pierced with 3 shafts in the center of the chest. Deeply pierced therewith, Bhishma saw that it was Sikandin who was piercing him. Excited with wrath, but unwilling to fight with Sikandin, Bhishma laughingly said, Whether thou choosest to strike me or not, I will never fight with thee. Thou art that Sikandin still which the Creator had made thee first. Hearing these words of his, Sikandin, deprived of his senses by wrath, and licking the corners of his mouth, addressed Bhishma in that battle, saying, I know thee, O mighty armed one, to be the exterminator of the Kshatriya race. I have heard also of thy battle with Jamadagni's son. I have also heard much of thy superhuman prowess. Knowing thy prowess, I will still fight with thee today. For doing what is agreeable to the Pandavas and is agreeable to my own self, O chastiser of foes, I will today fight with thee in battle, O best of men. I will, of a certainty, slay thee. I swear this before thee by my troth. Hearing these words of mine, do that which thou shouldst. Whether thou choosest to strike me or not, thou shalt not escape me with life. O thou that art ever victorious, O Bhishma, look thy last on this world. Sanjaya continued, having said so, Sikandin in that battle pierced Bhishma with 5 straight shafts, having already pierced him with his wordy shafts. Hearing those words of his, the mighty car warrior Arjuna, regarding Sikandin to be Bhishma's destroyer, urged him on, saying, I will fight behind thee, routing the foe with my shafts. Excited with fury, rush thou against Bhishma of terrible prowess. The mighty Bhishma will not be able to afflict thee in battle. Therefore, O mighty armed one, encounter Bhishma with vigor. If, O sire, thou returnest today without slaying Bhishma, thou wilt, with myself, be an object of ridicule to the world. Seek to do that in battle by which, O hero, we may not incur ridicule in this great battle. Stay the grandsire. O thou of great strength, I will protect thee in this battle, checking all the car warriors of the Kuru army. Do thou slay the grandsire. Drona, and Drona's son, and Kripa, and Suyodhana, and Chitrasena, and Vikarna, and Jayadratha the ruler of the Sindhus, Vinda and Anyuvinda. Of Avanti, and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kambojas, and the brave Bhagadatta, and the mighty king of the Magadhas, and Somadatta's son, and the brave Rakshasas who is Rishyasringa's son and the ruler of the Trigartas, along with all the other great car warriors of the Kuru army. I will check like the continent resisting the surging sea. Indeed, I will hold in check all the mighty warriors of the Kuru army assembled together and battling with us. Do thou slay the grandsire. Footnotes 274:1 The adjective Vahu in the first line of 32 qualifies Rathinus in the second line. The last of the verse is a noun, sing, and not a vocative. 274:2 The Bengal texts read Mahasuram in the second line of the verse. This seems to be vicious. A latter reading would be Mahasuram, the great Asura. The Bombay text reads Rain Suram. I adopt the last. 275:1 i.e. Thou art still a woman though the sex hath been changed. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 110. Dhritarashtra said, How did Sikandin the prince of the Panchalas, excited with wrath, rushed in battle against the grandsire, viz., Ganga's son of righteous soul and regulated vows? What mighty car warriors of the Pandavas' army, upraised weapons, desirous of victory, and exerting themselves with activity, protected Sikandin on that occasion which required great activity? How also did Bhishma the son of Santanu, endued with great energy, fight on that 10th day of battle with the Pandavas and the Srinjayas? I cannot brook the idea of Sikandin encountering Bhishma in battle. Indeed, when Sikandin attacked Bhishma, was Bhishma's car or his bow broken? Sanjaya said, While fighting in that battle, O bull of Bharata's race, neither the bow nor the car of Bhishma had suffered any injury. He was then slaying the foe with straight shafts. Many thousands of mighty car warriors belonging to thy army, as also elephants, O king, and steeds well harnessed, proceeded for battle, with the grandsire in the van. Agreeably to his vow, O thou of Kuru's race, the ever-victorious Bhishma was incessantly engaged in slaughtering the troops of the Parthas. The Panchalas and the Pandavas were unable to bear that great bowman battling with them and slaying his foes with his shafts. When the 10th day came, the hostile army was torn into pieces by Bhishma with his shafts by hundreds and thousands. O elder brother of Pandu, the sons of Pandu were incapable of defeating in battle the great bowman Bhishma, who resembled the destroyer himself armed with the lance. Then, O king, the unvanquished Vibhatsu or Dhananjaya, who was capable of drawing the bow with even the left hand, came to that spot, frightening all the car warriors. Roaring loudly like a lion, and repeatedly drawing the bowstring, and scattering showers of arrows, Partha careered on the field of battle like death himself. Frightened at those roars of his, thy warriors, O bull of Bharata's race, fled away in terror, like smaller animals, O king, at the sound of the lion. Beholding the son of Pandu crowned with victory and thus afflicting that host, Duryodhana, himself under the influence of terror, addressed Bhishma and said, You son of Pandu, O sire, with white steeds, yoked unto his car, and having Krishna for his charioteer, consumeth all my troops like a conflagration consuming a forest. Behold, O son of Ganga, all troops, slaughtered by Pandu's son in battle, are, O foremost of warriors, fleeing away. Indeed, as the herdsman belaboreth his cattle in the forest, even so, O scorcher of foes, is my army being belabored. Broken and driven away on all sides by the Dhananjaya with his shafts, the invincible Bhima is also routing that, already broken, host of mine. And Satyaki, and Chekatana, and the twin sons of Madri, and the valiant Abhimanyu, these also are routing my troops. The brave Drishtadyumna and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha also are vigorously breaking and driving away my army in this fierce conflict. Of these troops that are being slaughtered by all those mighty car warriors, I do not see any other refuge in the matter of their staying and fighting on the field, O Bharata, save thee, O tiger among men, that art possessed of prowess equal to that of the celestials. Therefore, receive thou those great car warriors without delay, and be thou the refuge of these afflicted troops. Thus addressed by him, O king, thy sire Devavrata, the son of Santanu, reflecting for a moment and settling what he should do, said these words unto thy son, comforting him therewith, O Duryodhana, listen calmly to what I say, O king, O thou of great might. Formerly I vowed before thee that slaying every day 10,000 high-souled Kshatriyas, I would come back from the battle. I have fulfilled that vow, O bull of Bharata's race. O thou of great might, today I will achieve even a great feat. Today I will either sleep myself being slain, or I will slay the Pandavas. O tiger among men, I will today free myself from the debt I owe thee, the debt, O king, arising out of the food thou gavest me by casting away my life at the head of thy army. Having said these words, O chief of the Bharatas, that invincible warrior, scattering his shafts among the Kshatriyas, attacked the Pandava host. And the Pandavas then, O bull of Bharata's race, began to resist the son of Ganga, staying in the midst of his forces, and excited with wrath like a snake of virulent poison. Indeed, O king, on that 10th day of the battle, Bhishma, displaying his might, slew, O son of Kuru's race, hundreds of thousands. And he drained the energies of those royal and mighty car warriors that were the foremost among the Panchalas, like the sun sucking up the moisture of the earth with his rays. Having slain 10,000 elephants of great activity and 10,000 steeds also, O king, along with their riders, and full 200,000 of foot soldiers, that best of men, viz., Bhishma, shone resplendent in battle like a fire without a curl of smoke. And no one amongst the Pandavas was capable of even looking at him, who then resembled the burning sun staying in the northern solstice. The Pandavas, however, though afflicted in battle by that great bowman, still rushed, accompanied by the mighty car warriors of the Srinjayas, for slaughtering him. Battling with myriads upon myriads around him, Santanu's son Bhishma then looked like the cliff of Meru covered on all sides with masses of clouds. Thy sons, however, stood, surrounding Bhishma on all sides with a large force, for protecting him. Then commenced a fierce battle, between the Kurus and the Pandavas. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 111. Sanjaya said, Arjuna then, O king, beholding the prowess of Bhishma in battle, addressed Sikandin saying, Proceed towards the grandsire. Thou shouldst not entertain the slightest fear of Bhishma today. Even I will throw him down from his excellent car by means of my sharp shafts. Thus addressed by Partha, Sikandin, O bull of Bharata's race, having heard those words, rushed at the son of Ganga. And so Drishtadyumna also, O king, and the mighty car warrior Abhimanyu, having heard those words of Partha, joyfully rushed at Bhishma. And old Virata and Drupada, and Kuntabhoja also, clad in mail, rushed at Bhishma in the very sight of thy son. And Nakula, Sandeva, and the valiant king Yudhishthira also, and all the rest of the warriors, O monarch, rushed against Bhishma. As regards thy warriors, O king, that rushed, according to the measure of their might and courage, against those mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, united together, listen to me as I speak of them unto thee. Like a young tiger attacking a bull, Chitrasena, O king, rushed against Chekatana, who in that battle was proceeding for getting at Bhishma. Kritavarman, O king, resisted Drishtadyumna, who had reached the presence of Bhishma and who was exerting himself with great activity and vigor in that battle. Somadatta's son, O monarch, with great activity, resisted Bhimasena, excited with fury and desirous of slaying Bhishma. Similarly, Vikarna, desirous of protecting Bhishma's life, resisted the brave Nakula, who was scattering innumerable arrows around. And so, O king, Kripa the son of Saradwat, excited with rage, resisted Sadeva proceeding towards Bhishma's car. And the mighty Dharmaka rushed at that Rakshasa of cruel deeds, viz., the mighty son of Bhishmasena, desirous of Bhishma's slaughter. Thy son Duryodhana himself resisted Satyaki proceeding to battle. Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamavojas, O king, resisted Abhimanyu, O monarch, who was proceeding towards Bhishma's car. And Aswathaman, O king, excited with rage, resisted old Virata and Drupada, those two chastisers of foes united together. And Bharadvaja's son, exerting himself with vigor in battle, resisted the eldest Pandava, that is to say, King Yudhishthira the Just, who was desirous of Bhishma's death. And that great bowman, viz., Dasasana, in that battle, resisted Arjuna, who was rushing with great speed, with Sikandin before him, desirous of coming upon Bhishma, O monarch, and illuminating the 10 quarters with his bright weapons. And other warriors of thy army resisted in that great battle other mighty car warriors of the Pandavas proceeding against Bhishma. Drishtadyumna, that mighty car warrior, excited with rage, rushed against Bhishma alone and addressing the troops, repeatedly said in a loud voice, There, Arjuna, that delighter of Kuru's race, is proceeding against Bhishma in battle. Rush ye against Ganga's son. Be not afraid. Bhishma will not be able to attack you in battle. Vasva himself cannot venture to fight with Arjuna in battle. What therefore need be said of Bhishma who, though possessed of bravery in battle, is feeble and old? Hearing these words of their commander, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, filled with joy, rushed towards the car of Ganga's son. Many foremost of men, however, of thy army cheerfully received and resisted those heroes coming towards Bhishma like impetuous mass of living energy. That mighty car warrior, Dasasana, abandoning all fears, rushed against Dhananjaya, desirous of protecting the life of Bhishma. And so the heroic Pandavas also, O king, rushed in battle against thy sons, those mighty car warriors, stationed about Bhishma's car. And then, O king, we beheld a highly wonderful incident, viz., that Partha, having proceeded as far as Dasasana's car, could not advance further. As the continent resists the surging sea, even so did thy son, Dussasana, resist the angry son of Pandu. Both of them were foremost of Kar warriors. Both of them, O Bharata, were invincible. Both of them, in beauty and splendor, O Bharata, resembled the sun or the moon. Both of them were excited with wrath, and each of them desired to slay the other. And they encountered each other in dreadful battle like Maya and Sakra in days of old. And Dussasana, O king, in that battle pierced the son of Pandu with 3 shafts and Vasudeva with 20. Then Arjuna, excited with rage upon beholding him of Vrishni's race thus afflicted, pierced Dussasana with 100 shafts. These, penetrating through the latter's armor, drank his blood in that battle. Then Dussasana, excited with wrath, pierced Partha with 5 shafts. And once more, O chief of the Bharatas, he pierced Arjuna in the forehead with 3 sharp shafts. And with those shafts sticking to his forehead, the son of Pandu looked beautiful in that battle, like Meru, O king, with its tall crests. That great bowman, viz., Partha, then thus deeply pierced by thy son wielding the bow, looked resplendent in that battle like a flowering Kinsuka. The son of Pandu then, excited with rage, afflicted Dussasana, like Rahu inflamed with rage on the 15th day of the lighted fortnight afflicting the moon at full. Thus afflicted by that mighty warrior, thy son, O king, pierced Partha in that battle with many shafts whetted on stone and winged with the features of the Kanka bird. Then Partha, cutting off Dussasana's bow and splitting his car with 3 shafts, sped at him many fierce arrows resembling the darts of death. Thy son, however, cut off all those shafts of Partha, exerting himself with vigor before they could reach him. All this seemed highly wonderful. Then thy son pierced Partha with many shafts of great sharpness. Then Partha, excited with rage in that battle, placed on his bowstring a number of shafts whetted on stone and furnished with wings of gold, and aiming them, sped them all at his foe. These, O king, penetrated the body of that high-souled warrior, like swans, O monarch, diving into a lake. Thus afflicted by the high-souled son of Pandu, thy son, avoiding Partha, quickly proceeded to the car of Bhishma. Indeed, Bhishma then became an island unto him who was thus sinking into fathomless waters. Regaining consciousness then, thy son, O monarch, endued with heroism and prowess, once more began to resist Partha with sharp arrows like Purandara resisting the Asura, Vritra. Of huge form, thy son began to pierce Arjuna, but the latter was scarcely pained at all this. Footnotes 278:1 literally, will not get or obtain you. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 112. Sanjaya said, the mighty bowman, Alamvasha, the son of Rishyashringa, in that battle, resisted Satyaki clad in mail and proceeding towards Bhishma. He of Madhu's race, however, O king, excited with wrath, pierced the Rakshasa with 9 arrows, smiling the while, O Bharata. And so the Rakshasa also, O king, excited with wrath, afflicted him of Madhu's race, viz., that bull of Sini's line, with 9 arrows. Then Sini's grandson, that slayer of hostile heroes, of Madhu's race, excited with rage, sped in that battle a profusion of arrows at the Rakshasa. Then that mighty aimed Rakshasa pierced Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, with many sharp arrows, and uttered a loud shout. Then he of Madhu's race, endued with great energy, though deeply pierced by the Rakshasa in that battle, still, relying upon his prowess, laughed at his wounds, and uttered loud roars. Then Bhagadata, excited with rage, afflicted him of Madhu's race in that battle with many sharp arrows like a guide piercing a huge elephant with the hook. Then that foremost of Kar warriors, viz., the grandson of Seni, abandoning the Rakshasa in battle, sped many straight shafts at the ruler of the Pragyatishes. The ruler of the Pragyatishes then, with a broad-headed arrow of great sharpness, displaying great lightness of hand, cut off the large bow of Satyaki. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, excited with rage and taking up another bow of greater impetus, pierced Bhagadata in that battle with many sharp arrows. That mighty bowman, viz., Bhagadata, then deeply pierced, began to lick the corners of his mouth. And he then hurled at his foe, in that dreadful battle, a tough dart, made wholly of iron, decked with gold and stones of lapis lazuli, and fierce as the rod of Yama himself. Sped with the might of Bhagadata's arm and coursing towards him impetuously, Satyaki, O king, cut that dart in twain by means of his shafts. Thereupon that dart fell down suddenly, like a great meteor shorn of its splendor. Beholding the dart baffled, thy son, Duryodhana, O monarch, surrounded him of Madhu's race with a large number of cars. And seeing that mighty car warrior among the Vrishnis thus surrounded, Duryodhana, angrily addressing all his brothers, said, Take such steps, ye Kauravas, that Satyaki may not, in this battle, escape you and this large division of cars, with life. If he be slain, the vast host of the Pandavas may be regarded as slain also. Accepting Duryodhana's words with the answer so be it, those mighty car warriors fought with Seni's grandson in the view of Bhishma. The mighty ruler of the Kambojas, in that battle, resisted Abhimanyu who was proceeding against Bhishma. The son of Arjuna, having pierced the king with many straight shafts, once more pierced that monarch, O monarch, with 64 shafts. Sudakshina, however, desirous of Bhishma's life, pierced Abhimanyu in that battle with 5 arrows and his charioteer with 9. And the battle that took place there, in consequence of the meeting of those two warriors, was fierce in the extreme. That grinder of foes Sikandin then rushed at the of Ganga. Old Virata and Drupada, those mighty car warriors, both excited with rage, rushed to battle with Bhishma, resisting the large host of the Kauravas as they went. That best of car warriors, viz., Aswathaman, excited with rage, encountered both those warriors. Then commenced a battle, O Bharata, between him and them. Virata then, O chastiser of foes, struck, with broad-headed shafts, that mighty bowman and ornament of battle, viz., Drona's son, as the latter advanced against them. And Drupada also pierced him with 3 sharp shafts. Then the preceptor's soil, Aswathaman, coming upon those mighty warriors, thus striking him, viz. The brave Virata and Drupada both proceeding towards Bhishma, pierced them both with many shafts. Wonderful was the conduct that we then beheld of those two old warriors, inasmuch as they checked all those fierce shafts shot by Drona's son. Like an infuriate elephant in the forest rushing against an infuriate compeer, Kripa, the son of Saradwat, proceeded against Sadeva who was advancing upon Bhishma. And Kripa, brave in battle, quickly struck that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Madri, with 70 shafts decked with gold. The son of Madri, however, cut Kripa's bow in twain by means of his shafts. And cutting off his bow, Sadeva then pierced Kripa with 9 arrows. Taking up then, in that battle, another bow capable of bearing a great strain, Kripa, excited with rage and desirous of Bhishma's life, cheerfully struck Madri's son in that battle with 10 shafts. And so the son of Pandu, in return, desirous of Bhishma's death, excited with rage, struck the wrathful Kripa in the chest, with many shafts. And then occurred there a terrible and fierce battle. That scorcher of foes, viz., Vikarna, desirous of saving the grandsire Bhishma, excited with rage in that battle, pierced Nakula with 60 arrows. Nakula also, deeply pierced by thy intelligent son, pierced Vikarna in return with 77 shafts. Those two tigers among men, those two chastisers of foes, those two heroes, struck each other for the sake of Bhishma, like two bovine bulls in a fold. Thy son Dharmaka, endued with great prowess, proceeded, for the sake of Bhishma, against Gatotkacha, advancing to battle and slaughtering thy army as he came. Hidimva's son, however, O king, excited with rage, struck Dharmaka, that chastiser of foes, in the chest a straight shaft. The heroic Dharmaka then, shouting cheerfully, pierced Bhimasena's son on the field of battle with 60 shafts of keen points. That mighty Kar warrior, viz., the son of Hridika, resisted Drishtadyumna, that foremost of Kar warriors, who was advancing to battle from desire of Bhishma's slaughter. The son of Prashada, however, having pierced Kritavarman with 5 shafts made wholly of iron, once more, struck him quickly in the center of the chest 50 shafts. And similarly, O king, Prashada's son struck Kritavarman with 9 sharp and blazing shafts, winged with the feathers of the Kanka bird. Encountering each other with great vigor, the battle that took place between them for Bhishma's sake was as fierce as that between Vritra and Vasva. Against Bhimasena, who was advancing upon the mighty Bhishma, proceeded Purusharthas with great speed, saying, "Wait, wait," and the son of Somadatta struck Bhima in the center of the chest with an arrow of exceeding sharpness and golden wings in that battle. And the valiant Bhimasena, with that arrow on his chest, looked beautiful, O best of kings, like the Krauncha mountain in days of old with the dart of Skanda. And those two bulls among men, enraged in battle, shot at each other's shafts brightly polished by their forgers and endued with effulgence of the sun Bhima, longing for Bhishma's death, fought with the mighty son of Somadatta, and the latter, desirous of Bhishma's victory, fought with the former, each carefully seeking to counteract the other's feats. Bharadvaja's son resisted Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, who, accompanied by a large force, was coming towards Bhishma. Hearing the rattle of Drona's car, O king, that resembled the roar of the clouds, the Prabhadrakas, O sire, began to tremble. That large force, of Pandu's son, resisted by Drona in battle, could not, exerting vigorously, advance even one step. Thy son Chitrasena, O king, resisted Chekatana of wrathful visage, who was exerting vigorously for coming upon Bhishma. Possessed of great prowess and great dexterity of hand, that mighty Kar warrior for the sake of Bhishma, battled with Chekatana, O Bharata, according to the utmost of his power. And Chekatana also fought with Chitrasena to the utmost of his power. And the battle that took place there in consequence of the meeting of those two warriors was exceedingly fierce. As regards Arjuna, although he was resisted by all means, O Bharata, he still compelled thy son to turn back and then crushed thy troops. Dussasana, however, to the utmost stretch of his power, began to resist Partha, wishing, O Bharata, to protect Bhishma. The army of thy son, O Bharata, undergoing such slaughter, began to be agitated here and there by many foremost Kar warriors of the Pandava. Footnotes 280:1 There can be no doubt that, in the second line of 19 corresponding with the first line of 19 of the Bombay text, Arjuni should be a nominative and not an accusative. The Bombay reading, therefore, is vicious. The Burdwan pundits also err in taking that word as occurring in the accusative form. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 113. Sanjaya said, the heroic Drona, that great bowman endued with the prowess of an infuriate elephant, that foremost of men possessed of great might, taking up his large bow which was capable of checking even an infuriate elephant, and shaking it in his hands, was engaged in afflicting the Pandava ranks, having penetrated into their midst. That valiant warrior, acquainted with every omen, beholding the omens on all sides, addressed his son, who also was scorching the hostile ranks, and said these words, "This is that day, O son, on which the mighty Partha, desirous of slaying Bhishma in battle, will exert himself to the best of his might. My arrows are coming out of the quiver of their own accord. My bow seems to yawn. My weapon seems unwilling to obey my behests, and my heart also is cheerless. Animals and birds are uttering fearful and incessant cries. Vultures seem to disappear beneath the feet of the Bharata troops. The sun himself seems to have lost hue. The quarters are all ablaze. The earth seems to shriek, inspire fear, and tremble everywhere. Kankas and vultures and cranes are frequently crying. Jackals are uttering inauspicious and fierce yells foreboding great danger. Large meteors seem to fall from the center of the solar disk. The constellation called Pariga, with a trunkless form, appeareth around the sun. The solar and the lunar disks have become awful, foreboding great danger to Kshatriyas about the mingling of their bodies. The idols of the Kuru king in his temples tremble and laugh and dance and weep. The illustrious moon riseth with his horns downward. The bodies of the kings belonging to the Kuru army all seem to be pale, and though clad in mail, are shorn of splendor. The loud blare of Panchajanya and the twang of Gandiva are heard on all sides of both the armies. Without doubt, Arjuna, relying upon his great weapons and avoiding other warriors, will advance upon the grandsire. The pores of my body are contracting, and my heart also is depressed, thinking, O mighty armed one, of the encounter between Bhishma and Arjuna. Keeping on his fore the Panchala prince of sinful soul and conversant with deceit, Partha is proceeding towards Bhishma for battle. Bhishma said before that he would not slay Sikandin. By the Creator had that one been made female, though through chance he subsequently became a male person. That mighty son of Yajnasena is also an inauspicious omen by himself. The son of the ocean-going, Ganga, will not strike that person of inauspicious self. Thinking of this, viz., that Arjuna, excited with wrath, is about to fall upon the aged Kuru grandsire, my heart is exceedingly depressed. The wrath of Yudhishthira, an encounter between Bhishma and Arjuna in battle, and an endeavor like this, of the shooting of weapons, by myself, these three, are certainly fraught with great harm to creatures. Arjuna is endued with great energy. He is powerful, brave, accomplished in weapons, and possessed of valor that is very active. Capable of shooting his arrows to a great distance and shooting them with force, he is, besides, acquainted with omens, endued with great might and intelligence, and above fatigue, that foremost of warriors is incapable of defeat by the very gods with Vasva at their head. The son of Pandu possesses terrible weapons and is ever victorious in battle. Avoiding his path, go thou to battle, for Bhishma's victory, O thou of rigid vows. Today in this dreadful battle thou wilt behold a great carnage. The beautiful and costly coats of mail, decked with gold, of brave warriors will be pierced with straight shafts. And the tops of standards, and bearded javelins, and bows, and bright lances of sharp points, and darts bright with gold, and the standards on the backs of elephants, will all be cut off by Kiritan in wrath. O son, this is not the time when dependents should take care of their lives. Go to battle, keeping heaven before thee, and for the sake of fame and victory. There, the eight-bannered Arjuna crosseth on his car the river of battle that is awful and incapable of being easily crossed, and hath cars, elephants, and steeds for its eddies. Regard for Brahmanas, self-restraint, liberality, asceticism, and noble conduct are seen in Yudhishthira alone, who hath for his brothers Dhananjaya, and the mighty Bhimasena, and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, and who hath Vasudeva of the Vrishni race for his protector. The wrath, born of grief, of that Yudhishthira whose body hath been purified by the flames of penance, directed to the wicked-souled son of Dhritarashtra, is consuming this Bharata host. There cometh Partha, having Vasudeva for his protector, checking, as he cometh, this entire Dhritarashtra army. Behold, Kiritin is agitating this host like a large whale agitating the vast sea of crested waves. Hark! Cries of distress and woe are heard in the van of the army. Go, encounter the heir of the Panchala king. As for myself, I will proceed against Yudhishthira. The heart of King Yudhishthira's very strong array is difficult of access. Inaccessible as the interior of the sea, it is guarded on all sides by Adarathas. Satyaki, and Abhimanyu, and Drishtadyumna, and Vrkodara, and the twins, even these are protecting that ruler of men, viz., King Yudhishthira. Dark as the younger brother of Indra, and risen like a tall Sala, behold Abhimanyu advancing at the head of the Pandava host, like a second Fulgana. Take up thy mighty weapons, and with thy large bow in hand proceed against the royal son of Prashada, viz., Sikandin, and against Vrkodara. Who is there that doth not wish his dear son to live for many years? Keeping the duties of a Kshatriya, however, before me, I am engaging thee to this task. So Bhishma also, in this battle, is consuming the mighty host of the Pandavas. O son, he is, in battle, equal to Yama or Varuna himself. Footnotes 283:1 I think Yadavrata had better be read Yadavratam. It would then mean Bhishma. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 114. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the high-souled Drona, Bhagadatta, and Kripa, and Salya, and Kritavarman, and Vinda, and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Jayadratha the ruler of the Sindhus, and Chitrasena, and Vikarna, and Durmarshana, and others, these 10 warriors of thy army, supported by a large host consisting of many nationalities, fought with Bhimasena, desirous of winning high renown in the battle for Bhishma's sake. And Salya struck Bhima with 9 arrows, and Kritavarman struck him with 3, and Kripa with 9. And Chitrasena, and Vikarna, and Bhagadatta, O sire, each struck him with 10 arrows. And the ruler of the Sindhus struck him with 3, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti each struck him with 5 arrows. And Duryodhana struck that son of Pandu with 20 sharp arrows. Bhimasena, O king, pierced in return every one of those kings, those foremost of men in the world, those mighty car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, one after another. The brave Pandava, that slayer of hostile heroes, pierced Salya with 7 arrows, and Kritavarman with 8. And he cut off Kripa's bow with arrow fixed thereon, O Bharata, in the middle, dividing it in twain. And after thus cutting off his bow, he pierced Kripa once more with 7 arrows. And he struck Vinda and Anuvinda with 3 arrows each. And he pierced Durmarshana with 20 arrows, and Chitrasena with 5, and Vikarna with 10, and Jayadratha with 5. And once more striking the ruler of the Sindhus with 3 arrows, he uttered a loud shout, filled with joy. Then Gautama, that foremost of car warriors, taking up another bow, angrily pierced Bhima with 10 sharp shafts. Pierced with those 10 shafts like a huge elephant with the hook, the valiant Bhimasena, O king, filled with wrath, struck Gautama in that battle with many shafts. Possessed of the splendor of Yama himself, as he appears at the end of the Yuga, Bhimasena then, with 3 arrows, dispatched unto death's domain the steeds of the ruler of the Sindhus, as also his charioteer. Thereupon that mighty car warrior, viz., Jayadratha, quickly jumping down from that car whose steeds had been slain, shot in that battle many sharp-pointed shafts at Bhimasena. Then, O sire, with a couple of broad-headed arrows, he cut off, O chief of the Bharatas, the bow of the high-souled king of the Sindhus in the middle. his bow cut off, himself deprived of car, his steeds and charioteer slain. Jayadratha then, O king, quickly mounted on the car of Chitrasena. Indeed, the son of Pandu achieved in that battle a most wonderful feat, for piercing all those mighty car warriors and holding them in check, he deprived, O sire, the ruler of the Sindhus of his car in the very sight of all the army. Salya could not brook to see the prowess that Bhimasena displayed, for saying unto him, Wait, wait, he aimed some sharp arrows well polished by the forger's hands, and pierced Bhima therewith in that battle. And Kripa and Kritavarman and the valiant Bhagadatta, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Chitrasena, and Durmarshana, and Vikarna, and the valiant ruler of the Sindhus also, in that battle, these chastisers of foes, all quickly pierced Bhima for the sake of Salya. Bhima then pierced each of them in return with 5 arrows. And he pierced Salya then with 70 arrows and once more with 10. And Salya then pierced him with 9 arrows and once more with 5. And he pierced Bhimasena's charioteer also, deep in his vitals, with a broad-headed arrow. The valiant Bhimasena then, beholding his charioteer Visoka deeply pierced, sped 3 arrows at the arms and chest of the ruler of Madras. And as regards the other great bowmen, he pierced each of them in that battle with 3 straight arrows, and then uttered a loud roar like that of a lion. Each of those great bowmen then, exerting himself with vigor, deeply pierced that son of Pandu skilled in battle, with 3 arrows in his vitals. That mighty bowman viz., Bhimasena, though pierced deeply, trembled not, but stood still, like a mountain drenched with torrents of rain by showering clouds. Then that mighty car warrior of the Pandavas, filled with wrath, that celebrated hero, deeply, pierced the ruler of the Madras with 3 arrows. And he pierced the ruler of the Pragyatishas, O king, in that battle, with 100 arrows. Of great renown, he then pierced Kripa with many arrows, and then, displaying great dexterity, he cut off with a keen-edged shaft the bow, with arrow fixed thereon, of the high-souled Kritavarman. Then Kritavarman, that scorcher of foes, taking up another bow, struck Vrkodara between his eyebrows with a long arrow. Bhima, however, in that battle, having pierced Salya with 9 arrows made wholly of iron, and Bhagadatta with 3, and Kritavarman with 8, pierced each of the others with Gautama at their head, with 2 arrows. Those warriors also, in return, pierced him, O king, with sharp-pointed shafts. Though thus afflicted by those mighty car warriors with all kinds of weapons, yet, regarding them all as straw, he coursed on the field without any anxiety. Those foremost of car warriors, on the other hand, with great coolness, sped at Bhima sharp-pointed arrows by hundreds and thousands. The heroic and mighty Bhagadatta then, in that battle, hurled at him a dart of fierce impetuosity furnished with a golden staff. And the Sindhu king, of strong arms, hurled at him a lance and an axe. And Kripa, O king, hurled at him a Satagni, and Salya an arrow. And the other great bowmen each sped at him 5 arrows with great force. The son of the wind god then cut off, with a sharp shaft, that lance in twain. And he cut off that axe also with 3 shafts, as if it were a sesame stalk. And with 5 shafts winged with the feathers of the Kanka bird, he cut that Satagni into fragments. That mighty car warrior then, having cut off the arrow sped by the ruler of the Madras, forcibly cut off the dart sped by Bhagadatta in that battle. As regards the other fierce shafts, Bhimasena, proud of his feats in battle, cut them each into 3 fragments by means of his own straight shafts. And he struck each of those great bowmen also with 3 shafts. Then Dhananjaya, during the progress of that dreadful battle, beholding the mighty car warrior Bhima striking the foe and battling, against many, with his arrows, came thither on his car. Then those bulls among men of thy army, beholding those two high-souled sons of Pandu together, gave up all hopes of victory. Then Arjuna, desirous of slaying Bhishma, placing Sikandin before him, approached Bhima, who had been fighting with those great car warriors, and fell upon those fierce combatants, numbering 10, of thy army, O Bharata. Then Vibhatsu, desirous of doing what was agreeable to Bhima, pierced all those warriors, O king, who had been battling with Bhima. Then King Duryodhana urged Suserman for the destruction of both Arjuna and Bhimasena, saying, O Suserman, go thou quickly supported by a large force. Slay those two sons of Pandu, viz., Dhananjaya and Vrkodara. Hearing these words of his, the Trigarta king who ruled the country called Prasthala, quickly rushed in battle upon those two bowmen, viz., Bhima and Dhananjaya, and surrounded them both by many thousands of cars. Then commenced a fierce battle between Arjuna and the foe. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 115. Sanjaya said, Arjuna covered with his straight shafts the mighty car warrior Salya, who was struggling vigorously in battle. And he pierced Suserman and Kripa with 3 arrows each. And in that battle the Adaratha Arjuna, afflicting thy host, struck the ruler of the Praggyatishas, and Jayadratha the king of the Sindhus, and Chitrasena, and Vikarna, and Kritavarman, and Durmarshana, O monarch, and those 2 mighty car warriors, viz., the princes of Avanti, each with 3 arrows winged with the feathers of the kanka and the peacock. Jayadratha, staying on the car of Chitrasena, pierced Partha, in return, O Bharata, and then, without loss of time, Bhima also, with his shafts. And Salya, and that foremost of car warriors, viz., Kripa, both pierced Jishnu, O monarch, with diverse arrows capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thy sons headed by Chitrasena, O king, each quickly pierced Arjuna and Bhimasena in that battle, O sire, with 5 sharp shafts. Those 2 foremost of car warriors, however, viz., those sons of Kunti, those bulls of Bharata's race, began in that battle to afflict the mighty host of the Trigartas. Suserman, in return, pierced Partho with 9 swift arrows, and uttered a loud shout frightening the vast host of the Pandavas. And other heroic car warriors pierced Bhimasena and Dhananjaya with many straight-going arrows of keen points and golden wings. Amid these car warriors, however, those 2 bulls of Bharata's race, viz., the 2 sons of Kunti, those great car warriors, looked exceedingly beautiful. And they seemed to sport amid them like 2 furious lions amid a herd of kine. Cutting off in various ways the bows and arrows of many brave warriors in that battle, those 2 heroes felled the heads of combatants by hundreds upon hundreds. Innumerable cars were broken, and steeds by hundreds were slain, and many elephants, along with their riders, were laid low on the field in that dreadful battle. And car warriors and horsemen and elephant riders in large numbers, O king, deprived of life, were seen moving in convulsions all over the field. And the earth was covered with slain elephants and foot soldiers in large bands, and steeds deprived of life, and cars broken in diverse ways. And the prowess we beheld there of Partho was highly wonderful, inasmuch as holding in check all those heroes, that mighty warrior caused a great slaughter. Kripa, and Kritavarman, and Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, these did not forsake the battle. Then that great bowman Bhima, and that mighty car warrior Arjuna, began in that battle to rout the fierce host of the Kauravas. The kings, in that army, quickly sped at Dhananjaya's car myriads upon myriads and millions upon millions of arrows furnished with peacock feathers. Partha, however, checking those arrows by means of his own arrowy showers, began to send those mighty car warriors to Yama's abode. The great car warrior Salya then, excited with wrath and as if sporting in that battle, struck Partha in the chest with some straight shafts of broad heads. Partha then, cutting off by means of 5 shafts Salya's bow and leathern fence, pierced the latter deeply in the very vitals with many arrows of keen points. Taking up another bow capable of bearing a great strain, the ruler of the Madras then furiously attacked Jishnu with 3 arrows, O king, and Vasudeva with 5. And he struck Bhimasena in the arms and the chest with 9 arrows. Then Drona, O king, and that mighty car warrior, viz., the ruler of the Magadhas, commanded by Duryodhana, both came to that spot where those 2 mighty car warriors, viz., Partha and Bhimasena, were slaughtering the mighty host of the Kuru king. Jayatsena, the king of the Magadhas, then, O bull of Bharata's race, pierced Bhima, that wielder of awful weapons in battle, with 8 sharp arrows. Bhima, however, pierced him, in return, with 10 arrows, and once more with 5. And with another broad-headed shaft he felled Jayatsena's charioteer from his niche in the car. The steeds of his car, no longer restrained, ran wildly in all directions and thus carried away the ruler of the Magadhas from battle in the sight of all the troops. Meanwhile Drona, noticing an opening, pierced Bhimasena, O bull of Bharata's race, with 8 keen shafts furnished with heads shaped after the frog's mouth. Bhima, however, ever delighting in battle, pierced the preceptor, who was worthy of paternal reverence, with 5 broad-headed arrows, and then, O Bharata, with 60. Arjuna, again piercing Sushruman with a large number of arrows made, wholly, of iron, destroyed his troops like the tempest destroying mighty masses of clouds. Then Bhishma, and the king, viz., Duryodhana, and Vrihadvala, the ruler of the Kosalas, excited with rage, advanced upon Bhimasena and Dhananjaya. At this, the heroic warriors of the Pandava army, and Drishtadyumna the son of Prashada, rushed in battle against Bhishma, who was advancing like death himself with wide-open mouth. Sikandin also, sighting the grandsire of the Bharatas, was filled with joy and rushed at him, abandoning all fear of the mighty car warrior. Then all the Parthas with Yudhishthira at their head, placing Sikandin in the van, and uniting with the Srinjayas, fought with Bhishma in battle. And similarly all the warriors of thy army, placing Bhishma of regulated vows in their van, fought in battle with all the Parthas headed by Sikandin. The battle then that commenced there between the Kauravas and the sons of Pandu for the sake of Bhishma's victory or victory over Bhishma was exceedingly terrible. Indeed, in that game of battle, played for the sake of victory or the reverse, Bhishma, O monarch, became the stake on which the victory of thy army depended. Then Drishtadyumna, O king, commanded all the troops, saying, Rush against the son of Ganga. Do not fear, ye best of car warriors. Hearing those words of their generalissimo, the army of the Pandavas quickly advanced against Bhishma, ready to lay down their lives in that dreadful battle. Bhishma then, that foremost of car warriors, received that large host rushing towards him, like the continent receiving the surging sea. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 116. Dhritarashtra said, How, O Sanjaya, did Santanu's son Bhishma of mighty energy fight on the 10th day of battle with the Pandavas and the Srinjayas? How also did the Kurus resist the Pandavas in battle? Describe to me the great battle fought by Bhishma, that ornament of battle. Sanjaya said, I will presently describe to thee, O Bharata, how the Kauravas fought with the Pandavas, and how that battle took place. Day after day many mighty car warriors of thy army, excited with wrath, were dispatched to the other world by the diadem-decked Arjuna with his great weapons. The ever-victorious Kuru warrior Bhishma also, agreeably to his vow, always caused a great carnage among the Partha army. O chastiser of foes, beholding Bhishma, fighting at the head of the Kurus, and Arjuna also fighting at the head of the Panchalas, we could not say truly on which side the victory would declare itself. On the 10th day of battle, when Bhishma and Arjuna encountered each other, awful was the carnage that took place. On that day, O scorcher of foes, Santanu's son, Bhishma, conversant with high and mighty weapons, repeatedly slew thousands upon thousands of warriors. Many, O Bharata, whose names and families were not known, but who, endued with great bravery, were unretreating from battle, were on that day slain by Bhishma. Scorching the Pandava army for 10 days, Bhishma of virtuous soul gave up all desire of protecting his life. Wishing his own slaughter presently at the head of his troops, no more shall I slay large numbers of foremost of warriors, thought thy mighty armed sire Devavrata. And seeing Yudhishthira near him, O king, he addressed him, saying, O Yudhishthira, O thou of great wisdom, O thou that art acquainted with every branch of learning, listen to these righteous and heaven-leading words, O sire, that I say. O Bharata, I no longer desire to protect, O sire, this body of mine. I have passed much time in slaying large numbers of men in battle. If thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, strive to slay me, placing Partho with the Panchalas and the Srinjayas at thy van. Ascertaining this to be his intention, King Yudhishthira of true sight proceeded to battle with the Srinjayas for his support. Then Drishtadyumna, O king, and Pandu's son Yudhishthira, having heard those words of Bhishma, urged their array on. And Yudhishthira said, Advance. Fight. Vanquish Bhishma in battle. Ye all will be protected by that conqueror of foes, viz., Jishnu of unbaffled aim. And this great bowman, this generalissimo, of our forces, viz., the son of Prashada, as also Bhima, will assuredly protect you. Ye Srinjayas, entertain no fear today of Bhishma in battle. Without doubt, we will vanquish Bhishma today, placing Sikandin in our van. Having, on the 10th day of battle, made such a vow, the Pandavas, resolved to conquer or go to heaven, advanced, blinded by rage, with Sikandin and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu to the fore. And they made the most vigorous efforts for the overthrow of Bhishma. Then diverse kings, of great might, urged by thy son, and accompanied by Drona and his son and a large force, and the mighty Desasana at the head of all his uterine brothers, proceeded towards Bhishma, staying in the midst of that battle. Then those brave warriors of thy army, placing Bhishma of high vows in their van, battled with the Parthas headed by Sikandin. Supported by the Chaidis and the Panchalas, the 8-banded Arjuna, placing Sikandin ahead, proceeded towards Bhishma, the son of Santanu. And the grandson of Seni battled with Drona's son, and Drishtaketu with the descendant of Puru, and Udamanyu with thy son Duryodhana at the head of his followers. And Virata, at the head of his forces, encountered Jayadratha supported by his own troops. And Vardhakshatra's heir, O chastiser of foes, encountered thy son Chitrasena armed with excellent bow and arrows. And Yudhishthira proceeded against the mighty bowman Salya at the head of his troops. And Bhimasena, well protected, proceeded against the elephant division of the Kaurava army. And Drishtadyumna, the prince of Panchala, excited with fury and accompanied by his brothers, proceeded against Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, invincible and irresistible. That chastiser of foes, viz., Prince Vrihadvala, bearing on his standard the device of the lion, proceeded against Subhadra's son, whose standard bore the device of the Karnikara flower. Thy sons, accompanied by many kings, proceeded against Sikandin and Dhananjaya the son of Pritha, from desire of slaughtering both of them. When the combatants of both armies rushed against each other with awful prowess, the earth shook under their tread. Beholding Santanu's son in battle, the divisions of thy army and of the foe, O Bharata, became mingled with one another. Tremendous was the din, O Bharata, that arose there of those warriors burning with rage and rushing against each other. And it was heard on all sides, O king. With the blare of conchs and the leonine shouts of the soldiers, the uproar became awful. The splendor, equal to that of either the sun or the moon, of bracelets and diadems of all the heroic kings, became dimmed. And the dust that rose looked like a cloud, the flash of bright weapons constituting its lightning. And the twang of bows, the whiz of arrows, the blare of conchs, the loud beat of drums, and the rattle of cars, of both the armies, constituted the fierce roar of those clouds. And the welkin, over the field of battle, in consequence of the bearded darts, the javelins, the swords and showers of arrows of both armies, was darkened. And car warriors and horsemen felled horsemen in that dreadful battle. And elephants killed elephants, and foot soldiers slew foot soldiers. And the battle that took place there for Bhishma's sake, between the Kurus and the Pandavas, O tiger among men, was fierce in the extreme, like that between two hawks for a piece of flesh. Engaged in battle, that encounter between those combatants desirous of slaughtering and vanquishing one another, was extremely dreadful. Footnotes 290:1 Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts are confusing here. I follow the text as settled by the Burdwan Pundits. If the erudition of the Burdwan Pundits be rejected, 28 would read as, Virata, at the head of his forces, encountered Jayadratha supported by his owl, troops, and also Vardhaskami's heir, O chastiser of foes. This would be evidently wrong. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 117. Sanjaya said, Abhimanyu, O king, displaying his prowess for the sake of Bhishma, fought with thy son who was supported by a large force. Then Duryodhana, excited with wrath, struck Abhimanyu in the chest with rune-straight arrows, and once more with 3. Then in that battle, Arjuna's son, inflamed with wrath, hurled at Duryodhana's car a terrible dart resembling the rod of death himself. Thy son, however, that mighty car warrior, O king, with a broad-headed arrow of great sharpness, cut off in twain that dart of terrible force coursing towards him with great speed. Beholding that dart of his drop down on the earth, Arjuna's wrathful son pierced Duryodhana with 3 shafts in his arms and chest. And once more, O chief of the Bharatas, that mighty car warrior of Bharata's race struck the Kuru king with 10 fierce shafts in the center of his chest. And the battle, O Bharata, that took place between those 2 heroes, viz., Subhadra's son, and that bull of Kuru's race, the former fighting for compassing Bhishma's death and the latter for Arjuna's defeat, was fierce and interesting to behold, and gratifying to the senses, and was applauded by all the kings. That bull among Brahmanas and chastiser of foes, viz., the son of Drona, excited with wrath in that battle, forcibly struck Satyaki in the chest with fierce arrow. The grandson of Seni also, that hero of immeasurable soul, struck the preceptor's son in every vital limbs with 9 shafts winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. Aswathaman then, in that battle, struck Satyaki, in return, with 9 shafts, and once more, quickly, with 30, in his arms and chest. Then that great bowman of the Satwata race, possessed of great fame, deeply pierced by Drona's son, pierced the latter, in return, with arrows. The mighty car warrior Paurava, covering Drishtaketu in that battle with his shafts, mangled that great bowman exceedingly. The mighty car warrior Drishtaketu, endued with great strength, quickly pierced the former with 30 arrows. Then the mighty car warrior Paurava cut off Drishtaketu's bow, and uttering a loud shout, pierced him with whetted shafts. Drishtaketu then taking up another bow, pierced Paurava, O king, with 73 shafts of great sharpness. Those 2 great bowmen and mighty car warriors, both of gigantic stature, pierced each other with showers of arrows. Each succeeded in cutting off the other's bow, and each slew the other's steeds. And both of them, thus deprived of their cars, then encountered each other in a battle with swords. And each took up a beautiful shield made of bull's hide, and docked with 100 moons, and graced with 100 stars. And each of them also took up a polished sword of brilliant luster. And thus equipped, they rushed, O king, at each other, like two lions in the deep forest, both seeking the companionship of the same lioness in her season. They wheeled in beautiful circles, advanced and retreated, and displayed other movements, seeking to strike each other. Then Kaurava, excited with wrath, addressed Drishtaketu, saying, Wait, wait, and struck him on the frontal bone with that large scimitar of his. The king of the Chatis also, in that battle, struck Kaurava, that bull among men, on his shoulder joint, with his large scimitar of sharp edge. Those two repressors of foes thus encountering each other in dreadful battle, and thus striking each other, O king, both fell down on the field. Then thy son Jayatsena, taking Kaurava up on his car, removed him from the field of battle on that vehicle. And as regards Drishtaketu, the valiant and heroic Sadeva, the son of Madri, possessed of great prowess, bore him away from the field. Chitrasena, having pierced Susurman with many arrows made wholly of iron, once more pierced him with 60 arrows, and once more with 9. Susurman, however, excited with wrath in battle, pierced thy son, O king, with hundreds of arrows. Chitrasena then, O monarch, excited with rage, pierced his adversary with 30 straight shafts. Susurman, however, pierced Chitrasena again in return. In that battle for the destruction of Bhishma, Subhadra's son, enhancing his fame and honor, fought with Prince Vrihadvala, putting forth his prowess for aiding his sire, Partha, and then proceeded towards Bhishma's front. The ruler of the Kosalas, having pierced the son of Arjuna with 5 shafts made of iron, once more pierced him with 20 straight shafts. Then the son of Subhadra pierced the ruler of Kosalas with 8 shafts made wholly of iron. He succeeded not, however, in making the ruler of the Kosalas to tremble, and, therefore, he once more pierced him with many arrows. And Falguni's son then cut off Vrihadvala's bow, and struck him again with 30 arrows winged with feathers of the Kanka bird. Prince Vrihadvala then, taking up another bow, angrily pierced the son of Falguni in that battle with many arrows. Verily, O scorcher of foes, the battle, for Bhishma's sake, that took place between them, both excited with rage and both conversant with every mode of fight, was like the encounter of Vali and Vasva in days of old on the occasion of the battle between the gods and the Asuras. Bhimasena, fighting against the elephant division, looked highly resplendent like Sakra armed with the thunder after splitting large mountains. Indeed, elephants, huge as hills, slaughtered by Bhimasena in battle, fell down in numbers on the field, filling the earth with their shrieks. Resembling massive heaps of antimony, and of mountain-like proportions, those elephants with frontal globes split open, lying prostrate on the earth, seemed like mountains strewn over the earth's surface. The mighty bowman Yudhishthira, protected by a large force, afflicted the ruler of the Madras, encountering him in that dreadful battle. The ruler of the Madras, in return, displaying his prowess for the sake of Bhishma, afflicted the son of Dharma, that mighty car warrior, in battle. The king of Sindhus, having pierced Virata with 9 straight arrows of keen points, once more struck him with 30. Virata, however, O king, that commander of a large division, struck Jayadratha in the center of his chest with 30 shafts of keen points. The ruler of the Matsyas and the ruler of the Sindhus, both armed with beautiful bows and beautiful scimitars, both decked with handsome coats of mail and weapons and standards, and both of beautiful forms, looked resplendent in that battle. Drona, encountering Drishtadyumna, the prince of the Panchalas in dreadful battle, fought fiercely with his straight shafts. Then Drona, O king, having cut off the large bow of Prashada's son, pierced him deeply with 50 arrows. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Prashada, taking up another bow, sped at Drona, who was contending with him, many arrows. The mighty car warrior Drona, however, cut off all those arrows, striking them with his own. And then Drona sped at Drupada's son 5 fierce shafts. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Prashada, excited with rage, hurled at Drona in that battle a mace resembling the rod of death himself. Drona, however, with 50 arrows checked that mace decked with gold as it coursed impetuously towards him. Thereupon that mace, cut into fragments, O king, by those shafts shot from Drona's bow, fell down on the earth. Then that scorcher of foes, viz., the son of Prashada, beholding his mace baffled, hurled at Drona an excellent dart made wholly of iron. Drona, however, O Bharata, cut that dart with 9 shafts in that battle, and then afflicted that great bowman, viz., the son of Prashada. Thus took place, O king, that fierce and awful battle between Drona and the son of Prashada, for the sake of Bhishma. Arjuna, getting at the son of Ganga, afflicted him with many arrows of keen points, and rushed at him like an infuriate elephant in the forest upon another. King Bhagadatta, however, of great prowess, then rushed at Arjuna, and checked his course in battle with showers of arrows. Arjuna then, in that dreadful battle, pierced Bhagadatta's elephant coming towards him, with many polished arrows of iron, that were all bright as silver and furnished with keen points. The son of Kunti, meanwhile, O king, urged Sikandin, saying, Proceed, proceed, towards Bhishma, and slay him. Then, O elder brother of Pandu, the ruler of Pragyatishas, abandoning that son of Pandu, quickly proceeded, O king, against the car of Drupada. Then Arjuna, O monarch, speedily proceeded towards Bhishma, placing Sikandin ahead. And then there took place a fierce battle, for all the brave combatants of thy army rushed with great vigor against Arjuna, uttering loud shouts. And all this seemed extremely wonderful. Like the wind dispersing in the summer masses of clouds in the welkin, Arjuna dispersed, O king, all those diverse divisions of thy sons. Sikandin, however, without any anxiety, coming up at the grandsire of the Bharatas, quickly pierced him with great many arrows. As regards Bhishma, his car was then his fire chamber. His bow was the flame of that fire. And swords, and darts and maces constituted the fuel of that fire. And the showers of arrows he shot were the blazing sparks of that fire with which he was then consuming Kshatriyas in that battle. As a raging conflagration with constant supply of fuel wandereth amid masses of dry grass when aided by the wind, so did Bhishma blaze up with his flames, scattering his celestial weapons. And the Kuru hero slew the Samakas that followed Partha in that battle. Indeed, that mighty car warrior checked also the other forces of Arjuna by means of his straight and whetted shafts furnished with wings of gold. Filling in that dreadful battle all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with his leonine shouts, Bhishma felled many car warriors, O king, from their cars, and many steeds along with their riders. And he caused large bodies of cars to look like forests of palmyras shorn of their leafy heads. That foremost of all wielders of weapons, in that battle, deprived cars and steeds and elephants of their riders. Hearing the twang of his bow and the slap of his palms, both resembling the roll of the thunder, the troops, O king, trembled all over the field. The shafts, O chief of men, of thy sire were never bootless as they fell. Indeed, shot from Bhishma's bow they never fell only touching the bodies of the foe, but pierced them through in every case. We saw crowds of cars, O king, deprived of riders, but unto which were yoked fleet steeds, dragged on all sides with the speed of the wind. Full 14,000 great car warriors of noble parentage, prepared to lay down their lives, unretreating and brave, and possessed of standards decked with gold, belonging to the Chedis, the Kasis, and the Kuruksas, approaching Bhishma, that hero who resembled the destroyer himself with wide-open mouth, were dispatched to the other world, with their steeds, cars, and elephants. There was not, O king, a single great car warrior among the Samakas, who, having approached Bhishma in that battle, returned with life from that engagement. Beholding Bhishma's prowess, people regarded all those warriors who approached him as already dispatched to the abode of the king of the dead. Indeed, no car warrior ventured to approach Bhishma in battle, except the heroic Arjuna having white steeds, yoked unto his car, and owning Krishna for his charioteer, and Sikandin, the prince of Panchala, of immeasurable energy. Footnotes 292:1 This Susurman was not the king of the Trigartas, but another person who was on the Pandava side. 293:1 Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts have Rathanika. The correct reading, as settled by the Burdwan Pundits, is Gajanika. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 118. Sanjaya said, Sikandin, O bull among men, approaching Bhishma in battle, struck him in the center of the chest with 10 broad-headed arrows. The son of Ganga, however, O Bharata, only looked at Sikandin with wrath and as if consuming the Panchala prince with that look. Remembering his femininity, O king, Bhishma, in the very sight of all, struck him not. Sikandin, however, understood it not. Then Arjuna, O monarch, addressed Sikandin, saying, Rush quickly and slay the grandsire. What needst thou say, O hero? Slay the mighty car warrior Bhishma. I do not see any other warrior in Yudhishthira's army who is competent to fight with Bhishma in battle, save thee, O tiger among men. I say this truly. Thus addressed by Partha, Sikandin, O bull of Bharata's race, quickly covered the grandsire with diverse kinds of weapons. Disregarding those shafts, thy sire Devavrata began, with his shafts, to check the angry Arjuna only in that battle. And that mighty car warrior, O sire, began also to dispatch, with his shafts of keen points, the whole army of the Pandavas to the other world. The Pandavas also, O king, after the same manner, supported by their vast host, began to overwhelm Bhishma like the clouds covering the maker of day. O bull of Bharata's race, surrounded on all sides, that Bharata hero consumed many brave warriors in that battle like a raging conflagration in the forest, consuming numberless trees. The prowess that we then beheld there of thy son, Dasasana, was wonderful, inasmuch as he battled with Partha and protected the grandsire at the same time. With that feat of thy son Dasasana, that illustrious bowman, all the people there were highly gratified. Alone he battled with all the Pandavas, having Arjuna amongst them, and he fought with such vigor that the Pandavas were unable to resist him. Many car warriors were in that battle deprived of their cars by Dasasana. And many mighty bowmen on horseback and many mighty warriors, elephants, pierced with Dasasana's keen shafts, fell down on the earth. And many elephants, afflicted with his shafts, ran away in all directions. As a fire fiercely blazeth forth with bright flames when fed with fuel, so did thy son blaze forth, consuming the Pandava host. And no car warrior, O Bharata, of the Pandava host ventured to vanquish or even proceed against that warrior of gigantic proportions, save Indra's son, Arjuna, owning white steeds and having Krishna for his charioteer. Then Arjuna, also called Vijaya, vanquishing Dasasana in battle, O king, in the very sight of all the troops, proceeded against Bhishma. Though vanquished, Thy son, however, relying upon the might of Bhishma's arms, repeatedly comforted his own side and battled with the Pandavas with great fierceness. Arjuna, O king, fighting with his foes in that battle, looked exceedingly resplendent. Then Sikandin, in that battle, O king, pierced the grandsire with many arrows whose touch resembled that of the bolts of heaven and which were as fatal as the poison of the snake. These arrows, however, O monarch, caused thy sire little pain, for the son of Ganga received them laughingly. Indeed, as a person afflicted with heat cheerfully receives torrents of rain, even so did the son of Ganga receive those arrows of Sikandin. And the Kshatriyas there, O king, beheld Bhishma in that great battle as a being of fierce visage who was incessantly consuming the troops of the high-souled Pandavas. Then thy son, Duryodhana, addressing all his warriors, said unto them, Rush ye against Falguni from all sides. Bhishma, acquainted with the duties of a commander, will protect you. Thus addressed, the Kaurava troops, casting off all fear, fought with the Pandavas. And once more, Duryodhana said unto them, With his tall standard bearing the device of the golden Palmyra, Bhishma stayeth, protecting the honor and the armor of all the Dhartarashtra warriors. The very gods, striving vigorously, cannot vanquish the illustrious and mighty Bhishma. What need be said, therefore, of the Parthas who are mortals? Therefore, ye warriors, fly not away from the field, getting Falguni for a foe. I myself, striving vigorously, will today fight with the Pandavas. Uniting with all of you, ye lords of earth, exerting yourselves actively. Hearing these words, O monarch, of thy son with bow in hand, many mighty combatants, excited with rage, belonging to the Videhas, the Kalingas, and the diverse tribes of the Dasarkas, fell upon Falguni. And many combatants also, belonging to the Nishadas, the Salviras, the Valhikas, the Daradas, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Apigatas, the Surasenas, the Sivas, the Vasatas, the Sulwas, the Sakas, the Trigartas, the Amvashtas, and the Kakayas, similarly fell upon Partha, like flights of insects upon a fire. The mighty Dhananjaya, otherwise called Vibhatsu, then, O monarch, calling to mind diverse celestial weapons and aiming them at those great car warriors at the heads of their respective divisions, quickly consumed them all, by means of those weapons of great force, like fire consuming a flight of insects. And while that firm bowman was, by means of his celestial weapons, creating thousands upon thousands of arrows, his Gandiva looked highly resplendent in the welkin. Then those Kshatriyas, O monarch, afflicted with those arrows with their tall standards torn and overthrown, could not even together approach the eight-bannered Partha. Car warriors fell down with their standards, and horsemen with their horses, and elephant riders with their elephants, attacked by Kiritan with his shafts. And the earth was soon covered all on all sides with the retreating troops of those kings, routed in consequence of the shafts shot from Arjuna's arms. Partha then, O monarch, having routed the Kaurava army, sped many arrows at Dasasana. Those arrows with iron heads, piercing thy son Dasasana through, all entered the earth like snakes through ant-hills. Arjuna then slew Dasasana's steeds and then felled his charioteer. And the Lord Arjuna, with 20 shafts, deprived Vivangsati of his car, and struck him 5 straight shafts. And piercing Kripa and Vikarna and Salya with many arrows made wholly of iron, Kunti's son owning white steeds deprived all of them of their cars. Thus deprived of their cars and vanquished in battle by Savyasakan, Kripa and Salya, O sire, and Dasasana, and Vikarna and Vivangsati, all fled away. Having vanquished those mighty car warriors, O chief of the Bharatas, in the forenoon, Partha blazed up in that battle like a smokeless conflagration. Scattering his shafts all around like the sun shedding rays of light, Partha felled many other kings, O monarch. Making those mighty car warriors turn their backs upon the field by means of his arrowy showers, Arjuna caused a large river of bloody current to flow in that battle between the hosts of the Kurus and the Pandavas, O Bharata. Large numbers of elephants and steeds and car warriors were slain by car warriors. And many were the car warriors slain by elephants, and many also were the steeds slain by foot soldiers. And the bodies of many elephant riders and horsemen and car warriors, cut off in the middle, as also their heads, fell down on every part of the field. And the field of battle, O king, was strewn with slain princes, mighty car warriors, falling or fallen, decked with earrings and bracelets. And it was also strewn with the bodies of many warriors cut off by car wheels, or trodden down by elephants. And foot soldiers ran away, and horsemen also with their horses. And many elephants and car warriors fell down on all sides. And many cars, with wheels and yokes and standards broken, lay scattered all about on the field. And the field of battle, dyed with the gore of large numbers of elephants, steeds, and car warriors, looked beautiful like a red cloud in the autumnal sky. Dogs, and crows, and vultures, and wolves, and jackals, and many other frightful beasts and birds, set up loud howls at the sight of the food that lay before them. Diverse kinds of winds blew along all directions. And Rakshasas and evil spirits were seen there, uttering loud roars. And strings, embroidered with gold, and costly banners, were seen to wave, moved by the wind. And thousands of umbrellas and great cars with standards attached to them were seen lying scattered about on the field. Then Bhishma, O king, invoking a celestial weapon, rushed at the son of Kunti, in the very sight of all the bowmen. Thereupon Sikandin, clad in mail, rushed at Bhishma, who was dashing towards Arjuna. At this, Bhishma withdrew that weapon resembling fire, in effulgence and energy. Meanwhile Kunti's son owning white steeds slaughtered thy troops, confounding the grandsire. Footnotes 295:1 Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts read Arjuna's in the second line of 21. The Burdwan Pundits are for correcting it as Arjunam. I do not think the correction happy. 296:1 in the second line of 35 for Satanika, the true reading is Sahanikan. 297:1 after the 60th verse, 3 lines occur in the Bombay edition as follows, and many elephants, with standards on their backs, were seen to fly away in all directions. And many Kshatriyas, O monarch, armed with maces and darts and bows, were seen lying prostrate on the field. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 119. Sanjaya said, when the combatants of both armies, strong in number, were thus disposed in battle array, all those unretreating heroes, O Bharata, set their heart upon the region of Brahma. In course of the general engagement that followed, the same class of combatants did not fight with the same class of combatants. Car warriors fought not with car warriors, or foot soldiers with foot soldiers, or horsemen with horsemen, or elephant warriors with elephant warriors. On the other hand, O monarch, the combatants fought with one another like madmen. Great and dreadful was the calamity that overtook both the armies. In that fierce slaughter, when elephants and men spread themselves on the field, all distinctions between them ceased, for they fought indiscriminately. Then Salya and Kripa, and Chitrasena, O Bharata, and Dasasana, and Vikarna, those heroes mounted on their bright cars, caused the Pandava host to tremble. Slaughtered in battle by those high-souled warriors, the Pandava army began to reel in diverse ways, O king, like a boat on the waters tossed by the wind. As the wintry cold cuts kine to the quick, so did Bhishma cut the sons of Pandu to the quick. As regards thy army also, many elephants, looking like newly risen clouds, were felled by the illustrious Partha. And many foremost of warriors too were seen to be crushed by that hero. And struck with arrows and long shafts in thousands, many huge elephants fell down, uttering frightful shrieks of pain. And the field of battle looked beautiful, strewn with the bodies, still decked with ornaments of high-souled warriors deprived of life, and with heads still decked with earrings. And in that battle, O king, which was destructive of great heroes, when Bhishma and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu put forth their prowess, thy sons, O monarch, beholding the grandsire exert himself vigorously, approached him, with all their troops placed ahead. Desirous of laying down their lives in battle and making heaven itself their goal, they approached the Pandavas in that battle, which was fraught with great carnage. The brave Pandavas also, O king, bearing in mind the many injuries of diverse kinds inflicted upon them before by thee and thy son, O monarch, and casting off all fear, and eager to win the highest heavens, cheerfully fought with thy son and the other warriors of thy army. Then the generalissimo of the Pandava army, viz., the mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna, addressing his soldiers, said, Ye Samakas, accompanied by the Srinjayas, rush ye at Ganga's son. Hearing those words of their commanders the Samakas and the Srinjayas, though afflicted with showers of arrows, rushed at the son of Ganga. Thus attacked, O king, thy sire Bhishma, influenced by wrath, began to fight with the Srinjayas. In days of old, O sire, the intelligent Rama had imparted to Bhishma of glorious achievements that instruction in weapons which was so destructive of hostile ranks. Relying on that instruction and causing a great havoc among the troops of the foe, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the old Kuru grandsire Bhishma, day after day, slew 10,000 warriors of the Ratha. On the 10th day, however, O bull of Bharata's race, Bhishma, single-handed, slew 10,000 elephants. And then he slew 7 great car warriors among the Matsyas and the Panchalas. In addition to all this, in that dreadful battle 5,000 foot soldiers, and 1,000 tuskers, and 10,000 steeds, were also slain by thy sire, O king, through skill acquired by education. Then having thinned the ranks of all the kings, he slew Satanika, the dear brother of Virata. And the valiant Bhishma, having slain Satanika in battle, felled, O king, full 1,000 Kshatriyas with his broad-headed shafts. Besides these, all the Kshatriyas of the Pandava army who followed Dhananjaya, as soon as they approached Bhishma, had to go to Yama's abode. Covering the Pandava host from every side with showers of arrows, Bhishma stayed in battle at the head of the Kaurava army. Achieving the most glorious feats on the 10th day, as he stayed between the two armies, bow in hand, none of the kings, O monarch, could even look at him, for he then resembled the hot midday sun in the summer sky. As Sakra scorched the Daigya host in battle, even so, O Bharata, did Bhishma scorch the Pandava host. Beholding him thus put forth his prowess, the slayer of Madhu, viz., the son of Devki, cheerfully addressing Dhananjaya, said, There, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, stayeth between the two armies. Slaying him by putting forth thy might, thou mayst win victory. There, at that spot, whence he breaketh our ranks, check him, putting forth thy strength. O Lord, none else, save thee, ventureth to bear the arrows of Bhishma. Thus urged, the 8-banded Arjuna at that moment made Bhishma with his car, steeds, and standard, invisible by means of his arrows. That bull, however, among the foremost of Kurus, by means of his own arrowy showers, pierced those showers of shafts shot by the son of Pandu. Then the king of the Panchalas, the valiant Drishtaketu, Bhimasena the son of Pandu, Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, Chekatana, and the 5 Kakya brothers, and the mighty armed Satyaki and Subhadra's son, and Gatotkacha, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Sikandin, and the valiant Kuntabhoja, and Susaman, and Virata. These and many other powerful warriors of the Pandava army, afflicted by the shafts of Bhishma, seemed to sink in an ocean of grief. Falguni, however, rescued them all. Then Sikandin, taking up a mighty weapon and protected by Kiritan, rushed impetuously towards Bhishma alone. The unvanquished Vibhatsu then, knowing what should be done after what, slew all those that followed Bhishma, and then himself rushed at him. And Satyaki, and Chekatana, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and Virata, and Drupada, and the twin sons of Madri by Pandu, all protected by that firm bowman, viz., Arjuna, rushed against Bhishma alone in that battle. And Abhimanyu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi also, with mighty weapons upraised, rushed against Bhishma in battle. All those firm bowmen, unretreating from battle, pierced Bhishma in diverse parts of his body with well-aimed shafts. Disregarding all those shafts, large in number, shot by those foremost of princes belonging to the Pandava host, Bhishma of undepressed soul penetrated into the Pandava ranks. And the grandsire baffled all those arrows, as if sporting the while. Frequently looking at Sikandin, the prince of the Panchalas, with a laugh, he aimed not a single arrow at him, recollecting his femininity. On the other hand, he slew 7 great Kar warriors belonging to Drupada's division. Then confused cries of woe soon arose amongst the Matsyas, the Panchalas, and the Chedis, who were together rushing at that single hero. With large numbers of foot soldiers and steeds and cars, and with showers of arrows, O scorcher of foes, they overwhelmed that single warrior, viz., Bhishma the son of Bhagyuthi, that scorcher of foes, like the clouds overwhelming the maker of day. Then in that battle between him and them, which resembled the battle between the gods and the Asuras in days of old, the diadem-decked Arjuna, placing Sikandin before him, pierced Bhishma repeatedly. Footnotes 298:1 The Bengal texts read Evam etc. The Bombay reading is Samam. I adopt the former reading. Set their hearts upon the region of Brahma, i.e., fought on, resolved to win the highest heaven by bravery or death in battle. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 120. Sanjaya said, thus all the Pandavas, placing Sikandin before them, pierced Bhishma in that battle, repeatedly surrounding him on all sides. And all the Srinjayas, uniting together, struck him with dreadful satagnis, and spiked maces, and battle-axes, and mallets, and short thick clubs, and bearded darts, and other missiles, and arrows furnished with golden wing, and darts and lances and campanas, and with long shafts, and arrows furnished with heads shaped like the calf tooth, and rockets. Thus afflicted by many, his coat of mail was pierced everywhere. But though pierced in every vital part, Bhishma felt no pain. On the other hand, he then seemed to his enemies to resemble in appearance the all-destructive fire that rises at the end of Yuga. His bow and arrows constituted the blazing flames of that fire. The flight of his weapons constituted its friendly breeze. The rattle of his car wheels constituted its heat, and mighty weapons constituted its splendor. His beautiful bow formed its fierce tongue, and the bodies of heroic warriors its profuse fuel. And Bhishma was seen to roll through the midst of crowds of cars belonging to those kings, or to come out of the press, at times, or course once more through their midst. Then, disregarding the king of the Panchalas and Drishtaketu, he penetrated, O monarch, into the midst of the Pandava army. He then pierced the 6 Pandava warriors, viz. Satyaki, and Bhima, and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, and Drupada, and Virata, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, with many excellent arrows of great sharpness and dreadful whiz and exceeding impetuosity, and capable of piercing through every kind of armor. Those mighty car warriors, however, checking those keen shafts, afflicted Bhishma with great force, each of them striking him with 10 shafts. Those mighty shafts, whetted on stone and furnished with golden wings, which the great car warrior Sikandin shot, quickly penetrated into Bhishma's body. Then the diadem-decked Arjuna, excited with wrath, and placing Sikandin ahead, rushed at Bhishma and cut off the latter's bow. Thereupon mighty car warriors, 7 in number, viz., Drona and Kritavarman, and Jayadratha the ruler of the Sindhus, and Purusharthas, and Sala, and Salya, and Bhagadata could not brook that act of Arjuna. Inflamed with rage, they rushed at him. Indeed, those mighty car warriors, invoking into existence celestial weapons, fell with great wrath upon that son of Pandu, and covered him with their arrows. And as they rushed towards Falguni's car, the noise made by them was heard to resemble that made by the ocean itself when it swelleth in rage at the end of the yuga: kill, bring up, our forces, take, pierce, cut off. This was the furious uproar heard about Falguni's car. Hearing that furious uproar, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava army rushed forward, O bull of Bharata's race, for protecting Arjuna. They were Satyaki, and Bhimasena, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and both Virata and Drupada, and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, and the wrathful Abhimanyu. These 7, inflamed with rage, and armed with excellent bows, rushed with great speed. And the battle that took place between these and the Kaurava warriors was fierce, making the hair stand on end, and resembling, O chief of the Bharatas, the battle of the gods with the Danavas. Sikandin, however, that foremost of car warriors, protected in the battle by the diadem-decked Arjuna, pierced Bhishma in that encounter with 10 shafts after the latter's bow had been cut off. And he struck Bhishma's charioteer with other shafts, and cut off the latter's standard with 1 shaft. Then the son of Ganga took up another bow that was tougher. That even was cut off by Falguni with 3 sharp shafts. Indeed, that chastiser of foes, viz., Arjuna, who was capable of drawing the bow with even his left hand, excited with rage, one after another, cut off all the bows that Bhishma took up. Then Bhishma, whose bows were thus cut off, excited with rage, and licking the corners of his mouth, took up a dart that was capable of riving a hill. In rage he hurled it at Falguni's car. Beholding its course towards him like the blazing bolt of heaven, the delighter of the Pandavas fixed 5 sharp broad-headed arrows on his bowstring. And with those 5 arrows, O chief of the Bharatas, the angry Arjuna cut off into 5 fragments that dart hurled from Bhishma's arms. Thus cut off by the angry Arjuna, that dart then fell down like a flash of lightning separated from a mass of clouds. Beholding his dart cut off, Bhishma became filled with rage. That hero, that subjugator of hostile cities, then began to reflect. And he said unto himself, with only a single bow I could slay all the Pandavas, if the mighty Vishnu himself had not been their protector. For 2 reasons, however, I will not fight with the Pandavas, viz., their unslayableness, and the femininity of Sikandin. Formerly, when my sire wedded Kali, he pleased with me, gave me 2 boons, viz., that I should be incapable of being slain in battle, and that my death should depend on my own choice. I should, however, now wish my own death, this being the proper hour. Ascertaining this to be the resolve of Bhishma of immeasurable energy, the Rishis and the Vasus stationed in the firmament said, That which hath been resolved by thee is approved by us also, O son. Act according to thy resolution, O king. Withdraw thy heart from battle. On the conclusion of those words, fragrant and auspicious breeze charged with particles of water began to blow along a natural direction. And celestial cymbals of loud sounds began to beat. And a flowery shower fell upon Bhishma, O sire. The words spoken by the rishis and the vasus, however, O king, were not heard by any one save Bhishma himself. I also heard them, through the power conferred on me by the Muni. Great was the grief, O monarch, that filled the hearts of the celestials at the thought of Bhishma, that favorite of all the worlds, falling down from his car. Having listened to these words of the celestials, Santanu's son Bhishma of great ascetic merit rushed out at Vibhatsu, even though he was then being pierced with sharp arrows capable of penetrating through every armor. Then Sikandin, O king, excited with rage, struck the grandsire of the Bharatas in the chest with 9 sharp arrows. The Kuru grandsire Bhishma, however, though struck by him in battle, thus trembled not, O monarch, but remained unmoved like a mountain during an earthquake. Then Vibhatsu, drawing his bow Gandiva with a laugh, pierced the son of Ganga with 25 arrows. And once more, Dhananjaya, with great speed and excited with wrath, struck him in every vital part with hundreds of arrows. Thus pierced by others, also with thousands of arrows, the mighty car warrior Bhishma pierced those others in return with great speed. And as regards the arrows shot by those warriors, Bhishma, possessed of prowess in battle that was incapable of being baffled, equally checked them all with his own straight arrows. Those arrows, however, endued with wings of gold and whetted on stone, which the mighty car warrior Sikandin shot in that battle, scarcely caused Bhishma any pain. Then the diadem-decked Arjuna, excited with rage in placing Sikandin to the fore, approached Bhishma nearer, and once more cut off his bow. And then piercing Bhishma with 10 arrows, he cut off the latter's standard with 1. And striking Bhishma's chariot with 10 arrows, Arjuna caused him to tremble. The son of Ganga then took up another bow that was stronger. Within, however, the twinkling of an eye, as soon, in fact, as it was taken up, Arjuna cut that bow also into 3 fragments with 3 broad-headed shafts. And thus the son of Pandu cut off in that battle even all the bows of Bhishma. After that, Bhishma the son of Santanu no longer desired to battle with Arjuna. The latter, however, then pierced him with 25 arrows. That great bowman, thus pierced greatly, then addressed Dasasana, and Skid, behold, Partha, that great car warrior of the Pandavas, excited with wrath in battle, pierceth me alone with many thousands of arrows. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. As regards myself also, O hero, the very gods, Danavas and Rakshasas united together, are incapable of vanquishing me. What I shall say then of mighty car warriors among men? While Bhishma was thus speaking to Dasasana, Falguni with sharp shafts, and placing Sikandin to the fore, pierced Bhishma in that battle. Then Bhishma, deeply and excessively pierced by the wielder of Gandiva with keen-pointed shafts, once more addressed Dasasana with a smile and said, "These arrows coursing towards me in one continuous line, whose touch resembleth that of heaven's bolt, have been shot by Arjuna. These are not Sikandins. Cutting me to the quick, piercing through even my hard coat of mail, and striking me with the force of Mushalas, these arrows are not Sikandins. Of touch as hard as that of the Brahmana's rod, of chastisement, and of impetus unbearable as that of the thunderbolt, these arrows are afflicting my vital forces. These are not Sikandins. Of the touch of maces and spiked bludgeons, those arrows are destroying my vital forces like messengers of death commissioned by the grim king himself. These are not Sikandins. Like angry snakes of virulent poison, projecting their tongues out, these are penetrating into my vitals. These are not Sikandins, these that cut me to the quick like the cold of winter cutting kind to the quick. Save the heroic wielder of Gandiva, viz., the 8-bannered Jishnu, even all other kings united together cannot cause me pain. Saying these words, Bhishma, the valiant son of Santanu, as if for the object of consuming the Pandavas, hurled a dart at Partha. Partha, however, caused that dart to drop down, cutting it into 3 fragments with 3 shafts, in the very sight, O Bharata, of all the Kuru heroes of thy army. Desirous of obtaining either death or victory, the son of Ganga then took up a sword and a shield decked with gold. Before, however, he could come down from his car, Arjuna cut off by means of his arrows that shield into 100 fragments. And that feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then the king Yudhishthira urged his own troops, saying, Rush ye at Ganga's son. Do not entertain the slightest fear. Then, armed with bearded darts, and lances, and arrows, from all sides, with axes, and excellent scimitars, and long shafts of great sharpness, with calf-toothed arrows, and broad-headed shafts, they all rushed at that single warrior. Then arose from among the Pandava host a loud shout. Then thy sons also, O king, desirous of Bhishma's victory, surrounded him and uttered leonine shouts. Fierce was the battle fought there between thy troops and those of the enemy on that the 10th day, O king, when Bhishma and Arjuna met together. Like unto the vortex that occurs at the spot where the Ganga meets the ocean, for a short while a vortex occurred there where the troops of both armies met and struck one another down. And the earth, wet with gore, assumed a fierce form. And the even and the uneven spots on her surface could no longer be distinguished. Although Bhishma was pierced in all his vital limbs, yet on that the 10th day he stayed, calmly, in battle, having slain 10,000 warriors. Then that great bowman, Partha, stationed at the head of his troops, broke the center of the Kuru army. Ourselves then, afraid of Kunti's son Dhananjaya having white steeds attached to his car, and afflicted by him with polished weapons, fled away from the battle. The Sauviras, the Kauravas, the Easterners, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Abhishas, the Surasenas, the Sivas, the Vasatas, the Sulwas, the Sayas, the Trigartas, the Amvastas, and the Kaikyas. These and many other illustrious warriors, afflicted with arrows and pained by their wounds, abandoned Bhishma in that battle while he was fighting with the diadem-decked Arjuna. Then a great many warriors, surrounding that single warrior on all sides, defeated the Kurus that protected him and covered him with shower of arrows. Throw down, seize, fight, cut into pieces, this was the furious uproar, O king, heard in the vicinity of Bhishma's car. Having slain in that battle, O monarch, his foes, by hundreds and thousands, there was not in Bhishma's body space of even 2 fingers' breadth that was not pierced with arrows. Thus was thy sire mingled with arrows of keen points by Falguni in that battle. And then he fell down from his car with his head to the east, a little before sunset, in the very sight of thy sons. And while Bhishma fell, loud cries of alas and O Bharata, were heard in the welkin uttered by the celestials and the kings of the earth. And beholding the high-souled grandsire falling down from his car, the hearts of all of us fell with him. That foremost of all bowmen, that mighty armed hero, fell down like an uprooted standard of Indra, making the earth tremble the while. Pierced all over with arrows, his body touched not the ground. At that moment, O bull of Bharata's race, a divine nature took possession of that great bowman lying on a bed of arrows. The clouds poured a cool shower over him, and the earth trembled. While falling he had marked that the sun was then in the southern solstice. That hero, therefore, permitted not his senses to depart, thinking of that inauspicious season of death. And all around in the welkin he heard celestial voices saying, Why, oh why, should Ganga's son, that foremost of all warriors of weapons, yield up his life during the southern declension? Hearing these words, the son of Ganga answered, I am alive. Although fallen upon the earth, the Kuru grandsire Bhishma, expectant of the northern declension, suffered not his life to depart. Ascertaining that to be his resolve, Ganga, the daughter of Himavat, sent unto him the great rishis in swan-like form. Then those rishis in the forms of swans inhabiting the Manasa lake quickly rose up, and came together, for obtaining a sight of the Kuru grandsire Bhishma, to that spot where that foremost of men was lying on his bed of arrows. Then those rishis in swan-like forms, coming to Bhishma, beheld that perpetuator of Kuru's race lying on his bed of arrows. Beholding that high-souled son of Ganga, that chief of the Bharatas, they walked round him, and the sun being then in the southern solstice, they said, addressing one another, these words, being a high-souled person, why should Bhishma pass out of the world during the southern declension? Having said these words, those swans went away, proceeding towards the southern direction. Endued with great intelligence, Bhishma, O Bharata, beholding them, reflected for a moment. And the son of Santanu then said unto them, I will never pass out of the world as long as the sun is in the southern solstice. Even this is my resolve. I will proceed to my own ancient abode when the sun reacheth the northern solstice. Ye swans, I tell you this truly. Expectant of the northern declension, I will hold my life. Since I have the fullest control over the yielding up of my life, I will, therefore, hold life, expectant of death during the northern declension. The boon that was granted to me by my illustrious sire, to the effect that my death would depend on my own wish, let that boon become true. I will hold my life, since I have control in the matter of laying it down. Having said these words to those swans, he continued to lie down on his bed of arrows. When that crest of the Kuru race, viz., Bhishma of great energy, fell down, the Pandavas and the Srinjayas uttered leonine shouts. When the grandsire of the Bharatas, who was endued with great might, was overthrown, thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, knew not what to do. And all the Kurus were entirely deprived of their senses. And the Kurus, headed by Kripa and Duryodhana, sighed and wept. And from grief they remained for a long while deprived of their senses. And they remained perfectly still, O monarch, without setting their hearts on battle. As if seized by thighs, they stood motionless, without proceeding against the Pandavas. When Santanu's son Bhishma of mighty energy, who was regarded as unslayable, was slain, all of us thought that the destruction of the Kuru king was at hand. Vanquished by Savyasakan, with our foremost heroes slain, and ourselves mangled with sharp arrows, we knew not what to do. And the heroic Pandavas, possessed of massive arms that looked like spiked maces, having obtained the victory and won a highly blessed state in the other world, all blew their great conches. And the Samakas and the Panchalas all rejoiced, O king. Then when thousands of trumpets were blown, the mighty Bhimasena slapped his armpits and uttered loud shouts. When the all-powerful son of Ganga was slain, the heroic warriors of both armies, laying down their weapons, began to reflect thoughtfully. And some uttered loud shrieks, and some fled away, and some were deprived of their senses. And some censured the practices of the Kshatriya order, and some applauded Bhishma. And the Rishis and the Pitris all applauded Bhishma of high vows. And the deceased ancestors of the Bharatas also praised Bhishma. Meanwhile, the valiant and intelligent Bhishma, the son of Santanu, having recourse to that yoga which is taught in the great Upanishads and engaged in mental prayers, remained quiet, expectant of his hour. Footnotes 302:1 The Bengal reading of this verse is vicious. In the first line, lokasya is incorrect and unmeaning, the correct word being vakyasa. In the second line, again, for prishtaska samantadas, the correct reading is prisharaiska samantadas. 303:1 Brahmadanda literally means a Brahmana's rod bamboo stick. In consequence of the Brahmana's ascetic power, this thin rod, symbolical of the Brahmana's power of chastisement, is infinitely more powerful than even Indra's bolt. The latter can strike only one, but the former can smite whole countries and entire races from generation to generation. With only his Brahmadanda Vasishtha baffled all the mighty and celestial weapons of Viswamitra Ved, Ramayana, section 56, Valakanda. 304:1 Instead of the Sulwas, the Sayas, and the Trigartas, the Bombay text reads, the Trigartas depending on King Sulwa. I have not, however, met with any Trigartas under Sulwa's rule, that race having, at this time, Suserman for their ruler. 304:2 Indra #Dwaja was a pole, decked with banners, created in honor of Indra. The festival attracted considerable crowds. 305:1 The second line of 114 in the Bengal text is vicious. I adopt the Bombay reading, which is Kururajasya Tarkitas. Literally rendered, the second line is the destruction of the Kuru king was inferred. 306:1 By bravery on the field of battle, which, according to the Hindu scriptures, is always thus rewarded. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 121. Dhritarashtra said, Alas, what was the state of my warriors, O Sanjaya, when they were deprived of the mighty and godlike Bhishma, who had become a Brahmacharan for the sake of his reverend sire? Even then I regarded the Kurus and all the others as slain by the Pandavas when Bhishma, despising the son of Drupada, struck him not. Wretch that I am, also, I hear today of my sire's slaughter. What can be a heavier sorrow than this? My heart assuredly, O Sanjaya, is made of adamant, since it breaketh not into 100 fragments on hearing of Bhishma's death. Tell me, O thou of excellent vows, what was done by that lion among the Kurus, viz., the victory-desiring Bhishma when he was slain in battle. I cannot at all brook it that Devavrata should be slain in battle. Alas, he that was not slain by Jamadagni's son himself in days of old by means of even his celestial weapons, alas, he hath now been slain by Drupada's son Sikandin, the prince of Panchala. Sanjaya said, slain in the evening the Kuru grandsire Bhishma saddened the Dhritarashtras and delighted the Panchalas. Falling down on the earth, he lay on his bed of arrows without, however, touching the earth with his body. Indeed, when Bhishma, thrown down from his car, fell upon the surface of the earth, cries of "Oh" and "Alas" were heard among all creatures. When that boundary tree of the Kurus, viz., the ever-victorious Bhishma, fell down, fear entered the hearts, O king, of the Kshatriyas of both the armies. Beholding Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with his standard overthrown and his armor cut open, both the Kurus and the Pandavas were inspired, O monarch, with sentiments of cheerlessness. And the welkin was enveloped with a gloom, and the sun himself became dim. The earth seemed to utter loud shrieks when the son of Santanu was slain. This one is the foremost of those conversant with the Vedas. This one is the best of those that are conversant with the Vedas. Even thus did creatures speak of that bull among men as he lay on his bed of arrows. This one, formerly, ascertaining his sire Santanu to be afflicted by Kama, this bull among men, resolved to draw up his vital steed. Even thus did the Rishis together with the Siddhas and the Charanas said of that foremost one of the Bharatas as he lay on his bed of arrows. When Santanu's son Bhishma, the grandsire of the Bharatas, was slain, thy sons, O sire, knew not what to do. Their faces wore an expression of grief. The splendor of their countenances seemed to abandon them, O Bharata. All of them stood in shame, hanging down their heads. The Pandavas, on the other hand, having won the victory, stood at the head of their ranks. and they all blew their large conchs decked with gold. And when in consequence of their joys thousands of trumpets, O sinless one, were blown there, we beheld, O monarch, the mighty Bhimacena, the son of Kunti, sporting in great glee, having quickly slain many hostile warriors endued with great strength. And a great swoon overtook all the Kurus. And Karna and Duryodhana repeatedly drew long breaths. When the Kuru grandsire Bhishma fell down, thus, cries of sorrow were heard all round, and the greatest confusion prevailed among the Kuru army. Beholding Bhishma fallen, thy son Dasasana, with great speed, entered the division commanded by Drona. That hero, clad in mail and at the head of his own troops, had been placed by his elder brother for the protection of Bhishma. That tiger among men now came, plunging the troops he had commanded into grief. Beholding him coming towards them, the Kauravas surrounded Prince Dasasana, desirous, O monarch, of hearing what he had to say. Then Dasasana of Kuru's race informed Drona of Bhishma's slaughter. Drona then, hearing those evil tidings, suddenly fell down from his car. Then the valiant son of Bharadvaja, quickly recovering his senses, forbade the Kuru army, sire, to continue the fight. Beholding the Kurus desist from battle, the Pandavas also, through messengers on fleet horses, forbade their orders, ceased to fight. The kings of both armies, putting off their armor, all repaired to Bhishma. Desisting from the fight, thousands of other warriors then proceeded towards the high-souled Bhishma like the celestials towards the Lord of all creatures. Approaching Bhishma, who was then, O bull of Bharata's race, lying on his bed of arrows, the Pandavas and the Kurus stood there, having offered him their salutations. Then Santanu's son Bhishma of righteous soul addressed the Pandavas and the Kurus, who having reverenced him thus, stood before him. And he said, Welcome to you, ye highly blessed ones. Welcome to you, ye mighty car warriors. Gratified am I with your sight, ye that are the equals of the very gods. Thus addressing them with his head hanging down, he once more said, My head is hanging down greatly. Let a pillow be given to me. The kings, standing there, then fetched many excellent pillows that were very soft and made of very delicate fabrics. The grandsire, however, desired them not. That tiger among men then said unto those kings with a laugh, These, ye kings, do not become a hero's bed. Beholding them, that foremost of men, that mightiest of car warriors in all the worlds, viz., the mighty-armed Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, he said, O Dhananjaya, O thou of mighty arms, my head hangeth down, O sire. Give me a pillow such as thou regardest to be fit. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 122. Sanjaya said, stringing then his large bow and reverentially saluting the grandsire, Arjuna, with eyes filled with tears, said these words, O foremost one among the Kurus, O thou that art the first among all wielders of weapons, command me, O invincible one, for I am thy slave. What shall I do, O grandsire? Unto him Santanu's son said, My head, O sire, hangeth down, O foremost one among the Kurus, O Falguni, get me a pillow. Indeed, give me one without delay, O hero, that would become my bed. Thou, O Partha, art competent, thou art the foremost of all wielders of bows. Thou art conversant with the duties of Kshatriyas, and thou art endued with intelligence and goodness. Then Falguni, saying, So be it desired to do Bhishma's bidding. Taking up Gandiva and a number of straight shafts, and inspiring them with mantras, and obtaining the permission of that illustrious and mighty car warrior of Bharata's race, Arjuna then, with 3 keen shafts endued with great force, supported Bhishma's head. Then that chief of the Bharatas, viz., Bhishma of virtuous soul, conversant with the truths of religion, seeing that Arjuna, having divined his thought, had achieved that feat, became highly gratified. And after that pillow had thus been given to him, he applauded Dhananjaya. And casting his eyes upon all the Bharatas there, he addressed Kunti's son Arjuna, that foremost of all warriors, that enhancer of the joys of his friends, and said, Thou hast given me, O son of Pandu, a pillow that becometh my bed. If thou hadst acted otherwise, I would have cursed thee from wrath. Even thus, O mighty armed one, should a Kshatriya, observant of his duties, sleep on the field of battle on his bed of arrows, having addressed Vibhatsu thus, he then said unto all those kings and princes that were present there, these words, Behold ye the pillow that the son of Pandu hath given me. I will sleep on this bed till the sun turneth to the northern solstice. Those king that will then come to me will behold me, yield up my life. When the sun on his car of great speed, and unto which are yoked 7 steeds, will proceed towards the direction occupied by Vaisravana, verily, even then, will I yield up my life like a dear friend dismissing a dear friend. Let a ditch be dug here around my quarters, ye kings. Thus pierced with hundreds of arrows will I pay my adorations to the sun? As regards yourselves, abandoning enmity, cease ye from the fight, ye kings. Sanjaya continued, Then there came unto him some surgeons well trained in their science, and skilled in plucking out arrows, with all becoming appliances of their profession. Beholding them, the son of Ganga said unto thy son, Let these physicians, after proper respect being paid to them, be dismissed with presents of wealth. Brought to such a plight, what need have I now of physicians? I have won the most laudable and the highest state ordained in Kshatriya observances. Ye kings, lying as I do on a bed of arrows, it is not proper for me to submit now to the treatment of physicians. With these arrows on my body, ye rulers of men, should I be burnt. Hearing these words of his, thy son Duryodhana dismissed those physicians, having honored them as they deserved. Then those kings of diverse realms, beholding that constancy and virtue displayed by Bhishma of immeasurable energy, were filled with wonder. Having given a pillow to thy sire thus, those rulers of men, those mighty car warriors, viz., the Pandavas and the Kauravas, united together, once more approached the high-souled Bhishma lying on that excellent bed of his. Reverentially saluting that high-souled one and circumambulating him thrice, and stationing guards all around for his protection, those heroes, with bodies drenched in blood, repaired for rest towards their own tents in the evening, their hearts plunged into grief and thinking of what they had seen. Then, at the proper time, the mighty Madhava, approaching the Pandavas, those mighty car warriors cheerfully seated together and filled with joy at the fall of Bhishma, said unto Dharma's son Yudhishthira these words, By good luck victory hath been thine, O thou of Kuru's rare. By good luck hath Bhishma been overthrown, who is unslayable by men, and is a mighty car warrior of aim incapable of being baffled. Or, perhaps, as destiny would have it, that warrior who was master of every weapon, having obtained thee for a foe that canst slay with thy eyes alone, hath been consumed by thy wrathful eye. Thus addressed by Krishna, King Yudhishthira the Just replied unto Janardana, saying, Through thy grace is victory, through thy wrath is defeat. Thou art dispeller of the fears of those that are devoted to thee. Thou art our refuge. It is not wonderful that they should have victory whom thou always protectest in battle, and in whose welfare thou art always engaged, O Kesva. Having got thee for our refuge, I do not regard anything as wonderful. Thus addressed by him, Janardana answered with a smile, O best of kings, these words can come from thee alone. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 123. Sanjaya said, After the night had passed away, O monarch, all the kings, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtra's, repaired to the grandsire. Those Kshatriyas then saluted that bull of their order, that foremost one among the Kurus, that hero lying on a hero's bed, and stood in his presence. Maidens by thousands, having repaired to that place, gently showered over Santanu's son powdered sandalwood and fried patty, and garlands of flowers. And women and old men and children, and ordinary spectators, all approached Santanu's son like creatures of the world desirous of beholding the sun. And trumpets by hundreds and thousands, and actors, and mimes, and skilled mechanics also came to the aged Kuru grandsire. And ceasing to fight, putting aside their coats of mail, and laying aside their weapons, the Kurus and the Pandavas, united together, came to the invincible Devavrata, that chastiser of foes. And they were assembled together as in days of old, and cheerfully addressed one another according to their respective ages. And that conclave full of Bharata kings by hundreds and adorned with Bhishma looked beautiful and blazing like a conclave of the gods in heaven. And that conclave of kings engaged in honoring the son of Ganga looked as beautiful as a conclave of the celestials engaged in adorning their lord, viz., the grandsire, Brahman. Bhishma, however, O bull of Bharata's race, suppressing his agonies with fortitude though burning with the arrows, still sticking to his body, was sighing like a snake. His body burning with these arrows, and himself nearly deprived of his senses in consequence of his weapon wounds, Bhishma cast his eyes on those kings and asked for water. Then those Kshatriyas, O king, brought thither excellent viands and several vessels of cold water. Beholding that water brought for him, Santanu's son said, I cannot, O sire, now use any article of human enjoyment. I am removed from the pale of humanity. I am lying on a bed of arrows. I am staying here, expecting only the return of the moon and the sun. Having spoken these words and thereby rebuked those kings, O Bharata, he said, I wish to see Arjuna. The mighty armed Arjuna then came there, and reverentially saluting the grandsire stood with joined hands, and said, What shall I do? Beholding then that son of Pandu, O monarch, thus standing before him after having offered him respectful salutations, Bhishma of righteous soul cheerfully addressed Dhananjaya, saying, Covered all over with thy shafts, my body is burning greatly. All the vital parts of my body are in agony. My mouth is dry. Staying as I am with body afflicted with agony, give me water, O Arjuna. Thou art a great bowman. Thou art capable of giving me water duly. The valiant Arjuna then saying, So be it, mounted on his car, and striking his Gandiva with force, began to stretch it. Hearing the twang of his bow and the slap of his palms, which resembled the roar of the thunder, the troops and the kings were all inspired with fear. Then that foremost of car warriors, mounted on his car, circumambulated that prostrate chief of the Bharatas, that foremost of all wielders of weapons. Aiming then a blazing arrow, after having inspired it with mantras and identified it with the Prajanya weapon, in the very sight of the entire army, the son of Pandu, viz., Partha, pierced the earth a little to the south of where Bhishma lay. Then there arose a jet of water that was pure, and auspicious, and cool, and that resembling the nectar itself, was of celestial scent and taste. And with that cool jet of water Partha gratified Bhishma, that bull among the Kurus, of godlike deeds and prowess. And at that feat of Partha, who resembled Sakra himself in his acts, all those rulers of earth were filled with great wonder. And beholding that feat of Vibhatsu implying superhuman prowess, the Kurus trembled like kine afflicted with cold. And from wonder all the kings there present waved their garments in the air. And loud was the blare of conchs and the beat of drums that were then heard all over the field. And Santanu's son, his thirst quenched, then addressed Jishnu, O monarch, and said, applauding him highly in the presence of all those kings, these words, viz. O thou of mighty arms, this is not wonderful in thee, O son of Kuru's race. O thou of immeasurable effulgence, even Narada spoke of thee as an ancient rishi. Indeed, with Vasudeva as thy ally, thou wilt achieve many mighty feats which the chief of the celestials himself with all the gods, of a certainty, will not venture to achieve. They that have knowledge of such things know thee to be the destroyer of the whole Kshatriya race. Thou art the one bowman among the bowmen of the world. Thou art the foremost among men. As human beings are, in this world, foremost of all creatures, as Garuda is the foremost of all winged creatures, as the ocean is the foremost among all receptacles of water and the cow among all quadrupeds, as the sun is the foremost amongst all luminous bodies and Himavat among all mountains, as the Brahmana is the foremost among all castes, art thou the foremost of all bowmen. Dhritarashtra's son, Duryodhana, listened not to the words repeatedly spoken by me and Vidura and Drona and Rama and Janardana, and also by Sanjaya. Reft of his senses, like unto an idiot, Duryodhana placed no reliance on those utterances. Past all instructions, he will certainly have to lie down forever, overwhelmed by the might of Bhima. Hearing these words of his, the Kuru king Duryodhana became of cheerless heart. Eyeing him, Santanu's son said, Listen, O king. Abandon thy wrath. Thou hast seen, O Duryodhana, how the intelligent Partha created that jet of cool and nectar-scented water. There is none else in this world capable of achieving such feat. The weapons appertaining to Agni, Varuna, Soma, Vayu, and Vishnu, as also those appertaining to Indra, Pasupati, and Paramesthi, and those of Prajapati, Dhatri, Tashtri, Savitri, and Vivasvat, all these are known to the Nanjaya alone in this world of men. Krishna, the son of Devki, also knoweth them. But there is none else here that knoweth them. This son of Pandu, O sire, is incapable of being defeated in battle by even the gods and the Asuras together. The feats of this high-souled one are superhuman. With that truthful hero, that ornament of battle, that warrior accomplished in fight, let peace, O king, be soon made. As long as the mighty armed Krishna is not possessed by wrath, O chief of the Kurus, it is fit, O sire, that peace should be made with the heroic Parthas. As long as this remnant of thy brothers is not slain, let peace, O monarch, be made. As long as Yudhishthira with eyes burning in wrath doth not consume thy troops in battle, let peace, O sire, be made. As long as Nakula, and Sadeva, and Bhimasena, the sons of Pandu, do not, O monarch, exterminate thy army, it seems to me that friendly relations should be restored between thee and the heroic Pandavas. Let this battle end with my death, O sire. Make peace with the Pandavas, let these words that are uttered to thee by me be acceptable to thee, O sinless one. Even this is what I regard to be beneficial both for thyself and the race itself of Kuru. Abandoning thy wrath, let peace be made with Parthas. What Falguni hath already done is sufficient. Let friendly relations be restored with the death of Bhishma. Let this remnant of warriors live. Relent, O king. Let half the kingdom be given to the Pandavas. Let King Yudhishthira the just go to Indraprastha. O chief of the Kurus, do not achieve a sinful notoriety among the kings of the earth by incurring the reproach of meanness, becoming a fomenter of intestine dissensions. Let peace come to all with my death. Let these rulers of earth cheerfully mix with one another. Let sire get back the son, let sister's son get back the maternal uncle. If from want of understanding and possessed by folly thou dost not hearken to those timely words of mine, thou wilt have to repent greatly. What I say is true. Therefore, desist even now. Having, from affection, said these words unto Duryodhana in the midst of the kings, the son of the ocean-going, Ganga, became silent. Though his vital limbs were burning with the arrow wounds, yet, prevailing over his agonies, he applied himself to yoga. Sanjaya continued, having heard these beneficial and peaceful words fraught with both virtue and profit. Thy son, however, accepted them not, like a dying man refusing medicine. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 124. Sanjaya said, after Santanu's son Bhishma, O monarch, had become silent, all those rulers of earth, there present, then returned to their respective quarters. Hearing of Bhishma's slaughter that bull among men, viz., Radha's son, Karna, partially inspired with fear, quickly came there. He beheld that illustrious hero lying on his bed of reeds. Then Vrisha, Karna, endued with great glory, with voice choked in tears, approaching that hero lying with eyes closed, fell at his feet. And he said, O chief of the Kurus, I am Radha's son, who while before thy eyes was everywhere looked upon by thee with hate. Hearing these words, the aged chief of the Kurus, the son of Ganga, whose eyes were covered with film, slowly raising his eyelids, and causing the guards to be removed, and seeing the place deserted by all, embraced Karna with one arm, like a sire embracing his son, and said these words with great affection, Come, come. Thou art an opponent of mine who always challengest comparison with me. If thou hadst not come to me, without doubt, it would not have been well with thee. Thou art Kunti's son, not Radha's. Nor is it Hiratha thy father. O thou of mighty arms, I heard all this about thee from Narada as also from Krishna Dvipayana. Without doubt, all this is true. I tell thee truly, O son, that I bear thee no malice. It was only for abating thy energy that I used to say such harsh words to thee. O thou of excellent vows, without any reason thou speakest ill of all the Pandavas. Sinfully didst thou come into the world. It is for this that thy heart hath been such. Through pride, and owning also to thy companionship with the low, thy heart hath even persons of merit. It is for this that I spoke such harsh words about thee in the Kuru camp. I know thy prowess in battle, which can with difficulty be borne on earth by foes. I know also thy regard for Brahmanas, thy courage, and thy great attachment to almsgiving. O thou that resemblest a very god, amongst men there is none like thee. For fear of intestine dissensions, I always spoke harsh words about thee. In bowmanship, in aiming weapon, in lightness of hand, and in strength of weapons, thou art equal to Falguni himself, or the high-souled Krishna. O Karna, proceeding to the city of Kasi, alone with thy bow, thou hadst crushed the kings in battle for procuring a bride for the Kuru king. The mighty and invincible King Jarasandha also, ever boastful of his prowess in battle, could not become thy match in fight. Thou art devoted to Brahmanas, thou always fightest fairly. In energy and strength, thou art equal to a child of the celestials, and certainly much superior to men. The wrath I cherished against thee is gone. Destiny is incapable of being avoided by exertion. O slayer of foes, the heroic sons of Pandu are thy uterine brothers. If thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, unite with them, O thou of mighty arms. O son of Surya, let these hostilities end with me. Let all the kings of earth be today freed from danger. Karna said, I know this, O thou of mighty arms. All this without doubt is, as thou sayest. As thou tellest me, O Bhishma, I am Kunti's son, and not the son of Asuta. I was, however, abandoned by Kunti, and I have been reared by Asuta. Having, so long, enjoyed the wealth of Duryodhana, I dare not falsify it now. Like Vasudeva's son, who is firmly resolved for the sake of the Pandavas, I also, O thou that makest profuse presents to Brahmanas, am prepared to cast away my possessions, my body itself, my children, and my wife, for Duryodhana's sake. Death from disease, O thou of Kuru's race, doth not become a Kshatriya. Relying upon Suyoddhana, I have always offended the Pandavas. This affair is destined to take its course. It is incapable of being prevented. Who was there that would venture to overcome destiny by exertion? Various omens indicating the destruction of the earth, O grandsire, were noticed by thee and declared in the assembly. It is well known to me that the son of Pandu and Vasudeva are incapable of being conquered by other men. Even with them we venture to fight. I will vanquish the son of Pandu in battle. Even this is my firm resolve. I am not capable of casting off this fierce animosity that I cherish against the Pandavas. With a cheerful heart, and keeping the duties of my order before my eye, I will contend against the Nanjaya. Firmly resolved that I am on battle, grant me thy permission, O hero. I will fight. Even this is my wish. It behoveth thee to forgive me also any harsh words that I may have at any time uttered against thee, or any act that I may have done against thee from anger or inconsiderateness. Bhishma said, if, indeed, thou art unable to cast off this fierce animosity, I permit thee, O Karna. Fight, moved by the desire of heaven. Without anger and without vindictiveness, serve thou the king according to thy power and according to thy courage and observant of the conduct of the righteous. Have then my permission, O Karna. Obtain thou that which thou seekest. Through the Nanjaya thou wilt obtain all those regions, hereafter, which are capable of being had by fulfilling the duties of a Kshatriya. Freed from pride, and relying on thy own might and energy, engage in battle, since a Kshatriya cannot have a source of greater happiness than a righteous battle. For a long while I made great efforts for bringing about peace. But I succeeded not, O Karna, in the task. Truly do I say this unto thee. Sanjaya continued, after the son of Ganga had said this, Ratha's son, Karna, having saluted Bhishma and obtained his forgiveness, got up on his car and proceeded towards the quarters of thy son. Present you by HinduMonastery.com